Call to order the meeting of our Common Council for Tuesday, November 11th. Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We have 12 members in the room and 12 members signed in to civic clerk.
All right, thank you so much. Now please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can be seated. It's my turn for the invocation this evening, so I was just hoping that we could take a moment of silence and for everybody here to think of a veteran in their life that means a lot to them. All right, thank you. Now on to approval of the minutes. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any changes here? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley and seconded by Alder Stevens. Any changes here? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is approved. Report by the mayor. Keep this pretty quick because we have an extensive agenda tonight and a lot of folks who have turned out. But as you'd expect, based on the invocation here, just wanted to recognize Veterans Day and recognize all who have served this country. I know we've got a number on staff, a number in our senior staff who we really appreciate, but from the top to the rank and file, especially in public safety and police and fire, we've got countless veterans who have done so much for our country, serving the armed forces, but then continue to be such great examples of employees and citizens and friends and neighbors. So I want to recognize and thank them all for their service to our country and everything that they continue to do in this community. Also, just want to touch on a couple of items on the agenda. We've got this very exciting opportunity in my mind with the USL, this exclusive letter of intent. So our RDA has, of course, approved that. Looking forward for your approval tonight. I think a great opportunity to bring big-time soccer to this community, but as importantly, view sports-oriented development as a real chance for us to revitalize critical areas of our community. So looking forward to hopefully getting some support from our Common Council on that item and moving forward with that relationship with the USL. Also, just want to appreciate the Equal Rights Commission for the work that they've done on the short-term rental debate. Clearly, we've got a lot of folks in the community that want to express their opinions on this important subject, and so just want to thank the commissioners for the work that they've done there. Without forming an opinion on recommendations, I was just hoping that our council could accept that report without weighing in on XYZ policy. I think we're going to have a healthy debate on ordinances that might be suggested as a result of that and are coming forward from Alder Hinkfist and Alder Presley. But just, these are citizens, right, who have stepped up to lend their time and talents to the city. And so just really want to accept that report in and then move along to the policy debate where I think there's going to be a lot of discussion. And then finally, just wanted to ask again for the council's support on a good number of zoning changes that have been proposed as a result of some really good discussions with stakeholders, with our home builders, with our realtors, with NeighborWorks, Habitat for Humanity, grassroots residents who are looking toward these changes. We've got a housing affordability crisis in the city and state and country. And so just feel like we need to do what we can to ease that burden for our residents. And I think a lot of these zoning changes will do some good there. So hoping that we can move those along. With that, I'll go to council for announcements. Any announcements? All right. Seeing no announcements, we've got a fun one here under recognitions and awards for 2 meetings in a row. This one, though, is for Carrie Yang, who's our community liaison within the mayor's office here. She recently received the Professional of the Year Award from the Hmong, Wisconsin Chamber of Commerce for 2025. recognized for her work in two community roles. One, as I said, within the mayor's office here, but also as the president and co-founder of the nonprofit Hmong Autism Neurodiverse Disability Support. This is a nonprofit that she and her sisters have started and doing some great work within the community. Ms. Yang has been recognized by Madison 365 as one of Wisconsin's 20 most influential Asian American leaders of 2025 as well. So if you could all congratulate her on that achievement. All right, congratulations, Carrie. Next, we've got appointments, just one appointment here. Motion to approve made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that appointment has been confirmed. Next up is ordinance's second reading for adoption. This first one, just wanted to note for our council that I think we really just need to receive and place on file on this item because we have adopted a brand new comprehensive plan. When we were debating this item, it was connected to the previous comp plan. So I think receive and place on file is probably the appropriate motion. Alder Johnson makes that motion, seconded by Alder Presley. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been received and placed on file. Next up is K2. Alder Johnson makes a motion to open the floor. Seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open, and this is for an ordinance rezoning property located at 500 Day Street. So if there's anyone here who would like to speak to that. Yes.
Name, address.
You got it.
Chester McDonald, address 1032 Bay Beach Road, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Here to speak on the issue and give a brief update. We've been working with our partner, Georgia Pacific, on redevelopment of the project. Things are going well. Met with staff, talked to them about coming in under closed auspices to work through opportunities with tenants and nonprofits to continue the development. GP has extended the development agreement with us through June, as some of you were concerned with making sure that the property stays in the control of both of us through the development period. Would like your support in extending the PUD we asked for another 30 days so we can come back and continue to work with you as a partner.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. McDonald? Yeah, Alder Profit.
Could I just briefly ask, it's been held since January. I know you weren't a partner at that time, but since we last held it July and to now, how many times have you met with staff for updates?
Me personally or my
Or just
team?
your team, anyone?
I don't know the exact number.
Okay.
I know it's been several times that we've both toured clients and worked with the city on the site.
Okay, and I know one of the reasons we were holding it was because wanting to deviate that parcel a little bit, but needed some language. Has there been further discussions on if that's still what's intended or desired, or?
Yes, just to be clear on the language on a lot of it, both with our partner in Georgia Pacific clients and then also with the staff on where those lines to be drawn will be. We'd like to bring in the clients that we have to make sure that their needs and the city's needs are both met at the same time. Do it once, do it right, keep moving as fast as we can.
And you think it's feasible to come to the table in the next 30 days with that?
Yes. Those clients have committed to meet in person with both Georgia Pacific and the city. So yes, I think that's a doable plan. I don't want to promise that 30 days, given the holidays, we will have a confirmed agreement, but I believe that it's absolutely enough time to meet with the city and make sure that we're still on the path. And I would like to ask Georgia Pacific to speak for themselves, but that's part of the reason that they extended the agreement with the belief that the finish line is there.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Alder. Any other questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else on this item? Motion to close the floor. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Eck, seconded by Alder Hinkfist. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Entertain
To December 16th.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to hold this item until December 16th.
Yes.
Seconded by Alder Eck. Any discussion on that, Alder Prophet?
Yeah, I'll just say, if we note in our packet, this has been consistently being held since January. I know there's been some development, but given that we just received and placed on file a different piece of this because we had already moved forward with the comp plan change, I'm comfortable moving forward tonight and just motioning to adopt. So I will be voting no on the hold. Because I think we can move forward with this property and come to the table at a later time. We've been holding it since July, and there's been opportunity to deviate that parcel, but I don't think I've seen as significant of a shift as I'd like to. And given that we've already changed our comp plan, I'd like to move forward tonight and just adopt this rezone to match our comp plan.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Johnson.
Yeah, I just want to maybe provide a point of clarification, and that is the initial holds were actually at the request of GP, not at McDonald Companies. And this has really only been the more recent piece of it as he tries to figure out who the possible users will be on the site. And I think we have a good local company here who has a strong reputation working with the city. I think we all agree, and I don't want to put words into your mouth, Chip, but I think we all agree that light industrial use is probably going to be what's going to happen on the north end, but exactly where that line has to come in, I think is what's at question. And this, possible tenant prospect over here would help determine that. And I think it's, when you're rezoning, it's a little different than when you're trying to establish where a parcel line will be. There's much more legal work involved with that. And so that's why I suggest the hold until December 18th, because it gives a little bit more time to kind of flesh that out and make a determination about where that line goes without imposing a D1 zoning restriction that could potentially scare off the prospective tenant that would not be able to function within that D1 zoning code. And just, as a reminder for everyone, it's kind of all or nothing right now, the way that parcel is established. So the D1 would not allow that tenant to operate, but the current zoning code would allow them to operate. So it allows, I think, Mr. McDonald to maybe negotiate a little bit more in good faith around the possible use of that site.
Yeah, Alder Prophet for a second time.
Yeah, I guess I just don't have a solid feeling that in the next 30 days we'll have something in front of us because we still don't have anything in front of us. And as was mentioned, there is holidays coming up. I think there's plenty of opportunity to revisit this, and I think staff has been working and will welcome that conversation. But we've been looking at this since January of last year, or of this year. It's 11 months now. So I'm ready to just adopt tonight.
Anything else? There's a motion on the floor. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. So that item will be held over until December 16th. Next up is the report of the Redevelopment Authority. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder DeLee. Items here to be handled separately. Number one. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of the report signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report is approved with the exception of item 1. Your wishes here. Motion to open the floor made by Alder Johnson.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Alder Hinkfist.
Representative from USFL that wants to.
Very good. All right, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor is open for Mr. Papadakis. There he is. Just your name and address for us.
Justin Papadakis, Deputy CEO of the USL. I live in Tampa, Florida.
Very good.
So just wanted to express our excitement and gratitude about the opportunity to work with the city of Green Bay on professional soccer. We entered 2026. The World Cup is coming to the United States, and the USL is the largest and fastest growing league. And the only league with a full pathway for men and women all the way down to boys and girls. But most importantly, what we're proud of is that we're bringing billions of dollars of economic development to our city partners and providing very economical entertainment options for fans and families within our community. sports is, about what happens on the field, but I think at the USL, it's most important what happens off the field. What's particularly exciting for me is that the opportunity to work with Green Bay is the community that embraces what the USL is all about, and that's building community-driven clubs. You can look on the flag there, and I'd venture to say I think the only city with the team logo, and having a community-driven club that exists around the world in soccer, and the city that embodies that the most in the United States is here in Green Bay. And so for the USL, that is what our mission has been, and is to have the opportunity to do that potentially here in Green Bay is extremely meaningful, and one that we are excited to put time, energy, and money into seeing if we can find the right solution. So on behalf of the USL, I just want to thank the mayor and the council for the opportunity to potentially work with the city, and I think we're excited about the possibility of bringing professional soccer on the men's and women's level here to the city. So thank you.
Thanks so much, sir. And we are equally as excited. I think you might have a couple questions from our council. But before we get to that, just want to say how excited I am about the opportunity. Really appreciate the fact that the USL is interested in working with the city of Green Bay, recognizing what we bring to the table as far as our support for, of course, the Green Bay Packers, but also just have a strong history of support for our gamblers, UWGB, men's and women's, Phoenix basketball programs, and so it's a sports town through and through. So on that side of things, I think we're really well aligned. And then also to your point about the possibilities of sports-oriented economic development, I think that's what's even more interesting and exciting for us, given the track record of the USL and other communities where we're really looking forward to hopefully bringing that to fruition here within Green Bay. So with that, I know Alder Johnson had a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for expressing your interest in Green Bay. And this might be one of the questions that'll probably be answered during your analysis period. You represent the league, right? Your teams within USL, are they privately held?
They are, and so largely locally held.
Mm-hmm.
But what we've, I think, been very successful at is in taking a little bit different approach, where we know that these projects are hard to put stadium districts together. And for cities, what we felt is it's so much better for the league to come to and partner with the city, so that there's a lot of time, effort, and resources spent to look at how to put this together. But having the league at the table that says, if we can figure it out, there's a franchise, there. It's not go try to figure it out and then also go try to acquire a franchise. That is the right way of building professional sports, and one that, again, we've had a lot of success with. But ultimately, yes, sir, to your question, the team will be privately held, and our significant preference would be that it's locally held.
So would part of that exclusivity period be exploring what an ownership group could potentially look like in addition to site selection? And I mean, what other types of things do you typically are you looking to determine during that period of time to find out if this is the right move for your league?
So there are multiple tracks. The first and probably the most important one, and is a threshold matter, can we have a stadium to play in? Professional sports requires a stadium. So again, from a threshold perspective, we have to figure that out and how that's going to be, a location, finance, etc. What happens in parallel is we start having a lot of community conversations about, brand. What do you want this team to represent? What do you want the logos to be? The brand. All of those conversations happen within the community. It's exciting to have those conversations in 2026 because, again, the backdrop of the World Cup will be happening. So we definitely plan, to be here for World Cup watch parties when we can, have soccer fans and non-soccer fans together to talk about what a professional soccer team in Green Bay would mean. And then I think third would be having those conversations with, with investors locally about, what they would want as part of, professional team here. But for us, the two primary areas we spend our time is on the stadium, and then working with, having community listening sessions to talk about what fans and supporters would want in a professional soccer team in their city.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll echo the mayor's sentiment about how excited I think we all are for this. Soccer is an important part of Green Bay's history. Little known fact: Vince Lombardi started the UW Green Bay soccer team.
I didn't know that.
He was vital in the formation, along with Aldo Santaga and Lula Kelsey. So yeah, it's been here for a long time, so it's very exciting to see the prospect. I do have a question. Is there in other teams and cities, is there a relationship with the youth soccer leagues?
It's a great question. One, I think, superpower that soccer has is that we're the only sport with a direct connection between pro and youth. In soccer, we call our teams clubs because there's more than one team within the club, and so the relationship extends not only potentially on the same brand, but again, I think most importantly, our players, unlike I think what's seen as like in minor league sports, those players move around a lot. Every couple of weeks they kind of get traded here or there. Our players are on long-term contracts. They live here. They raise their families here, which is a big part of the reason why they also spend a lot of time with the youth soccer community. And so I think the most important benefits is for those young players. They get to watch them on ESPN or NBC or CBS. But where they learn the most is off the field, how you train, how you recover from injury, how you eat, etc. And so I think having the training located together is another great example for, I have a 2 and 4 year old that they get to be in that environment and get to see, hopefully how professional players, what makes them professional players is all those things I just mentioned. I think that's really the huge benefit. And I think, again, a superpower that soccer has because we have that relationship, with youth soccer.
Thank you so much.
Anything else from council? Yeah, Alder Johnson.
It's a real serious question. Would it be referred to as a soccer club or a football club?
That's a great question, and that's one that the community is going to decide. And so, one, again, I think area that we're really proud of is, and there's so much tradition and history with the Packers, for example, but with something new, the community can really decide, for this sport, what they want that the club to represent, from the name, the brand, and the songs they sing there, the supporters group, all of that is something that the community that's here today will get to decide, and that is always an important question.
Great. Anything else? All right. Thanks again for all your work
Thank
on
you.
this and for your testimony tonight. Anyone else on this item? Who's on the USL exclusive letter? Motion to close the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens.
Said the cheapest.
Any more discussion?
I did, but what I wanted to see.
I think we're working on a mute there. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. And I think we were hoping to maybe do a quick picture, very quick for our audience members, I promise, and then we'll. We're up here. Ah, very good.
Our short people.
Harry Potter.
Totally.
Seems like a lot of people in the front and many back here.
Right.
All right. Well, let's love to speak with her and get her thoughts. You got symmetry? So well.
All right.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Justin, thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. So next up is the report of the Improvement and Services Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Profit and seconded by Alder Eck. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none, all in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved. We've got Green Bay Police Department granting operator licenses. Motion to approve made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Hinkfist. Any thoughts there? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved. Next up is the Equal Rights Commission. So this is for consideration, possible action to accept the advisory report on short-term rental regulation in Green Bay as approved by the Equal Rights Commission on October 27th, 2025. Yes. So I just, for everyone's benefit, was hoping that we could focus all of the short-term rental commentary on this item. I know that there's another one coming up under Plan Commission, but I think it kind of works for the purposes of the council just to kind of have all the public commentary at the same time. So we will do that now with a motion from our council. You made the motion by Alder Eck and seconded by Alder Grant. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay.
Wait, let public comment come up.
Yeah,
I'm muting myself. Just let people talk about this. Don't just
that's
try
what
to push it through.
that's what we're doing, sir.
Okay.
All in favor will say
I just
aye.
want to.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor is open. So we've got a list here. So I'll go through what I have here, but once we exhaust the list of those who have written down their names and addresses, we'll continue to invite comment if others have it. So starting with Steve Carls. A point of order from Alder Hutchison.
We're going to have an open hearing on this in the Plan Commission, and I wonder what value at this point in time to have comments.
Microphone.
Sorry, apologize. There's going to be an open hearing on November 17th on this at the Plan Commission, and I'm wondering why we're going through this exercise of open comment at this point in time when the Plan Commission should be listening to comments that are not, being impacted prior to that open hearing. So I'm wondering the value of this right now because this has to do with this equal rights and report, but I don't know what this common council could do with this report that is more powerful than what the Plan Commission's recommendation is going to do, followed by the common council a week later. So my question is, why are we going to go through this exercise right now?
Yeah, fair question. I mean, I think a lot of it just has to do with precedent of this body. We have not always opened the floor for all items, but a good majority of the time, super majority, 99% of the time probably, this body does open up the floor for public comment. So at least from my perspective, it certainly makes sense when we have this many people gathered to entertain commentary. But as you said, it's on the Equal Rights Commission report, not necessarily the item that's before Plan Commission, although there's a ton of overlap between the two.
Okay.
So we had a vote on that, and Steve Carls is at the podium. If you could just give your address for us, and then we provide for 3 minutes for public comment.
All right. My name is Steve Carls, and I live at 1522 Dolores Street in Green Bay. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak and offer my perspective on the short-term rental question that's before this group and all of the short-term rental owners. I'm a lifelong resident of Green Bay, as is my wife, Sally. We've lived at our present home at 1522 Dolores since 1991. We operate one STR, which is right next door to our home. And so I may be in the minority as far as some of the people who have many STRs. We manage every aspect of our own home, right from the beginning to end, and we have provided a home to grieving families, and we've donated lodging to volunteers who were on their way to North Carolina to the floods last spring. We also provide lodging for families to have softball tournaments in town and the high school tournaments and places like that. A lot of this has to do with the question is about Green Bay Packers games, but we do a lot more than that. We also have a lot of tradespeople that come in and stay for a week at a time while they're in town doing their business. We have contributed thousands of dollars to the city coffers, and sometimes maybe that's overlooked. Our guests have contributed significantly to the local businesses, and our guests also provide revenue to not only Green Bay businesses but the greater county and northeast Wisconsin area. As retirees, Sally and I are retired, and this is an enjoyable and also a way for us to supplement our income in our retirement. And so, what I would like to give you a perspective on is that those items that have been before, as far as increasing the licensing fees and the days that consecutive days would really impact our ability to conduct our short-term rental. And I appreciate your time.
All right, thanks, sir. Any questions? Alder Grant?
Have you had any complaints or disturbances of your short-term rental?
We have not.
Okay, thank you.
That's a very good question. I have not counted, but I would guess that we probably rental nights. Is that what you're talking about? I would guess we're probably in about 60 to 90 days.
Thank you. Just a reminder from council, seek recognition from the chair so I can turn your mic on so everybody can hear you. Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, is the home that you rent out as a short-term rental, is that your primary address as well?
No, it is not.
Oh, okay.
It is. We have our primary address at 1522, and 1516 is right next door, and that is our STR.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up, we have Peter Beyer.
Hello, my name is Peter Bay. I live at 3607 East River Drive in Alloway. I don't own a STR. I work for a company, a gentleman that started one and they acquired a few in town. I'm the handyman, the guest service, the pool guy. I do they have a hot tub each one. I do the hot tubs and all that. It's like it's kind of a job that kind of just came to be, and it's really nice for me. It gives me a chance to work with my dog. It's a fun little add-on, but I just like the guest service. The different people that come in. There's a lot of varied clientele. We get the Green Bay Packers to people having their Kinsera, there's a big range of people that use these facilities, and I know for a personal fact, we go try our hardest to, accommodate the neighbors and keep everything nice. Like, we spend a lot of money on the properties, and we go, we really try hard to. We do understand that some people don't like sometimes there's more guests than we anticipate, and we take care of that immediately. We vet our renters, things like that, and things that get out of hand, we take care of it. And I don't know, it'd be a real disaster for me to lose that opportunity in my life. So just wanted to say that. And there's a lot of families that I personally know that have built businesses based solely on the Airbnb. And me and my boss, that we're starting an Airbnb, a bed bug remittance company, kind of just for, go through these Airbnbs, and keep a low cost alternative, because it's expensive to go through Orkin and all that stuff. So we're just looking to build other businesses based on this. So it'd be a damper on my life if this ended. So that's about it.
Thanks for your testimony, sir. Any questions? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Melissa Peterson.
Melissa Peterson, 1166 Morris Avenue, Green Bay. I own a short-term rental in Green Bay, but I live in Ashwaubenon. I've spoken to a few of you already, and I guess I'm just not agreeing, and I need more info of why you would think that these homes around Lombardi, some of them are brand new, some of them are older. We put a lot of money into these homes. So why we would think that if we kind of did a 7-day rental, I think it would put most of us out of business. And it wouldn't open up affordable housing. My daughter did a online poll and asked people that were staying at Broadway Lofts, which is a low-income apartment complex, and they didn't think that $1,200 a month was affordable housing. So they're having a hard time making it, paying $1,200. They might have 2 kids, and so my question is, what purpose would it serve to take a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, $800,000 home, $500,000 home, and say that maybe if we did the 7-night, it would open up long-term rentals for families? They wouldn't be able to afford it. We as owners would have to charge, not making any money, $3,000 to $4,000 a month just to break even. And to me, that's just not affordable. And I'm hoping we can work on something, other alternatives, incentives. But I know there's a crisis nationwide, and hopefully we can work on it. Thank you.
Any questions? Alder Presley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ma'am? Question from council.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes.
So you mentioned the $500,000+ homes. Do you have any statistics on what percentage of the current short-term rentals are in that bracket?
The ones around Lambeau, probably within let's say Shadow Lane all the way down, all of those, I would think. Some on Oneida, the ones that are pretty close to Lambeau, they would be in that 500. And I also did digging on Realtor.com, and you can see there what the prices of these homes that sold, and even ones that didn't sell. On Zillow, you can see what they estimate the cost to be. And a starting point, most of them that close, are 500 to probably $1 million. So If we gave that to a family, it's just not affordable. So,
Do you have any idea of the ones that are outside of the Lombardi area?
as far as
Just the cost points.
price of their homes,
Yeah.
no, but I'm sure if it's a short-term rental, like a lot of people said, we've put a lot of money into them to make them look nice, to make people want to come and stay. So I would think that they would be, 300-400 and up if it's a smaller home away from Lombardi or Lambeau Field.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Next is Ben DeBaker.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Ben DeBaker. I live at 901 South Oakland Avenue. I am a short-term owner, and also a member of the newly formed Green Bay STR Alliance. I'll cover some of the STR Alliance's approach to a path forward, a smarter collaborative solution. The study that was presented indicates that STRs have unbridled growth, insinuating that there's a boom lurking in the future. The market is already self-correcting. Permits have dropped 11% post-NFL draft and demand has normalized. Proof the system is naturally balancing itself. Smart homeowners know to gauge the market before attempting to get into rental properties. If the market isn't there to support it, they won't pursue it, or they will change their approach naturally. Regulation is not needed to drive good decisions by rental owners or the market. The 7-night, 180-day proposal is a blunt tool with severe consequences that are unintended, I imagine. Fewer jobs, less tax revenue, and lower tourism. Fox 11 did a story highlighting missed revenue from STRs prior to better regulations and enforcement at the infancy of STR housing model. Governing entities were miffed over missing $46,000 worth of fees. Much more will be lost in hotel revenue, taxes, wages for the very people you're trying to help with this ordinance. Instead, support a fee-based reform that funds housing programs while strengthening enforcement capacity. Some options include divert a percentage of the STR fees or taxes to affordable housing initiatives, or increase enforcement and education within the STR industry. Focus on alternative approaches, such as the Affordable Housing Initiative that JBS is trying to do. They have a lack of affordable housing, and they have worked with the city to start providing that affordable housing they needed, not through regulation. Responsible operators are already doing the right things. Let's make those standards citywide. Now is not the time to restrict STRs out of existence. It's time to work together, preserve jobs, strengthen housing, and make Green Bay a model for smart, balanced policy. Thank you for your time and consideration, and the rest of the STR Alliance looks forward to ongoing collaboration to create a tailored plan that addresses the issues of our Green Bay community. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Hutchison?
Thank you for your testimony, and I really like the alternatives you're discussing, and I think that's what's worthy of this discussion now. One question I have, and I've heard it a couple times already, the 6-day, 6-night is going to be a disastrous to this, and it's hard for me to understand. I'm not in the business, okay. But if I have a normally, let's just focus around the stadium where it's really focused around the football, when it's being played. So that's part of the year. Okay. So the 180 days is probably not that big a deal. I'm just speaking out loud, and you can nod and say no, but the 7-day issue, why is that going to be hurtful if you can just take that 2-day revenue, spread it over 7 days, knowing that people will just rent it for 2 days? Is there something that will not allow you to do that? You know what I'm saying? I don't see how that's so negative, and I just want an answer for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I can address that. So yes, most of the time for Packer games, it's 2 days out of the weekend, right? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, whatever. It might be 3. That's not what everybody's model is. Not everybody is just solely focusing on the Packers. It's a bonus, but it is not what sustains the STRs. Yes, you could block out the remaining 4 days if you had a 3-day rental and then resume trying to rent the next time. However, there's many of us that this is full time. It's not seasonal. And to make our model work, we rent out as much as possible. Some of us are at 70 to 80% of available days rented out. And that's how we stay afloat.
Okay. Thank you. You answered that well. Thank you very
And
much.
majority of the time, it is 1, 2, and 3 day rentals. Seldom is it a week.
Okay, gotcha.
Presley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When did you get into the short-term rental biz?
I recently got into it in June
Of this year. Okay, gotcha. What inspired you to do that post-draft?
Well, I am a person that just went through a divorce and lost my house, half my income, and I had to find a way to get back on my feet. I purchased a place that I would be able to live in and rent out portions of the unit and supplement my income so I could make myself whole again. So that was the impetus for getting into this.
One more question. If you were to do a long-term rental in the units that are part of the house you live in, would that be not enough to supplement your income? Is there a particular reason why it was short-term for you and not long-term?
Short-term, well, one, the place I have does not have a lot of storage, and having long-term rentals would require to share a lot more storage area. And the other reasons would be I take pride in my rentals. I went through several homes to arrive at purchasing this one, and they were frankly trashed, every single one of them, by the occupants that were currently in them. And I want my places to stay in good condition, and long-term rentals do not allow that. You are restarting every time you lose a renter. That was one of the main reasons. I know it's not everybody, but it is a lot of them. There are simply long-term rentals don't care. So that is the reason for my choice.
Thank you for your testimony, Aaron. Thanks for coming to the ERC meeting as well. Appreciate seeing you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Alder Grant?
Have you had any issues or complaints of your property?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Next is Larry Kasimba.
Larry Kachemba, 1461 Biemeret. It's pronounced Beamer or by merit, however you want to pronounce it. I've owned that home since probably 8 years. I've had it a short term, and if you want to call it a longer term, I had a company that was from California that was doing a project here in Green Bay. They were in it for 3 months. 90% of my property, 90% of the time the property is rented out is short term, and that's less than 7 days. It's normally 2 to 3 days. Unless it was like the draft, you had like 4 days. If it's a state dart tournament, you might get a week. It just depends. But having a 7-day requirement, that would be kind of hard on a lot of the rentals that I have. As far as complaints, no complaints. They love it. My background is city management, economic development. I always looked at the phrase of every new dollar that comes into your town, it turns 7 times. New money. And that's what economic development is, bringing in new money to your community. I just had a recent rental. The people this past weekend, it was 8 of them. One was from Bulgaria, one was from California, 2 were from Chicago, and a couple other ones from other states. That's just this one rental. That's all new money that came in to the town. And that's what kind of troubles me, is that why would you want to, if you put the restrictions on STR in Green Bay, they're going to go somewhere else. They'll go to Appleton, they'll go to some other neighboring city and just drive in. So they're getting your money that normally we spend here in Green Bay. Just had tonight a soccer team possibly coming to Green Bay. When you think where do you think the fans are going to come to? They want to stay in Green Bay if they can, close to where the stadium's going to be at. I would think you'd want to make it easier or work with the STR rather than put more restrictions on them. Economic development is very important, and it depends on how the city wants to go. But I would strongly recommend that let's work together as a team to make this best for everybody. There's always a few bad apples in any bunch. If there's some bad apples, address them. That's what you have ordinances for. If there's problems of health issues and stuff like that, give them a fine. They can't rent it out anymore. But don't penalize the whole group. Work together. I'm open to any questions.
Alder Eck.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned the 7-day minimum, that one being a problem. What about the 180 days?
Are you talking 180 days cumulative or consecutive?
Well, I know in the report it said consecutive, but just in general.
I would hope that you would go as a cumulative, because you got to look at it. The draft was in April. Football season started in September, August. Playoffs, you're in January. Now you tell me how you're going to decide that what score your 180 is going to be at, because you're going to miss something. And you're then playing a guessing game. I think it's best if you go and say accumulative rather than consecutive.
But do you rent out more than 180 days in a
No,
year?
ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Alder Presley?
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Is the unit that you rent out, is that your full-time address?
No, I live in Texas. I would live here all the time, but my wife says it's too cold. When she controls it, I think it's too hot in Texas, but she says it's too cold up here. So I have to go with her, but I love coming up here as much as I can.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from council? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I want to again thank you for your time and for the sometimes thankless position, but thank you for everything you do for the city of Green Bay. Thanks.
Next up, we've got, looks like maybe Aaron Kraus on Ridge.
Yes, hello. My name's Aaron Kraus, 1705 South Ridge Road. I was hoping there'd be some more people that came up here before me that were more prepared. I just found about this about 2 days ago. Haven't heard anybody that's in my situation. So since you tell you what, as an operator, what my house is, it's more of a second home than it is an Airbnb. And the last 3 years, I've spent more time in Wisconsin than I have in California. And I'm a permanent resident of California. Now, for an operator like me and my family, if you were to put those type of restrictions on where we weren't able to do it, it wouldn't open the house up as a rental, a sale, we would just end up paying a mortgage on it. By being allowed to Airbnb, it helps us offset the mortgage, where some years we don't have to pay the mortgage. Some years we do. It depends on how many rentals there are. I mean, to be honest, this is the first year I've ever rented out every game. As a Packer fan, I mean, one of the reasons I bought it, both my parents live back here, born here, whole bunch of family back here. And, being born and all the family living back here, I was forced to be a Packer fan. And as a Packer fan, I've actually been to every stadium in the NFL to see the Packers play. And Green Bay offers something very unique that other stadiums do not have. There are some stadiums that nobody comes close. But there are some stadiums where you can find some residential people that Airbnb it where it's close enough to walk to the stadium. Went to Pittsburgh this year. There's some condos downtown that you can rent. Arlington, it's kind of close to a residential neighborhood, but only in Green Bay does it butt up to houses. Allowing us to rent our houses out as Airbnbs, a lot of people, like the guy right before me was saying, they come in with groups. They don't want to stay in a hotel, 4 or 5 rooms with 5, 6, 10, 12 people. They want to be by the stadium. Allowing us to actually do this helps the Packers, helps the city, keeps everybody right in town, walking right to the field. No traffic. Everybody's walking. Another thing is, like with that 7-day thing, is there a carve out that can be done for Packers games? Because nobody rents out for 7 days for a Packers game. Like something maybe just for Lambeau Field events. Like the soccer games come through here. Badgers are playing here next year. Something like that would still allow somebody like me to rent it because I don't have the 7 days. But I rent 30 days a year, 40 max. Packers games and like he said, the state dart tournament.
Great.
All right.
3
Anybody
minutes
has any questions?
is up, but any questions? All right. Alder Ingves.
So the 180 days isn't a concern for you. It's more the concern for the 7-day requirement.
I would never hit 180 days. I spent 180 days in that house.
Good.
Probably more.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Next up is Chris Taglin.
Hi, Mayor. Chris Battaglia, 3052 Crusade Lane, Green Bay, Wisconsin. My situation's a little unique too, as I'm sure a lot of people's are, but right now I'm currently an owner-occupier of a short-term rental. So what I read from the proposal, I don't think the 7-day minimum would affect me or the 180 days. I do have questions about the permitting fee, if that affects everyone or just investors. But either way, if I wanted to turn my place eventually into a full-term, short-term rental, or we have, testimony from Steve or a lot of families, that equal rights report, if I read it correctly, 87% of the short-term rentals in Green Bay right now are owned by people who only own one property. And a lot of those are just people who live around town. They use it for supplemental income. And I know maybe the 180-day rule wouldn't affect a lot of people, but I know the 7-day rule would. A big thing that I think we have to consider too is if we do have something like a Monday night game followed by a Sunday night game, or a Sunday night game followed by a Thursday night game, if those were consecutive and in town, I think that would affect a lot of people. I know I don't think any of us would have a problem about doing a 3-strike rule for any violations about noise to keep our neighborhoods, safe. And then for any affordability issues, we don't have everyone here, but I think we have a good sample size. I'd like to poll everyone to see if they were to sell their house today, would they be able to sell it for under $200,000, $250,000, or even $300,000? So if I could get the permission from the council to do that too, that'd be great. But that's all I have.
Thanks. Any questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Next is Ross Mollett.
Thank you. Yep, Ross Mollett, and I live at 323 Windward Road in Green Bay. And I wanted to start by saying thank you for allowing us to speak. And I just, I really appreciate it. I actually had a call with my alderman, which I was really surprised that he answered the phone today. And we talked for 15 minutes. Well, and that was really pleasant. And it was a good indication that I think there is a willingness to listen and have conversation. So I'll jump right in. Well, one thing I thought was really fitting was the USL beginning of this meeting. What an interesting thing that we were all sitting here celebrating an event-based new relationship for the city, a sports-based relationship for the city that will bring in fans from all over. And here we are talking about ways to support and host those fans. So I think what we all can agree from the proposal, which I do appreciate it. I appreciate you saying that there was a lot of work that went into that. Common sense regulation, safe neighborhoods, cohesive communities, and a thriving local economy. I think we can all agree on those things. The one thing that I think you're hearing a lot of disagreement on is the restriction that could put operators out of business. And I specifically look at that restriction of the 6-night minimum that was proposed in the amendment as something that would put us out of business in this kind of like game day economy that we're seeing. I personally wouldn't be affected by the 180 days. We rent for 12 to 14 weekends out of the entire year. And the rest of the time, we actually do rent month to month, and it's still short term, maybe in week to week. But we've housed travel nurses. We've housed students that were here on internships. We've housed displaced families who their house burned down and they needed a place to stay. We've housed family members that were coming to visit other family members that were in the hospital during treatment. So the only way that we'd be able to do that for those other families is by having the premium rentals that we do for those 12 nights based on event-based economies, like the Packer game and USL or WIAA, any type of event like that. So I just think 3 quick points is just the neighborhood concerns. Those are things that we can hopefully regulate through nuisance enforcement. I love the idea of 3 strikes are out. I think all of us as responsible renters or as responsible operators are actually maintaining the property really well and actually really keep a high standard for our guests there. So I've had, for all the rentals that we've had nothing. I have 34 reviews, all with 5 stars. We've never had any issues. I think that we can handle nuisance behavior in different ways than cutting out our ability to rent it for weekends. I just want to say I really appreciate the time, and I'm really mostly opposed to that 6-night minimum.
Thanks for your testimony, sir. Any questions? All right. Thanks again. Next, I think we maybe want to go online and see if anyone would like to speak. Yeah, we've got 2 people with their hand raised. If you just want to state your name and address, you have 3 minutes to address the council.
Maybe I'll go first. Lathan Martinez, 1131 Shadow Lane. I actually live in California, bought a house right across from Lambeau when I made a little bit of money because I'm a diehard Packer fan. So something that nobody said, and I would like to say it, is go Pack go. And if you guys decide to have a 7-night minimum, my house will sit there empty, will then end up being probably not as nice as it is. It will end up being run down because the only way that I'm able to keep my house nice is through the little bit of money that I make from Airbnb it or, VRBO or short-term rentaling, the only reason that people go to Green Bay is to watch the Packers play. And they only do it for 3 days a week, 9 days or 9 weekends a year. If there's a 7-night minimum, you will ruin those homes on Shadow Lane. And I'm okay having a home that isn't great next to Lambeau Field because it's my home. I would hope that people who live there don't want that. It will be my life's mission to put a sign up that says something about you guys not letting us rent these homes for 3 days. It's stupid. It literally is illogical. Like, politics has become so illogical in a small town like Green Bay. Just be logical. If you want to make the minimum 3 days, we're okay with that, because then we can put it on Airbnb. Then we can put it on VRBO. Someone asked earlier, and I don't know what council member asked it, but why wouldn't you just rent it for 7 days, but only have them pay for 2 days? Because they won't let you. You can't do it. And so I would ask that council member to look in the mirror and say, hey, make it 3 days, make it 2 days, make it 1 day. I don't know. The 180 days, we don't care about, because we're not running these homes for 180 days. Let's just be logical. You guys all can look at politics right now and understand that we're not logical. We are being illogical. Let's be logical with what we're doing. And I can tell that people are smiling and laughing. And I would hope that if you are smiling and laughing, speak up, because it's just not logical. The other thing I would say is, when was the last time this many people showed up to a city council meeting?
All right,
in
time's
Green
up,
Bay?
sir. Any questions
Wait,
for our guests?
answer that question. Answer that question. Answer that question.
Alder Prophet has a
When was the
question for
last
you.
time?
Alder Prophet has a
Okay.
question for you.
Couple months ago, actually, but appreciate you zooming in from California, so I don't know that you would necessarily know that. Anyway, could you clarify the address that you are referencing on, I believe it was Shadow Lane, right?
Yeah, 1131 Shadow Lane.
Okay.
I bought it with my first money. I literally love the Packers, and that's the only reason I bought the house.
That is
And
fabulous. I do as well. Clarification, how long have you been Airbnb-ing it?
it's been about 3 years now.
And have you been
Yeah, 3
permitted
years.
with the city?
Yeah, I'm permitted with the city. Yep.
Did you renew in July?
I've renewed every time that I needed to. So yes, I have a license with the city.
So just clarifying, you renewed in July of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. We might have to be in touch after because you're not on my list, but thank you for zooming in tonight.
Okay. Thank you guys too.
Alder Hutchison has a question.
I'm Alder Hutchison. I asked that question about 2 versus 6, getting, spreading it out. So sorry if I was wrong. I was just looking for information. That's what we're doing at this point in time. We don't know the answers when we ask a question. And I just want to push back on your comment about the only reason people come to Green Bay is the Packers. A lot of people come for the Packers, but there are short-term rentals across the city that are doing business all year long, because there's a lot of reasons to come to Green Bay. So please don't have it in your head that the only reason to come is the Green Bay Packers. It's a great reason, but it's not the only one. I'm pushing back on that just a little bit. Thank you.
You are very correct. I shouldn't have said that. There is a lot of reasons to go to Green Bay. The only reason that I have went there is for the Packers. And the 2 day, I would just say, have it be a 3 day or 2 day minimum, because then we all can still rent these houses out, and the houses will be nice. We don't want bad homes across from Lambeau. We want nice homes. So anyway, I'm sorry that I said that. Green Bay is great, and I will come there for something else.
Okay.
Now that you said that.
Okay, good. Great. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Alder Presley.
I just wanted to ask sort of a similar question. Have you been to Green Bay's downtown when you come visit? Have you been to Bay Beach? Any of the other, the wildlife sanctuary?
So took my son to his first game when he was 2, and I went to the train museum, and it was amazing. And I have been to downtown. But my main reason behind buying my home was to support the Packers. And, so I hope to see more, but those are the reasons. And my son actually liked the train museum more than he liked the Packer game. So I was a little disappointed about that, but yes, I've been to other places.
Okay. Well, next time you're in Green Bay, call me up. I'll take you to Bay Beach. It's lovely. It's in my district. Appreciate your testimony.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate you too.
All right. Thanks for your testimony, sir. Is there another person online who'd like to speak?
Hi, I'll speak if I can.
Yeah, go ahead. Just state your name and address.
My name's Keith McLeod. Address is 1746 Carroll Avenue. My wife and I moved to Green Bay. She was working in West Appear. I was working out of Green Bay as well. And her father came down ill and had a short 3 to 5 year expectancy. We wanted to be closer to him. Unfortunately, he passed away much, much sooner than that. And roughly shortly after that, my wife got a job in Neenah, and my work was flexible enough that I could work out of Neenah as well. So we realized that we had the means to buy our home in Neenah and still keep the house we have, to just help start our lives together. And that's what we've done. So we take a lot of pride in the house. We fixed it up. We maintain a great relationship with our neighbors. We are definitely not a big investor that's making thousands and thousands of dollars on these. And what I get most out of the Airbnb is the amount of people that come in not from Green Bay. Family events, family reunions, class reunions, weddings. We just had one over the weekend. It was a baby shower. And they left us a personal note that said, "Thanks for letting us make memories here." So to me, I think, and I don't want to speak for everyone that owns a home that does a short-term rental, but I think there's a lot of them that is a big portion of this, is that it is allowing people to come in and see Green Bay that wouldn't have the opportunity otherwise, or maybe don't want to be in a hotel. The other question that was brought up about dispersing the rental over 7 days, on Airbnb, what happens is you're going to search Thursday to Sunday or Friday to Sunday. They're not searching Monday to Sunday. So if they're not searching that, they'll never see your house. And that's what will also deter them from being able to rent your house. And I don't think anyone wants to skirt around the rules and game the system to make it work. We just want to be able to work together to come to a good agreement that we can make it good for the people that do own these homes. And maybe that's capping the number of licenses that can rent it out, so it doesn't exceed a certain amount, similar to how a liquor license would work. But it's something that we can all come together. It's something, yes, honey, hold on, I'm sorry. Sorry, I apologize. But something we can come and work together to make it good for the city to accomplish what they want without hurting the people that are not big investors. I don't live in California. I don't live in Texas. I don't live in New York. I check on my house every couple of weeks. I go there and shovel the snow. I cut the grass, and I maintain it because I take pride in it. And I would assume that a lot of the people that own these homes are in the same boat that I am. It's not to get rich. It's just to help give your family a better life. So I appreciate you guys letting me speak and for hearing us all out.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Anyone else online?
James
I
is
like the
here, if I could.
opportunity.
Okay, we'll do one more online and then go back to the room.
James Albright here. My address is 2107 Alloway Ave. I'm just actually, I I don't have a strong position either way. I'm just trying to reconcile the most recent Green Bay City housing study versus what the actual kind of goal here is for the restrictions on short term. In the study, if you search for the two words low priority, the only time they show up is in relation to affordable housing. So, and let me just read it to you really quick here. A benefit to Green Bay's older housing stock is that it provides naturally occurring affordable housing. For this reason, ownership affordability is considered a low priority. Of greater issue, the quality, desirability of homes and the barriers to homeownership, such as lack of down payment, credit history, and low income levels, is more important. So, is the city of Green Bay saying we need more affordable housing, or I guess what's the goal with these restrictions?
Sir, we invite testimony, but we don't answer questions from residents like that.
Oh, okay. Could you clarify what the goal is? If you can't answer questions, that's fine. I'll call my alderman, but I just think it's interesting that this study explicitly said it's a low priority, and here we are trying to put restrictions on short-term rentals to provide more of what the low priority is.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. Thanks for your testimony. Alder Presley.
Sorry, thank you for your testimony. Can you just repeat the address of your short-term rental?
I don't personally own a short-term rental.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
All right, and we'll go back to the room. We don't have a list for anyone else who'd like to speak, but if you'd like to, just maybe form a line or step up right up to the podium and give your name and address, and we'll get going.
Tyler Leroy, 3184 Morningwoods Court in Green Bay. So first off, I'm Tyler Leroy, CEO of Wisconsin Getaways. I'm also a proud member of the Green Bay STR Alliance leadership team. So as a whole, Ben spoke tonight. I thought he did a great job. The reality is we want to work with you guys on an ordinance. We are full support of getting rid of bad actors and contributing towards how to help with affordable housing. But where we strongly stand as a united front is we do not support restrictions in any front, even the 180 days. I want to share a little different perspective. So I own and manage luxury vacation rental properties, very high end. Our audience is not necessarily Green Bay Packer fans. Our best customer is grandma. Almost every weekend and weekday, it's grandma staying at our property. I have 7 full-time team members, and I contribute literally millions of dollars to the city of Green Bay, millions, with our properties. Every one of them is booked more than 180 days a year. I've never once had a noise complaint. And I want to explain, I have 19 properties in high-end luxury, what I do to prevent that, because I have strong relationships with every single neighbor at my properties. And it starts with communication. So what I do is I go to every single property that I manage or own, and I meet the neighbors prior to even starting, letting them know what we're going to do and open up the communication. Obviously, there's always apprehension up first. It's a new unknown. I build credibility. I've hosted 10,000 guests, and I've never once had a police call. And I'm in affluent areas, and I give to the community. I have security cameras on my parking lot and every entrance to the house. I have even noise monitors outside just to play it safe. It gives me 24/7 readings of decibels outside and sends me an automatic alert to my phone and the guest communication if there's ever a decibel level increase above our threshold. You can put together best practices to get rid of bad actors. Just want to iterate again. We stand together as United Front. We want to be a part of this ordinance. So far, we haven't been, talked with as far as, our viewpoints on this before the ERC report came out. And we really want to be involved moving forward. Any kind of restriction, what it does It only eliminates responsible hosts, the ones that are the most successful and contributing the most to the city. And more importantly, our cleaners and my team members that depend on these jobs. What I suggest, I'm in a lot of municipalities in transparency. Some things that can work moving forward that I do really recommend. I get the idea with the place cards in the front of the houses. More importantly, the neighbors need to have the phone number who they need to call in their house. I will gladly pay part of my permit fees for letters to go out to every single neighbor on the communication process if there's ever a concern. And it starts with one calling the local contact that is held accountable to be there in 30 minutes. Be honest, I've had to be there. I've done it. And that's how I build credibility. 2 is a non-emergency police line. 3rd is raising it to city escalation. And it needs to be in that order and not in reverse. And until you guys work on a good defined process, that's exactly what's happening. And that's why we're here today.
Sir, your 3 minutes have expired, so we've got to go to questions from council. Alder Presley.
Thank you for your testimony. 2 questions for you. First, you said you own 19 properties. Are those
No,
all
I'm a management company too, so I partner. I manage.
Oh, okay. So you own just one property then, or is it?
I own outright one myself. Correct.
Got it. Okay. And then the other question is, so with there's 2 parts of the Equal Rights Commission report that I know that folks have an issue with, which is the 180 days and the 7-day minimum. The rest of that report, that seems like it sort of aligns with what you were saying. Is there any
Even
other issue?
more than I would even help to strengthen it. So yes, we're in full support of the 3 strikes. We want bad actors out because that's how we're only going to be able to thrive long term. Is we got to get the bad actors out together.
Do you have any specific things for how you strengthen what was recommended?
Yeah. So the 3 strikes, I like it. I think it needs to be a little bit more progressive. So first strike, maybe it requires a corrective action plan and a very hefty fine. Strike 2, I would force them to put a noise monitor and security cameras on their property if they want to have their license. So again, I have been exposed to a lot of municipalities, and we want to work together to help you guys here.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Alderick.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming and sharing all this information. I think it's very helpful. Do you have any concerns about the 3 strikes becoming kind of a retaliatory measure that maybe the neighbors around might try to use against them to get rid of them?
That's why I think that letter needs to go out to the neighbors. If they show proof that they tried calling that emergency contact and there was not a response in 30 minutes, that's a strike. And I firmly stand behind that. Like, we need a 30-minute response time to live in these communities. So it does have to have a few things rolled up together, and I think there does need to be some checks and balances so that there isn't retaliatory. It needs to be well thought out.
Thank you. I think that you'd be a great resource to talk about this with and ways to improve the system that we have.
Yeah, we would love to help.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Melissa Miller. Address is 3113 School Lane, Green Bay, Wisconsin. I'm coming here tonight. I do work with Tyler, who's very compassionate about this industry. I've lived here for 30 years myself, went to UWGB, never left the area because I loved it. Worked as a general manager in the Green Bay area in the hotel industry before taking on the short-term rental industry. Made the decision to switch because this path, working for the short-term rentals, allowed me to better support my family, to better support my health issues that I've been enduring, and it also gives me the time to work with the community, and specifically I foster animals and help the Humane Society. In this work, I have found that it's not just a job, but it's a purpose. The short-term rental guests that we have in Green Bay are different from hotel guests. When I managed the hotels, many of the visitors came out of necessity for business, events, quick stopovers, and most of the spending they would do on site in the restaurants. People who come to stay at the short-term rental places are coming to experience Green Bay and Green Bay itself and everything that it has to offer. They want to experience our neighborhoods, our restaurants, our shops, our culture. They want to know the people of Green Bay. They stay longer, they spend more, they connect more deeply with our community. And because they've had that great experience, they want to come back year after year and try this other place we suggested or another recommended place. The proposed restrictions would take away many things for the people who work for the short-term industries. So not just from visitors, but it would take away income from housekeepers, maintenance crews, concierge services, landscapers, cleaners, small businesses who depend on the people coming in and using these services. For many of us, working in the short-term industry is how we pay our rent. It's how we pay for our groceries. It's how we pay for our health care. It is our livelihood. I understand the need for rules and accountabilities. We all do. But I ask that you don't punish the responsible hosts and managers who have been doing things the right way, and allow the hardworking people who support these properties to keep doing this kind of work. And we're all a part of the community. We all love Green Bay, and we all want to continue maintaining and contributing to the community.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kevin Ray. We have a short-term rental at 628 South Monroe, Unit 7. My wife and I live in Little Swamico. I just want to focus in on the small business part of this. When the other gentleman said over 80% of property owners have one property that they short-term rental. Those are households, those are families. They're either doing an extra room, some extra space they have, and they're not getting rich. They're just trying to pay their bills. As an example for us and how these restrictions would impact us, last year we had 160 days rented out, non-consecutive, with an average of 3.7 days per stay. Overall, we've had 82 stays over the last 2 years, all 5-star. We have had 0 complaints from anybody at any point. We rent out a small basement unit in a 7-unit building. There's 6 large 2-bedroom apartments above. This extra income gives us money to maintain that property. It's over 100 years old. We just had a major stucco repair for $5,000. We need to do the parking lot. It's a lot of maintenance that goes into it. If we did not have our one short-term unit rental, we would not be profitable, and we could not maintain the building and make a nice environment for our people. It also helps keep rents down for our long-term rentals. And we're anywhere from $1,000 to $1,350, and these units are large. They're over 1,300 square feet. So I think we bring a lot to the community. Looking at the 7-day minimum rentals, I think the net effect of that would be less overall rentals and less overall revenue for the city and for the property owners. Yes, ma'am.
Question from Alder Prophet.
Do you currently have the city's short-term permit?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Where do you post the information? So it was mentioned that contact number needs to be readily accessible for neighbors. I'm just thinking about what you described with a basement unit. If a neighbor walking by hears, I don't know, screaming, let's say from the basement, and wants to be able to call that number, where is that posted?
Every resident has my cell phone number.
Okay. So you don't post the permit from the city?
We have it posted, but it's kind of, you enter from the back of the building, so it's not in a place that's extremely visible.
Okay.
But the important thing is everybody has our cell phone number, our email address. We are very responsive to any guest concerns, and we've had 0 from the short-term rental.
And all the other rental units in that building are long-term rentals?
Correct.
Okay.
Annual leases.
Anything else? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Skog. I live at 2520 Sage Drive in the city of Green Bay. My friends call me Rick, so you can either call me John or Rick. I might be the oldest person in the room. It looks like it. I've been around for 69 years. I've gone through a lot of real estate markets. I grew up in a real estate family. I myself had a full career in real estate. I'm now retired. But I've seen a lot of things, and they're all different. All these markets are different. When I entered the market around 1981, the interest rate on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage was 18%. Nobody was buying homes. So things change, markets correct, and things will get better. This market will get better. It just sometimes takes time. I understand the problem we're having, but it will correct someday, and we'll be back to a good market. I just want to say that I have 6 units on Finger Road, and they're busy all year long. February, March, slower, but there's definitely more going on in Green Bay than the Green Bay Packers. We have fishing tournaments. People love my driveways. They park their rigs there. They come in, there's 5 people in the home. They have a great weekend fishing, okay? So there's all sorts of things happening in this town, and it's a blast to be a host of a short-term rental. I'm having a great time. My occupancy rate is somewhere between 60 and 70%. So I'm over the 180, okay? I will tell you this from my perspective. I can't speak for everyone here, but I think the proposal is an industry killer for our market. I firmly believe it. My properties go back on the market as traditional month-to-month or year-long leases. They're not going to fix the problem. They're not the price point for low-income renters or buyers. They're just going to get wasted from this. I get all sorts of guests. I'm located near the hospital, Aurora Baycare, so I'm getting people coming in that aren't doing well at all, and families are coming to support their loved ones who are dying. I have fertility people coming in, starting life. I had a gay couple from Germany come to watch the birth of their child from a surrogate mother, and then spend a week here learning how to raise a baby. And it was the most heartwarming thing you could ever watch. So lots of different things are happening, and I'm glad to be a part of it. So I will also go back to the Packers. If it weren't for the Green Bay Packers, I wouldn't be in the business. I wouldn't be in this business. They saved my business, having the Green Bay Packers here. That's what makes it worth my while. The rest of the year, although I'm busy, these things are not cheap to run. Overhead is high. We're providing all sorts of things, supplies, lawn care, snow removal. Insurance is high. Supplies. We make it a great environment for people to stay in, and that costs money. The Packers save us.
Sir, your time's expired.
Okay.
Any questions though from council? I think first Alder Prophet, then Presley.
Thank you. I don't know whether to call you John or Rick. I feel like there's a story there, and I want to connect with you later to find out what that is.
Let's be friends.
All right, Rick. Right, that's what you said the friends call you. So I just want to ask a question based on just some verbiage you used. You mentioned those, and they're duplexes, which I think are very popular in our community for a long-term rental, but you used the phrase go back on the market. So were you ever a long-term renter of those units, or when you...
Yeah, I've had two of the duplexes I've had since about 2000, the year 2000. The other duplex I have, which is just a couple doors down, I've had for 3 years.
Okay. Can you talk me through maybe what shifted, what made you go to that model of short-term rental? Just out of curiosity.
Well, anyone who has a 12-month rental, an annual lease, as a landlord, you have a tendency to take your eye off of it because they're just there. They pay rent every month. They pay their own utilities. And you just have this tendency to just look the other way. It's just natural. In a short-term rental, your eyes are on it all the time. Your hands are on it all the time. My units are everything's new. All the appliances are new, utilities are new, furnaces, air conditioners, because you have to do it in order to attract the short-term rental customer or guest. So I think my asset is much more well taken care of being a short-term rental.
Okay, thank you. That answers that.
Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So having done both, is the short-term rental, is that increased revenue for you?
Yes.
Are they comparable?
Yeah, no, it's better being a short-term rental.
Okay, gotcha. And so you had long-term tenants before.
Yes.
When you switched to short-term rental, what happened to them?
Well, like I said, what happened to what? To me or to the
No,
rental?
to the long-term tenants that you had there.
Oh, people transition. I don't know. You know, every case was different. I have 4 of them for a long time, 4 units, 2 in each duplex, and then most recently, wait for opportunities for people to move and make choices and go somewhere else. And it wasn't really a situation where I kicked people out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just out of curiosity, how did you get a whole city block of houses?
Well, I'm 69 years old. I worked hard.
Okay. Did you get them one by one or just?
I used to own Realty Executives, which is now Coldwell Banker, the building on the corner in the I-43 Business Center. I ran a company there for approximately 16 years, and so these were a stone's throw from there.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. John Shelton, 1045 Webster Avenue, and I'm an equal rights commissioner. Can we just agree that honestly, if the Packers don't play better than they did last night, there may be no more STRs on the West Side anytime future. I mean, it's serious. Like, that was pretty much unwatchable. It's a rough game. I was on the Equal Rights Commission when this came through, and I was proud to vote for it. And I want to explain to you why. I want to just read something. This is from a press release that was issued by the city about community land trust, which, by the way, is a great idea. According to the city's 2020 housing market study, Green Bay needs between 3,314 and 7,441 new rental units and between 4,052 and 9,098 owner-occupied units by 2040 to meet demand, with median home prices reaching $285,000 and rising 14% in the past year. Many essential workers and moderate income families are being priced out of homeownership. Okay, now we've heard from a lot of folks who are STR owners, operators. Some of them live in the city, some of them don't. Totally understand that people have business opportunities, right? This is America. That's a right that we all have. And I think everybody up here, I believe that everybody who's testified today is a good person. But you know who else are good people? Those 3,000 to 4,000 people that won't be able to afford housing in the next few years. And I understand that this isn't a magic bullet. This isn't a quick fix. But as a city, we are going to have to address the housing issue from every single angle if we are going to make this a place where people can actually afford to live. And the number of STRs has doubled in just the past couple of years, irrespective of what happened with the draft. And what happens is, we've heard this in pretty much every conversation we've had in the city about housing, that at the higher end, when housing is more available to folks, it trickles down. You're not going to hear me talk about trickle-down economics that much, as not a Republican. But the affordability trickles down. And this is a conversation that we absolutely need to have. We need to do a lot of things, but we need common sense regulations on STRs in the city. It's going to happen at some point, because housing is the biggest issue that our political class in this country is not paying attention to at the national and state level. We need to do stuff at the state level, and we need to think about common sense regulations. Whatever happens here today, I am so glad that this conversation is happening, because this is exactly the conversation that needs to be happening right now. So thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. As the speaker asked, what is the goal of these regulations then? Is your goal to push these people out and sell the homes?
I would say that the goal is, yes, to have to make affordability for our residents here at the front and center of our city.
Okay, so you'd rather jeopardize their income, their livelihood for someone else's?
It's not about jeopardizing anyone. It's about prioritizing the people who live in our city. It's great that we have so many visitors come to our city, but we also need to be thinking about how we prioritize the people who live here and need to be able to afford housing right here in Green Bay.
Okay, because what I also heard wasn't just the people owning the units, but the people who clean them, who do the upkeep, the maintenance, those are their jobs. And if they didn't have this, they wouldn't necessarily have the flexibility that they needed and all those things that were stated. So I think it goes beyond just ownership, but the people that it affects also.
Well, it also affects the people who live in our city who don't have affordable housing.
Yep, and I do believe we are not the only city in the state to live in.
So your response to the housing crisis is to tell people to move to other cities. Okay.
No, I just think that we are the city of Green Bay, and there's other ways to promote housing than to take it away from somebody else for somebody else's benefit, like promoting development, offering incentives and tools to developers, creating homes, single family homes instead of a plethora of apartments, having a mixed housing. I think there's actually a lot of answers that don't include this.
You and I probably agree about that. We agree about those.
Appreciate the enthusiasm, but we don't allow for reactions from our gallery. So if you could just keep that in mind. Are we done with the exchange? I think there were a couple others. Alder Eck?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have a question because I know you're a commissioner on the ERC. When going through that report, did you include like gentlemen like this gentleman here is from the SDR Alliance and ask for their feedback in doing this report?
I didn't draft the report. It came to the Equal Rights Commission, and as many of you know already, there were a number of folks there at that conversation. We listened. We were happy to have people be part of that conversation. Clearly, people had a lot to say about it, and I think we all weighed that testimony when we made our decision.
But I meant before you did the report.
You'd have to ask the author of the report that came to the Equal Rights Commission.
And who was the author?
Alder Presley.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Prophet?
Just a quick point. One of the speakers mentioned it was a newly formed alliance, so I would assume that it stemmed from this. So I think the chicken came before the egg.
Any other questions, Alder Presley? And then Galvin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd also like to clarify before I ask my question that there were open hearings and there were representatives who owned short-term rentals. It was well publicized. There were media reports during the time when we were hearing perspectives before drafting this report. And the Short-Term Rental Alliance did not come into effect until after that report was drafted. Question though. So you live in the Astor Park neighborhood.
I do.
What is your sense of, I know there's a lot of talk about the Lambeau short-term rentals. Are there short-term rentals in your neighborhood? Have you heard from people?
Yeah, there's a significant number of short-term rentals in the Astor Park neighborhood. One of my neighbors actually has been tracking them and in communication with the city about this. I know, of course we have a short-term rental inspector, so she shared that with me. She's actually come to the Equal Rights Commission and talked about those. There are lots of short-term rentals in the Astor Park area, in the Navarino area, and when I've knocked doors, a lot of people know here probably that I ran for city council last election cycle. This was one of the number one things that people were talking about. They were talking about housing, they were talking about the short-term rentals that were in their neighborhoods, and frankly wanting somebody to do something about this. So there is a can't believe I'm going to use another Republican talking point, but there is very much a silent majority out there.
Thank you.
Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the ERC believes that by putting these restrictions on short-term rentals, this will create more housing within our community.
Yes. I mean, so we're not, look, the intention of this isn't to say that we can no longer have short-term rentals in our community. It's to set reasonable regulations so that it does open up more housing in our community. Yes. I mean, there's almost 500 short-term rentals in the city at the moment, I believe.
Just over about 430?
Yeah.
And of those, how many are owner-occupied?
That I don't know the answer to.
Does anyone have any idea? Sure. Because with that in mind, you're not looking to force those people out of their homes.
No, I believe there's an exception to that in the proposal that's coming to the city council.
Okay, so we're just going to be focusing on the unoccupied short-term rentals.
Yes, but I think this is also a conversation about the future, right? If we've seen short-term rentals increasing dramatically over the past few years, there's no guarantee that these won't continue to increase. And that's what I mean when I talk about prioritizing the needs of people who live in our city, making sure that our housing continues to be available while we're doing all the things that Alder Grant talked about.
All right, but if we're looking at homes that are listed at $500,000, $800,000, obviously that's nowhere in the ballpark for anyone who's even in a medium or moderate income level. So restricting those, how does that affect this thing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I mean, again, one of the things that I've heard many a time at the city council here is conversations about development, right? Development of luxury apartments, development of high-end apartments, and how doing that drives down prices kind of down the line. And so I think even for those at the higher end, you would, again, I'm more concerned with foreclosing the continued increase of short-term rentals, right? And keeping those kind of homes available for people to purchase is going to drive the price down for everybody else because there'll be more housing stock that's available, right? We've talked about that in numerous contexts as a city, I think.
All right, thank you.
Alder Hinkvist, then Johnson.
Question: did your report include any information regarding state requirements on short-term rentals or lack thereof?
Yes, I believe it did, and we are relatively constrained in terms of things we can do at the state level.
Right.
And that's and Alder Hinkvist, that's one of the reasons that I said just doing nothing about this issue is not a viable solution, right? And something is going to happen eventually at the state level. If we don't do something here, something is going to happen at the state level because I know there are folks talking about it there. So, the question is whether we do something here, in the next couple of months about this in conjunction with all the other great housing conversations we're having, plug for zoning, by the way, which was also reform, which is also in the Equal Rights Commission report from a couple years ago. Whether we do things here tonight, we're probably still going to need to do things at the state level. And I think a lot of the folks that I talk to at the state, representatives are thinking about this. And, again, I think there needs to be something done. So yes, we did cover that.
Alder Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. John, because you're the first one from the ERC, I suspect this is why you're getting the most questions.
That's all right. I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have.
One of the things that to me was maybe missing in the report is the definition of success, right? So if we implement a policy like this, what does success look like? And if the objective is to convert a certain number of units to either long-term rental or make them available for ownership, what does that look like to you? And I realize that can be a pretty subjective answer. I mean, is it a certain percentage? Is it a total number, a quantity?
That's a good question. I mean, that's not something that I think we all agreed on necessarily, that we even had a conversation about in the ERC. I can just speak from my perspective. What I want to see is for the number of short-term rentals to stop increasing at the rate that it's increasing, right? Because again, there's lots of things we need to do around housing. That's clear, right? I think probably everybody on this body understands that. One of the things that I think we do need to do is to arrest the continued increase of short-term rentals. So for me, I think what success would look like is, having some common sense regulations that would, limit the growth of short-term rentals.
Just a follow up to that, Mayor. Yeah. Just because I want to clarify that point, because obviously I think a lot of the folks that are here today are concerned, right, about losing that opportunity. And I think what you just suggested might be a little bit different, right? Where as opposed to converting, it might be more about just limiting the addition of more inventory. So and I don't even know if this is possible, but if a policy could grandfather in units, right, and let them continue to operate uninhibited, would that be something that you would support?
I'd have to think about that, honestly. That's not a question that I've considered yet.
It's not meant to be
Yeah.
gotcha, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think I would be open to that conversation.
Okay.
Anything else? All right. Thanks for your testimony.
Absolutely.
Hi, members of the Green Bay Common Council. My name is Carl Knight. I own and live at 711 South Broadway, which is a mixed-use multi-unit property in a downtown. I also own an additional mixed-use multi-unit property at 824 South Broadway. I own my properties in part because of their ground floor commercial spaces in which I operate a number of my businesses, but it's also important to me to fill our neighborhoods with affordable housing options. As a resident, a business owner, and a landlord, I'm speaking with you in support of the proposal to regulate short-term rentals in our city and speak to their impact on our housing stock in Green Bay. Green Bay is building housing units at a record pace, but we're not meeting the moment to provide affordable housing to thousands of potential working-class residents who are dreaming of joining and contributing to our community. Short-term rentals have swelled from 69 STRs in 2021 to 444 at the present moment, over 500% in 4 short years. Only 219 of the current 444 investment properties are owned by people who live in our city, and only 145 of them will be affected in some way by the proposal on the floor. Some of the folks providing remarks have spoken to the perceived limitations to their businesses. As a fellow landlord, I wholeheartedly disagree. The proposal on the floor isn't a limitation, it's an opportunity to continue to create year-round income while providing long-term rental housing for thousands of Green Bay families and prospective Green Bay families. Green Bay has always been a city welcoming and worthy of property investment. Shifting short-term rental businesses to an alternative, still profitable long-term rental business model will benefit thousands of families and will promote larger investment in our community. A family residing in their long-term home has a much larger financial impact on our local community than short-term renters visiting our city for shorter than a week. They invest in our neighborhoods, spend in our businesses, work in local companies, volunteer with nonprofit organizations, and contribute to our community in innumerable ways. They're children who play in our parks with other neighborhood children. They're small business owners and entrepreneurs who hire fellow residents. They're voluntary neighborhood leaders improving Green Bay at the street level. The value of providing an affordable, while still profitable, home is priceless and incomparable in any way to short-term visits. In addition to providing opportunities for visitors to support the Green Bay Packers, it's also vital we provide opportunities for Green Bay families to support the Packers year-round in town and live the American dream of parking tailgaters on their own front lawn. Similar regulations are working to improve other great North American Midwestern cities like Minneapolis and Vancouver, who have substantially regulated STRs and as a result have stabilized home prices and created thousands of long-term residential units for their populations. Ultimately, it's important to remind ourselves the Green Bay Common Council represents the residents of your districts first. Affordable housing is the discussion facing our community and the working class families residing in your districts, and the discussion will continue for years to come. Individuals or capital investment companies who capitalize on collecting housing stock for their portfolios only to keep them unrented for months out of the year are not really contributing to the affordable housing crisis and the conversation. The proposal on the floor is an opportunity for them to contribute to the conversation by providing housing for thousands of Green Bay families with long-term rental housing while still profiting. As a landlord, I'm urging you to please consider Green Bay families first. Please support Green Bay families to achieve the dream of participating in our community and owning or renting a home, because for some, affordable housing is a life or death situation. Please support the proposed regulations and create long-term rental housing for Green Bay.
Thanks for your testimony, sir. Any questions? Alder Johnson.
Mr. Knight, you mentioned, I appreciate your prepared comments. I think, unfortunately, some of the testimony that was shared tonight contradict what you said, which was that these businesses would continue to operate profitably. Some of these folks have said that it wouldn't. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, I own nearly a dozen long-term
so your
rental
units
units.
would operate profitably, but does that mean theirs would?
As a proof of concept, Alder Johnson, I think that there are tens of thousands of property owners in the city of Green Bay who operate very gladly and profitably long-term rental housing units. And I think that that's evidence for what long-term housing can do. If it wasn't a valuable investment and it wasn't seaworthy, then I don't think that there would be so many property owners with long-term rentals, a far greater amount than short-term rental.
Interesting. Okay. You had mentioned that we shouldn't be serving outside capital investors. How many of our short-term rental units are owned by people who don't live here?
I believe that of all of the units that were suggested, 45 are owned. They're owned by 45 people from out of town. And those could be companies and those could be individuals. So I'm not familiar with the particulars, but there is, a significant amount of the properties that we're discussing
You're
tonight.
not sure?
Are you sure?
You're not sure then?
I'm not familiar.
Okay. And I just was curious because you really made that a point of emphasis. So I just wanted to understand.
I think there's a
the data that was
significant
backing
amount,
that up.
45 different property owners that represent all of the out of town.
Okay.
which
Thank-
pales in comparison to over 110,000 residents in the city of Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, we have what, 50,000 units and 400 permits, right? So less than 1% right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, to clarify your statistic, I believe the statistic is there are 45 people who live in Green Bay who have a short-term rental that
Okay.
would be affected by the proposed regulations. The remaining of the 357, can't do that math in my head, live outside of Green Bay. My question for you is, since you own these properties, was it ever a consideration for you to look at short-term rentals when it was sort of becoming in vogue? And why did you decide against that?
Absolutely. Alder Presley, there was a lot of consideration for all of the units that are owner occupied right now in order to become profitable for us to look at options with short-term rentals. And ultimately, it was just a moral and ethical decision that we decided we wanted to invest in neighborhood leaders and children who live on our blocks and provide them with affordable housing. We have a little bit of a different model than I think a lot of profitable outfits, and we're profiting just enough in order to meet our expenses. So there's a little bit of maybe a spiritually charitable basis in which we're operating our businesses, not greater than $750 per unit, which I think is rare. But the spirit of ensuring that there's affordable housing is something that we can all do and profit a lot more than me and my properties. So a little bit of a unique circumstance there that I would invite everyone here to consider. But it ultimately was a decision in order to invest in our neighborhoods. People who are living in those homes rather than visiting on a short-term rental basis are contributing, as I said in my prepared remarks, to all the great things that make Green Bay the city that we know and love. They're investing in our community on a regular basis, and they're creating a part of the identity of Green Bay rather than visiting short-term.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else? Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Thank you, members of the Planning Commission and City Council. My name is Jason Fisher. Address is 2540 Breezeway Bluff Court. I'm a short-term rental owner, a long-term rental owner, and currently developing a 106-unit 55-plus community in Green Bay. Also a full-time mortgage loan originator. I've helped over 4,000 Brown County families become homeowners in the past 20 years. Per Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, homes can be a primary residence, secondary residence, or investment property. As a trusted local professional, I'm here to challenge the narrative of imposing a 7-day minimum stay and a 180-day annual cap on short-term rentals. In my view, this won't move the needle of affordable housing in Green Bay. Back in 2019, I converted a Shadow Lane property into a short-term rental to offer families a cost-sharing alternative to hotels, much like Uber for rideshare. These rentals keep families together and support year-round jobs for cleaners, landscapers, maintenance, and tradespeople. This proposal aims to limit about 430 STRs to increase long-term housing. I agree. Affordable housing is vital, but this won't meaningfully help in any way. Here's why. Converting all 430 units tomorrow would add less than 1% to Green Bay's 44,000 households. We need 3,000 to 7,000 new units by 2040. This would barely cover 15% of that. And most of these properties aren't affordable, which my definition of affordable housing would be a sub $300,000 home. The math confirms it. A $215,000 house right now, which is below the $275K median, costs $1,670 per month, and that's with a 3% down payment, with current interest rates, property taxes, and insurance. Standard mortgage math is 30% debt to income ratio rule for purchasing a property, for just accounting for just the monthly mortgage payment of that portion. That requires $67,000 per year in household income, above our $62,500 median and HUD's $64,200 low income threshold. STR conversions won't make them affordable. Market values will keep rents high. Meanwhile, home values rose 6.8% this year. Medians hit 305,000 in Brown County. Homelessness reached 643. Wisconsin needs over 200,000 units by 2030. One of the case studies that they used in the equal rights report was Village of Ashwaubenon. I was one of those property owners 2.5 years that was affected by that. And the narrative behind that is Village of Ashwaubenon was landlocked and they were trying to increase their school base. So a quick Google search shows in 2023, when they imposed the 7-night minimum and 180-day cap to boost school enrollment, the annual enrollment was 3,215 people. 2024, 3,197. This year it stayed flat. But the impact that it had is it killed short-term rentals, jobs, and taxes with no gains in affordability or enrollment. And I know because I still operate one there. Let's avoid this mistake. Instead, pursue real solutions. Housing subsidies, flexible zoning, and public-private partnership involving STR owners who invest locally. Please table this, commission an impact study, and craft a data-driven policy, or at least at bare bones minimum, remove the 7-day, 180-day rule. And my last comment would be is if we do push this forward, does this help more families or hurt more families? Thank you for your
Thanks
time.
for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Okay.
My name is Ben Boutnick. I live at 3409 Glendale Avenue. I operate short-term rentals. I'm a manager of short-term rentals. I'm a realtor in the area, and just want to comment on a few things. Am I able to read letters of a couple people who could not be here tonight? Or is
Just have
that
3 minutes, so whatever
okay?
you want to do.
Perfect. So I have some letters of people who work for us, cleaners that work for us. First of all, we manage a number of properties in the area, have never had any complaints. We take pride in our properties, as stated by many of these people. We have people who come here mourning deaths. We have people who come here to visit family members. We have people coming from all over the area. But a couple of my people who could not be here tonight because they're out working, cleaning properties, or taking care of their families. So the first person, my name is Rob. I'm a veteran who served in the military for 4 years. I've had the pleasure to be able to help take care of garbages at over 38 short-term rental properties. Due to my PTSD, I am unable to work a normal 8-hour-a-day job and find a way to create income for my family. I am able to help Elevate Property Management with taking out garbage and recycling bins on a weekly basis. This allows me to work a shift that I can handle and take pride in doing. If you impose regulations on short-term properties, the 7 days, 180 nights, it will destroy them and it will affect my employment. I am not able to get a regular 8-hour-a-day job and have been looking for years, but struggle with my PTSD. Please consider the proposal to help all of the people who have jobs doing business in Green Bay, the ones that have brought business to Green Bay, and help the short-term rental properties. That was from Robert Creek. He's a current owner at 411 13th Avenue in Green Bay. And this helps him to be able to work because he can't hold a normal job. So he actually works for our property management company, pulling out garbages, taking pride to make sure, hey, they're not out 2 days in advance because somebody can't get there by 8 a.m. to put the garbage out. So he goes the night before, the morning of, to make sure those go out. Another one, a cleaner of ours, my name is Linda Burns. I'm a Green Bay resident. I work in factories for 40 years in the shipping and receiving department. Last year, due to a family situation, I had to quit my full-time job. I needed work. In August of 2024, I began working for Elevate Property Management, cleaning Airbnbs for Andrew Bryson and Ben Boutnick. It is a very flexible job for the hours and days I need for my family situation. In August of 2025, I saw on the news and signs throughout Green Bay that there was a shortage of school crossing guards. I wanted to help the community. I asked Andrew and Ben if they would work with me around the hours I needed for school crossing positions. They were very supportive. I applied, and now I'm a permanent school crossing guard for the Chapel Elementary School. If this city ordinance passes for the Airbnbs to have the 7-day minimum and 180 days, it would drastically hurt the Airbnb business. It would in turn drastically reduce my hours and wages and possibly my lack of work. It would be very difficult for myself to find a job with the flexible hours needed to continue being a school crossing guard. I would most likely have to quit that school crossing guard, which I enjoy and love to do. And if your decision, please consider all the Airbnb cleaners, maintenance workers, property managers, homeowners of the properties, clients who rent the Airbnbs, and all the businesses that the clients attend while staying in the Green Bay area. Last thing is just rough math out of the properties we rent. I was looking from January 1st until October 31st, and we've paid over $87,000 in cleaning fees to local cleaners who are single moms who have the flexibility to drop their kids off at school, then show up and clean, can leave and go pick their kids up. A lot of them bring their kids to our property while they're cleaning, and it allows them to have a job to be able to support their family.
All right, thanks for sharing that testimony. Any questions, Alder Presley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, can you remind me, how many properties do you own in Green Bay? Did you mention?
I own 2 short-term rental properties, but we manage a number in Green Bay. I think it's a total of 28
Okay.
that we manage for other people.
And then, so when did you start investing in this?
About 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay. Were you aware of the state statute at the time? What was available to municipalities as an enforcement or regulation mechanism?
As far as like the restrictions that the state of Wisconsin was imposing or could impose?
Well, yeah, the 7-day minimum and the 180-day maximum rental duration. Were you aware that was in the statute?
I think at the time when I did it, it wasn't currently in the statute. I think is after I started doing some of them.
It was in 2017 that was passed.
Okay, then no, I wasn't aware when I did it, so no.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks again for your testimony.
Yep.
Good evening. My name is Erin Bunton. My address is 3279 Barkwood Circle. I come before you not as a homeowner, but as a guardian of a legacy. A legacy rooted in a house that was built in 1950 by my husband's grandparents, Jack and Lorraine Campbell, on Rockdale Street. That home is half a mile away from Lambeau Field, and it's been a cornerstone of our family for generations. It's been a place that we've gathered together. It's been a place that we've built memories. And now it's a bridge between our past and the future of Green Bay. Tonight, I speak in firm opposition to the proposed restrictions of the short-term rentals. These changes may seem like a simple policy shift, but they carry real consequences for real families, real neighborhoods, and the real economy that keeps the city alive. So tonight, I invite you to listen with your head and also with your heart. I invite you to spend time reading the guest book at our home, where visitors come from across the country and have written about birthdays, about weddings, about tournaments, about reunions, moments that brought them to Green Bay and made them feel so very welcome. I invite you to walk down Rockdale Street and see what happens when one restored home inspires another. Our neighbors planted a beautiful flower garden this year. This beauty was inspired by a home that we chose to restore instead of flip. I invite you to consider the ripple effect the short-term rentals have, the Uber drivers, the local shops, the local restaurants, the jobs they sustain year-round. I invite you to see short-term rentals not as a threat, but as a tool for revitalization, one that can breathe life and new life into our streets and make it a place of pride. I invite you to recognize that for many of us, including myself, hosting is not about profit. It's about preserving heritage and reinvesting in our community. We did not buy Grandma and Grandpa's house to flip it. We bought it to honor them, to preserve it, and to now share it with others. I invite you to see a place that we offer that isn't just a place to sleep, but it's a deeply personal and authentic Green Bay experience that no other hotel can replicate. I invite you to reconsider that revitalization doesn't come from regulation. It comes from people who care enough to reinvest in their neighborhoods. I invite you to pursue a smarter solution. enforce nuisance rules, require registration, set safety standards. Don't punish the responsible to control the reckless. I'm almost done. And finally, I invite you to protect the spirit of Green Bay, a city built on connection, on generosity, on pride. Let's not legislate away from the very things that make our community thrive. Thank you for your time, your leadership, your commitment to keeping Green Bay a place that we're very proud to call home. And I request your courage to choose the path that strengthens and not weakens our community. Thank you. Any questions?
Alderperson.
Thank you for your testimony. Just clarification: is your home that you rent out, is that your primary address as well?
We live at 3279 Barkwood Circle. The place that we rent out is on Rockdale Street.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Of course.
Anything else? All right. Thanks again.
Of course.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, council members. My name is Kwon Hwang. I'm a short-term and long-term rental host. My address is 1508 Sharma Avenue, Green Bay, Wisconsin. So I'm here today to express my concern about the proposed restriction that would require 7-day minimum stay for short-term rentals. So, like everybody been saying that, short-term rental play a meaningful role in strengthening Green Bay's economy. The guests that stay in our city contributes to local businesses like restaurants, shops, and attractions. I'm not sure how much taxes that short-term rental receive, that they receive from a short-term rental, but it does help fund the Discover Green Bay and to pay down some of the debt that the public facility debts, like the Red Center, KI Convention Center. More than that, I'm here to let everybody know a little bit different than other perspective is I'm not originally from Green Bay. I'm from a different country. With the short-term rental, I am able to share my Green Bay story with people around the world. So I often host guests from overseas who come here eager to learn about American cultures, American life. They choose to stay at my Airbnb because I have them experience our neighborhoods, meet the local residents, and truly understand the American culture, something that hotels can't easily offer. So I want to show people around that come to me to my Airbnb the reason why I decided to stay and raise my family here in the community. So I respectfully request the council to consider a broader benefit of short-term rentals, both economic and cultural, to find a balanced approach to this issue. Thank you for listening.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Hey everyone, I know it's been a long night. Ahmad Rivera Wagner, 617 South Quincy Street, Green Bay, and I happen to be the state rep for the Green Bay area. I just wanted to give some context of the conundrum that the city of Green Bay is in. So I think the alder aptly described that in 2017, prior to 2017, all municipalities could regulate, or as they call them at the state level, political subdivisions at any way that they wanted for short-term rentals, except during a budget process during the Walker administration, somewhat through an unorthodox means, the law that you are all currently struggling over was passed. There is bipartisan challenges to what that's looking like. There's a great conversation happening. I'm actually introducing a bill on this next week. But I wanted just to note that one of the things you have before you today is that Green Bay is doing everything all at once. You put a historic short-term rental ordinance together last session. You are now debating creating a zoning ordinance to create more housing. You are trying to cut the red tape to make it easier to build the supply. You've created incentives for developers. And on top of that, we do have to have a conversation about short-term rentals. At the end of the day, when there are properties that are not hotels that do take up and are only used 30, 60, or 90 days a year, that does cause a contraction in the market that makes it harder for people to seek home ownership or be able to have a permanent rental availability. It is not the only answer. There is not a silver bullet, but this body has been doing all the other things, and it's deeply important that we have a robust conversation about what you have. Unfortunately, the only tools that you have now before state law are the two tools that you all are going to be debating on the 17th and in December, and not to today. So I think it's a worthy conversation, but you are deeply limited, and folks need to understand that those are the only tools currently in your toolbox unless they pass my piece of legislation. So I just want to make sure people are fully aware that the city is doing everything all at once, and they are tackling both short-term rentals, which they have to have a conversation about, and all the other elements to make more housing affordable in the city. So I want to applaud the Common Council for having this conversation and all the efforts that you've done before, and recognizing that it is an incredibly complicated topic given the restraints from the state that I work for, and sometimes the state sucks. And so you're doing a great job making that happen. That's all I had to say.
Any questions for State Rep? Alder Morgan.
In your opinion, how far away are we from the state passing regulation that would govern this?
So I'm introducing this bill, and I've spoken with my Republican colleagues. It'll be introduced on the 17th. This will be the first time in a very long time that we've introduced, not the first time, but this would return local control back to the municipalities. It would also ensure that we cannot ban short-term rentals. People do have inherent property rights, but it would return the ability for you to have scalpels instead of sledgehammers for this option, which means everything can be on the table like it was pre-2017. And just to be quite clear, places like Ashwaubenon, which may have a different political makeup, actually wanted to go further than even you all went, but ultimately were sued because of this state statute. So my hope is that we introduce it. Hope springs eternal. You all know how the legislature works. It could be powerful and fast or slow and ridiculous. I'm not sure which path it's going to take. I'm hoping that it'll be faster so that you all can decide how you'd like to regulate short-term rentals. But until now, you are limited to what is before you. And you have already taken most of the steps that you could by regulating it last session. Now, these are the two remaining tools that you have in your toolbox. You have no other tools whatsoever unless the legislature returns local control to this body and every other municipal body for you to have robust debates about what you want to include. Does that answer your question? I guess so. Sorry, I wish I could say fast.
Any other questions? Alder Grant.
Thank you. In your opinion, imposing regulations, what would be the benefit in your eyes?
So there's some really great precedent for this across the country that they often will, depending on the neighborhood in other states, historic districts have more limits than other parts. They sometimes limit it to areas that are more for commercial businesses that are adjacent to large tourist destinations and not throughout the entire neighborhoods. There are all kinds of interesting tools that you can play with that could say, hey, we can welcome them in for the way that they're needed, but we also might want to support the integrity of a neighborhood. And just to give some clear reasons why it can be funny, the hotel and motel lobby thinks that the short-term rentals get to have a completely different set of regulations than they do. And if you are a traditional landlord where you rent out year-long, you are also under a completely different set of regulations than short-term rentals. This 2017 law created a completely different regulatory framework just for short-term rentals. So the thing is, if folks want to be long-term landlords, there are already rules. We don't need extra regulations. If they'd like to get into the vacation business, there are already rules. They don't need regulation. But this is a new area. So there are some tools that you could use. Again, right now, all you have is the sledgehammer that's left. I think you might all want a scalpel, but you don't have the legal authority to do that unless this bill passes. So do you want some other ideas, or did that make sense?
I guess just specifically, what issue are we tackling?
So when this is a clear data point, there is not really much debate. When we have a constrained market, and either 1 to 5% of that market is occupied just as vacation rentals that are typically rentals or single family homes, when you have less availability of units, it actually increases the price of home ownership and the artificial price of rent. which is why the goal is to increase supply. Because when you actually have more units available, it actually brings us down. Texas, which is not known for as a liberal bastion, did this in places like Austin and Houston, and they actually saw a 25% decrease within 18 months of implementing both the pro-housing policy that you're already doing and regulations on short-term rentals. So it's really is like a market-based strategy that if you have more available units, it just brings down the overall cost of housing. But just regulating short-term rentals is insufficient, which is why it's really important that you all are tackling zoning and incentives for housing development, which you all have done and are planning to do later tonight.
Okay, so you think the issue is the housing issue? It's not non-compliance, people having nuisances, things like that.
I will say I live in Astor. I do get complaints. I often, when I tell people when they have a complaint, I'm the state rep. You have to call your local official to do that, and they have to talk to the economic development department. There are people who have concerns about noises. There's concerns about not having people there the whole time, about upkeep. And while I think these owners sound like they're really responsible, we've all done this work in this community. Even regular everyday homeowners who are here full time sometimes don't let their grass get wild, put too much stuff in the backyard, and so I don't think short-term rental owners are any better or worse than our neighbors, but there are definitely in Astor there have been concerns around nuisances, noise, too many people partying, etc. That doesn't mean every short-term rental has that issue, but I have personally heard that, and they're 3 blocks from my house. I have seen it myself personally, but it does not mean that every landlord is bad.
Yep, that's fair. I guess I'm just trying to clarify what a 7-day minimum or 180-day minimum would do to those nuisances when we do have already ordinances in place to regulate that in a sense. So I guess I'm just trying to understand how the
I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I think those are the only tools that you have left in your toolbox to try to regulate short-term rentals. And for some, that would make a big difference. Whether this body decides to do that is up to you, but those are the only tools in your toolbox. And so if this body thinks it's insufficient, the majority vote wins. If you think it is sufficient, but that is the only tools that you have left that you have not enacted.
Perfect. Just one other question. You mentioned how Houston did ban short-term rentals.
They didn't ban, sorry. They just did some more extra regulations.
Okay. Do you know, I didn't know how much you looked into it with doing research for this bill. What percentage did they have of short-term rentals in their community?
That I do not know. So I looked at the regulations that were connected. So cities, it's Austin and Houston, Austin more so than Houston. They just looked at the regulations that they implemented. They were more strict than the current ones we have. So they implemented percentages, number of units, what sections of town, and then they saw this affordability increase. I didn't look up exactly how many units that they regulated, but just the laws.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of get some more background on that. Thank you very much.
You know, I can have my staff follow up with you, and we can put a memo together for you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Just one clarification. You had said that bills had not been introduced at the state level.
No, there have been some, but none to fully restore local control.
Okay, because you're right, because there was 2017, 2017, 2019, 2019 again, 2021.
Right.
I mean, there's been a lot of bills that have been introduced, but none of them have made it to a vote.
Not only make it to a vote or restored full local control. Correct.
Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Representative, and appreciate the work on working on changing that state law. Obviously, I think a lot of municipalities would greatly appreciate that. I just want to understand. So you had mentioned that, and I guess I just don't want to be too reductive about it, but it's supply and demand, right? So that the argument was that if really the reason the price goes up is because we've restricted supply, right? So in theory, if we added supply to counterbalance that and sort of have our cake and eat it too, that was really the only contributing factor that was driving up the price, or was there anything else?
Well, there's generally when you have out the rising cost of affordability has to also do with construction, time it takes to get to construction, new units and available units, and then something that they basically call when you pass through that, like a older family decides to get to a smaller unit and then make one available. At every one of those measurements, we are all struggling in Green Bay. So are we building enough units fast enough? And is it costing more to build over time? Are we getting people to basically retire from their homes and make them available? Renters are staying longer, homeowners are staying in the same house longer. All of those measurements are all increasing, meaning that none of those have gotten better. And so we have to find availability with all the tools. And you are right. Short-term rentals is not the silver bullet to just regulate. We have to do all the things, which is why I actually came to testify in favor of the zoning regulation. But I just thought it was deeply important that we both acknowledge what you all have done, which is you regulate short-term rentals already, and there's some extra tools that you're creating incentives for developers, that you're trying to increase supply, and that you are trying, and now you're trying to improve zoning. But the simple answer is, we lack in every single metric for trying to create more availability. We are struggling in this community, and short-term rentals do constrain supply. Now, if what you're saying is that you all are going to pass a bill that will make us be able to fly through building more housing, 1,000 units in a year, then maybe you could make an argument not to.
Yeah, and I wasn't necessarily suggesting that so much as wanting to understand if there were any other variables that might have been influencing that increase in price.
Right. Do those other variables make sense?
Yeah, I mean, what you said makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for your work. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tara. My address is 1706 Chateau Drive, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54304. As I said, my name is Tara. I serve as the chair for the Equal Rights Commission. First, I want to say thank you to all of you who have shared your testimony tonight, and the council for asking those really important questions. Your voices and experiences are essential to creating policies that really reflect the needs of our community and the values here. I'd like to note two things. The first is that this was not a siloed recommendation or report or guideline. Our commissioners worked closely with several alders, organizations, and residents in engaging in open bipartisan conversations to ensure that our recommendations were thoughtful and inclusive. Secondly, I want to remind the council members and audience members about our role as equal rights commissioners. This report is not the opinions of our commissioners. It's filled with recommendations that stemmed from the community. We are commissioned to provide reports about discussions we have with community, and we are commissioned to make recommendations based on those conversations. And those recommendations will come to council. So this report and these recommendations, really, it's us fulfilling our responsibility as commissioners. It's not just our opinions, as I stated. So I hope that you'll keep that in mind as we continue to have conversations about this throughout the night. Our goal with this and with these recommendations was and is not to punish or take away anyone's sole income. I also want to make it clear that the city and the ERC supports entrepreneurship. I know this firsthand because my family and we are also business owners. But we all have to take a step back, and we have to also take accountability, and we have a responsibility to protect some of our most vulnerable community members, the families and community members who are struggling to find a safe and affordable place to live. This is about balance. We can support innovation and economic opportunity while also ensuring that everyone in our community has a home to stay in, because housing shouldn't just be considered an investment. It's a human right. Many of you have pointed out that people staying in short-term rentals are often tourists or folks from out of town, and that's really great. I, for one, appreciate that we have people who want to come and visit our city. But we have to ask ourselves, if we can house visitors from out of town, why can't we make sure our residents here have a place to call home? This really isn't about bad ratings or bad management. It's about fairness. If you own a home, and especially if you own a home out of state and have a few properties here, you're doing drastically better than many of those in our community here, just trying to find a roof to have over their head. These recommendations were designed to balance all of that out, encouraging responsible hosting and property ownership while protecting the right to stable housing for everyone who lives here. I want to echo Commissioner Shelton's sentiments earlier that it's important that we have these conversations right now. Obviously, this conversation isn't over, and that's also why the city has provided more space and time on November 17th at 6 p.m. right here in City Hall for everyone to come again, to reconvene, and to have these conversations more and further. Together, I believe that we can move forward in a way that supports opportunity, fairness, and also supports our vulnerable community members, not just visitors and those with large amounts of funds. But I think that our community here can be a space where all of us has a safe and affordable place to live. So that's all. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Grant and then Galvin.
Thank you. From feedback that you've received from the community, do you feel there's a greater need for long-term rentals or single-family homes?
That's a fair question, and I think both equally. You have to have housing and somewhere stable to live. So long-term rentals, those are just as equally important as a space for a family to grow into, like a single-family home. So that I can't give you a certain answer either way. I think both of them are equally important.
Yeah, and I don't mean important. I just didn't know if you heard feedback from people saying it's harder to find a home to buy or it's harder to find a one-year lease somewhere.
Oh, thank you for the clarification. I think honestly, again, I'm going to say the same thing. We've heard equal parts. I think there's a lot of community members who have families who are trying to find long-term rentals. And then those who, are struggling to afford single homes. So yeah, I think we heard from both sides a great deal.
Okay. I was just curious because a lot of the development coming forward has been multifamily. So I was just wondering if we were finally catching up or feeling that impact of those developments that where the need is stronger. So that's the reason I asked that. And it was about 400 and some short-term rental units right now. 420-ish. Okay, I was just curious. I was just looking online. So in the immediate city of Green Bay, there's 707 apartment units available in this moment. In the Green Bay area, like I spoke before about, we are not the only city in the state. There's 1,750 apartment units available right now. So I think just something to keep in mind for everyone when you're looking at how many short-term rental units there are and how many units available to rent. I was just that's why I'm asking those questions of what is priority? What should be our main goal right now? Is it rentals or housing? So I just wanted to kind of get your opinion on that with what you've heard. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alder Grant. I think that's really important. And I think this, we need to have further conversations with it and invite the actual members who are experiencing some of these housing crisis issues. And also, I like to state that on the 17th, you might not see very many of them because government isn't always comfortable for the community members. And that's just the truth. And so we can try our best to collect testimony and have them write in or share with us verbally, and we can bring that back to the 17th. But as of right now, thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate everything you've put into this report, but the testimony you took from the individuals, and you said there was representation from STRs there?
Yes.
Many?
I think it was a fair amount, equal to the other representation that was there.
Okay. And was any of this testimony fact-checked, verified? Or is it just we take their testimony and trust that they're telling us the truth?
I think it depends on what it is. I think there is in-depth conversation and further discussions that the staff has had and also different elder members. So I don't know how to answer that, but that's the best that I can share with you.
Okay, because the other thing that's lacking here is data. I mean, Ashwaubenon's mentioned, there's another community in Wisconsin that's mentioned, but there's no data. How much has Ashwaubenon's policies of the last 3 years? I mean, we had one gentleman get up and say that it hasn't affected the schools at all. Now, I don't know if that's accurate or not, but has housing gone down, the value in Ashwaubenon since then? I mean, this is the stuff I want to know to help me make my decision, because I heard testimony from people that said, it's not just Packers, let's take that out of it. It's families whose homes were destroyed or damaged and needed a long-term place in a family setting to stay. It's people who have loved ones in the local hospitals that they're trying to care for and maintain their family unity. There's, what else was there? I have a constituent, a retired school teacher, single. And the only way she can maintain and afford the home she's in was to take her savings and buy a short-term rental. So do we tell her, no, you're going to have to shut it down, sell your short-term rental, and try and reinvest your money, and then hang on to your house? I mean, there's a lot of, and it was told to me that this state that allows you to do the 7-day, 180 days is a sledgehammer. And as it was mentioned here earlier tonight, we need something more surgical. And that's where I'm having hesitation here, is that you want to do the most good. And so if we were to restrict the short-term rentals, do we have any data on how many actual families would be helped in some way by this? And how many would be hurt? And so I guess that's where I'm struggling right now to make a decision.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I understand. Unfortunately, our ERC was not commissioned to provide research and data, but I think that's something you can motion that staff can support with. I do understand your concerns. And also, I do want to point out that if you own a home or if you have the money to be able to have a short-term rental, you're ahead of the game by far compared to many of the residents here.
Alder Ritterbusch.
I represent the Lambeau Field District, and my concern was the Lombardi Neighborhood Association was not even notified of any notification that this was even going on until all of a sudden it's on the news, and my phone's blowing up, and I'm getting emails of my residents who are going to be out of jobs. So that's my concern, that all of a sudden, you drop a bomb on the neighborhood without even any information for them to put input in the thing that you wrote up.
Sorry, I'm going to respond to that. I don't think it was necessarily dropping a bomb. This is our opportunity tonight and on the 17th for those community members to come and speak at it. And also, if you're a property owner, it is your own responsibility to keep up with things that are happening within the city. So,
and I understand that, but it would have been nice for the residents to have a little bit heads up. Then all of a sudden, it's dropped in their lap, and they're scrambling, and they think it's going to happen like right away. And I've had a lot of emails and calls. I'm not in support of a lot of this because, I don't want to put people out of business. I'm a labor guy, and I believe in creating jobs and equality in our city. I can understand the housing market also, but I think we got to step back and really look at this, and I hope people show up at the 17th. I mean, all of us aldermen have got a lot of emails on this. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, and that's what I've been telling people. So, we're not going to press the panic button, but we need to have a conversation with our neighbors about it also.
yeah, and I will say this, unfortunately, you are a council member, so you are going to be subjected to a lot of phone calls and concerns throughout, your time that you serve. But yes, more conversations to happen.
Anything else? Thanks for your testimony and for your work. All right, anyone else from the room who'd like to testify? And we've been going a while. We've heard a lot of great comments, obviously, but the quicker the better.
That's no pressure.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Brooke Tasso. I'm an STR owner in the city. I live at 127 South Ashland Avenue in the upper unit of one of my short-term rentals. I'm also a part of the newly formed STR Alliance. And I'm not going to repeat a lot of stuff that everyone said. I'm going to go a little bit off book because everyone did such a great job so far. But I'm going to expand on some of the points that were brought up. One thing that's being brought up by the ERC a lot is the rapid growth of STR permits from 2020 to 2024. But they're not touching on the fact that from 2024 to 2025, there was also a rapid decrease. Those permits were given out only 3 months after the draft ended. There's still a lot more that are going to drop off. What is the rush here, and can we wait another year to see if this market corrects itself? It's possible that there will be another 100 or 200 houses on the market naturally by next year when the new permits are coming. Further, to respond to some of the comments on Line and Alder Johnson, the lack of data here is really concerning. Any of us, if we're going to set a personal goal, a goal for our company in any new initiative, would need to provide a metric for that goal. Right now, the ERC statement is a big picture vision, something that we can all get behind. We can all get behind wanting affordable housing. But what is the actual specific measurable goal for them? How many places on the market, by what year, and at what cost? Without that destination, we simply can't even be figuring out the path to get there. None of us would go on a road trip and not put a destination in mind before we hit the road.
You put a destination in Google, it gives you 3 pathways. You pick the one that works best for you. Do you want to take the scenic route? Do you want to take the toll route? Do you want to take the ferry? Whatever works best for you. Without that destination, we simply can't even make an informed decision on if this ordinance is best for us. How much time do I have? Okay. All right. And then lastly, what is the economic impact? We don't know the benefit, so we haven't clearly defined the benefit yet. And we also don't know the cost. We can clearly define the economic impact pretty easily by understanding the licensing and fees that STRs bring in. All of us have metrics of how much we pay our cleaners. Some of that's a little bit harder to define, but either way, we need to understand the cost of this ordinance and the benefit or the end goal before we can really make an informed decision on this.
Thanks for your testimony, Alderac.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for coming tonight. I know you came to our listening session as well. And if I remember correctly, you had some great data to share, and I wondered if you could share some of that, please.
Sure. I was trying to leave it out because I wanted to just focus on the big picture, but
Now
absolutely.
you have more time.
So some of my personal data, of the 295 bookings we took last year, 18 of those were under 7 days. So 94% of the business eliminated if this ordinance goes through. To speak to the 180 days, our occupancy rate across 6 listings is 83%. We don't have Lambo houses that fluctuate greatly during Packer games. We're year round. We're doing a stable business year round. Could I survive with 30% less business? Probably not. It's as detrimental as having 94% of my business gone. You wouldn't ask any business on Broadway District, Kavarna, pay all your overhead and your bills for a whole year, but only open your doors 180 days. It's not workable for anyone, even if it works for a few of our group members. So, and then some other data about my cleaners. They brought in $60K a year on my property, or $60K this year so far on my properties. One of them is here right now. She's a single mom with 3 kids. She employs 4 people under her, all in Green Bay. My maintenance man has brought in $20,000 this year. Just last month, he couldn't pay his rent and he asked for an advance. And because I know that we're constantly using him to maintain and improve the properties based on guest feedback, I was able to give him that money to pay his rent, knowing that he's going to be able to do more work later on. Now, this uncertainty, I'm not going to be able to answer that call. And that is the very person you're trying to help.
Thank you.
Yeah, Alder Galvin. Are any of your rental customers visiting doctors or nurses?
Yes, yeah.
And how long do they rent for?
We actually have one right now who's staying every Monday and Tuesday from November and December. So even, not all traveling nurses are staying here for 28 days or more. We have someone that's coming and she just comes in 2 days a week. She stays at our place. She pre-booked all the days. We blocked them off for her. And now she has a good place to stay. Her husband comes in sometimes too when she's here. And so, yeah, as I said, 94% of our business is under 7 days. And we do get plenty of traveling nurses. So
Do you ever get them for 7 days?
yeah, we
2
get
weeks, a month?
Yeah, the longest booking we've ever had was 21 days.
So this would affect that.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thanks for your testimony.
Thanks.
How's it going, everybody? All right, 3 minutes starting now. Everybody had a lot of great points. And
name and address.
Mike Boyer, 2400 Riddle. We're here because what we're doing is a feeling, based on a feeling. And we feel like we all want to help somebody. And I do agree. I was one of the ones who spearheaded all the homes purchased for the NEW community shelters. That way they could build more homeless shelters for people, more homes for the homeless. With that feeling, we need some factual data. I can't run a business without facts. I run a business here locally. I'm born and raised here. I've spent my entire life here. My son still lives in Green Bay. I do not live in Green Bay currently. His mom still lives in Green Bay. My family lives in Green Bay. I'm all about this community, but we need some real data to make this work. So the data that I have is based on the ACS, which is off the census.gov. The median income in Green Bay, the family in Green Bay, is $62,546. At 30%, that would be 30% of your payment to a mortgage. That would be $1,560 a month that they would pay every month with 6.5% interest, 3.5% down, and a PMI payment and the property taxes. Everything would have to be bundled in there with insurance. Well, of all the homes that are listed as a short-term rental, only 11 homes qualify for that based on a Zillow estimate and the city's taxes. I just want to bring up that fact. Of all those homes that are listed as STR, actually only 200 are under 200,000 on a Zestimate, and only 13 of them have less than $2,000 a year in property taxes. What we're doing here and what we're talking about does not help the affordable housing. I don't understand where we're coming from as a whole. So we're going to get 11 houses on the property that actually the average person can afford. We're going to take away 400 houses. Lambeau Field is going to turn into Door County. I mean, a bunch of Illinois people are going to come up here. They're going to buy the houses, and then we can go basically to Door County during the Packer season. These are all expensive homes. The average person's not going to buy them to hold on to them. I mean, my mind's rolling with a lot of different things right now. And I do think that we have to start working together on housing instead of going against each other. This isn't a Democratic or Republican question, whether there's affordability in the area. This is a question of working together to try to figure out something that actually works. And until we actually work together, like, this is all nonsense. This is nonsense, really. I mean, the fact that we're here today discussing this. I have a property by the hospitals. I have chemo patients go there. I have people expecting babies. I have deaths of the family. I mean, it's not just Packer properties. There's properties throughout the city that people don't want to stay in hotels. They don't want to come to the town and spend their nights in a hotel. Or, okay, grandma's dying, let's all get a hotel room. No, they want to bring their kids there, or they're welcoming the birth of their child. They want to have their siblings be able to stay at a house and they can cook a meal and the mother can come there and the family can stay there. I don't know. We should talk about feelings and we should talk about working together, or we should talk about facts, not feelings, and we should talk about working together on how we can accomplish something together.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What was the number of short-term rentals that would be worth less than $300,000?
I didn't say 300. It's 200,000. There's 28 per Zillow's estimate.
Okay. Do you know how many units right now are available in the city for under that amount?
How many properties are for sale?
Yeah.
I would really have to look. There's probably not too many under 200,000. 12 homes available currently.
Okay, so that would
How many
increase.
have accepted offers? Does anybody know?
12 as of last Friday, under 215, active, no offer.
Okay, so there's 12 homes available right now without an offer in Green Bay. So if somebody does want affordable housing, it sounds like there's 12 available right now.
Okay, but you're saying there are how many that are right now being used as short-term rentals?
There's 28 currently under 200,000, but you have to factor in property taxes too. The 200,000s, like if you have a $300,000 or $3,000 a month or year property taxes, it doesn't matter if your property is 200,000. Now you got to buy that same home for 120,000, 140,000. I mean, I'm not a calculator, but I mean, it fluctuates a lot. I mean, we have issues, and I agree 100%. I want to work however I can to help whoever I can. I just don't know how this is. You know, he just said there's 12 properties available for somebody to buy. Okay, so we put another, let's just say, I did the math earlier, it was 11 of them total that would be underneath the average that people need to be in to get the 30% loan to value of their income. I don't know. So now we're talking, we got 20 properties between all of them.
Nobody's gonna live in on $200,000 home. I'm staying within the lot.
All right, sir, you can't, chime in. Yeah. All right, any other questions from council? Alder Johnson.
thank you for that data because you answered a lot of questions that I'd written down. But the one question that I would have for you is, did you have a list of all the licensed addresses? Is that how you pulled that data?
Yes.
So you manually went in and looked them all up, or maybe you have a tool that does it in batch, but
yeah.
Okay. Can you share that data with all of council? I don't know what's going to happen here tonight,
absolutely.
but that data is valuable regardless. And to your point, I think we all agree we want to work on this problem. I think the question is this the right solution? And I think that data helps us better frame it and understand it. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, any other questions? All right, thanks for your testimony.
Yep, thanks.
Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Jesse Wellens. I live at 1084 Dousman Street. I was not planning on talking about short-term rentals tonight. I was going to talk about the zoning ordinance, but I do want to respond to a thing that has cropped up in a lot of the testimony here that I think might be a misconception, might be a strong word, but it is true. I think that there's a lot of testimony here about questions here about how a $500,000 house over here has anything to do with housing affordability. Obviously, no one making the median income is going to move to that $500,000 house. But the housing market is unique in that it doesn't work like on a two-way trade, right? The housing market works a lot like a game of musical chairs, where everyone's kind of trying to get where they want to go. But in a housing market like we have right now, it's like a game of musical chairs where the music stops and you can't move anywhere. Yeah, it's a lot like there's nowhere to go. There's so many people that want to be in a house or a home different than the one they are in, but they can't because the market is not functioning the way that it should. And one of the reasons that the market is not functioning the way that it should is because there aren't enough supply. Like you and I can't trade houses. Like maybe I want to live where you live, but you want to live where I live, but you want to live where someone else lives, but they don't want to live where you live. So we have to, the economists that have studied this have identified up to like 17-way trades that happen in the housing market. It's only possible if there's enough supply to allow those trades to happen. And when there isn't enough supply, the limit on how high people can raise housing prices is the sky. What price would you pay to not be homeless? I mean, people will pay tons of money, 30%, 50%, 60% of their incomes to do that. So I just wanted to respond to that it is true that no one who is making a low income is going to move into a lot of these short-term rentals, but someone else will, and someone else will move into that house, and someone else will move into that house, and there's kind of a chain migration effect at play here that is absolutely affected by the availability of housing. So just wanted to offer that up as an analogy. I do support this measure, but I felt compelled to share that with all of you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thank you. All right, anyone else? Anyone online? I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, this is Craig Rickaway, if you can hear me. I don't know if you can or not.
Yep, go ahead and state your name and address.
Craig Rickaway, 1221 Thorndale Avenue. Basically, I just want to say that I'm a 20-year retired member. My wife grew up in De Pere, Wisconsin. I grew up in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Unfortunately, military duties kept me out of Green Bay. We are moving back to the territory area in April or May of this year. Since purchasing my property 6 years ago, my property taxes have approximately doubled. When combined with city and county permit fees necessary to operate my STR have increased annually. While I understand the goal of regulation is to alleviate housing pressure, I believe the current proposal misidentifies the primary cause of the housing issue in the neighborhood and unfairly burdens complaint property neighbors. In my years of ownership, the operation, the city of Green Bay has been awesome to work with. I know all my neighbors and have always made sure I've been in full compliance of every policy and fee requirement. And I've never had police call to my property or any issue related to my rental activity. I've never felt that the policies of the city asked me to implement were an invasion of my rights as a property owner. However, reading the Equal Rights Commission 24-page report, particularly the STR punitive minimum state proposal, makes me deeply concerned about the future direction of individual property rights for those who are operating within the law. The report cites issues with STR guests, but the fact is disruptive issues can arise with any neighborhood or any rental type. Most STR's operators require significant security deposits on bookings, which is immediately lost if there is an issue. Contrast this with non-STR houses directly across the street. From an example of my property, I have a 24/7, 365 rental. I've had the police called there multiple times, and they get 5 warnings per year, and it restarts every year. We've had 2 of those folks that lived in that long-term rental actually put in prison, and I can't do anything about it. And it's not maintained, it's not taken care of. I urge the City Council to consider following points which illustrate the proposed restrictions are inequitable, lack legal justification, and fail to address the core problem. The core issue, market demand driven by the Packers and limited hotel capacity. The concentration of STRs near Lambeau Field is not failure of property owners, but a direct and predictable result of a massive commercial engine created by the Green Bay Packers and limited and traditional lodging options in the city. Lambeau Field scale versus city infrastructure. Green Bay is recognized as the smallest market in the NFL, yet hosts the second largest stadium in the NFL with 81,441 seats. Massive renovations over the last 2 decades is driven to do this. Then we have the NFL. We can compare this to the city of Detroit, who has a smaller stadium. We only have 5,000 hotel rooms in Green Bay. Detroit has 11,000, and they have a smaller stadium. Kansas City has a smaller stadium. They have 8,300 hotel rooms. STRs are a necessary safety valve created by this drastic disparity between economic demand and infrastructure capacity, not the cause of residential displacement. The NFL draft precedent, the recent surge in STRs from 120 in 2022 to over 430 in 2025 was heavily influenced by the 2025 NFL draft. City officials recognize a massive shortage of hotel rooms, actively encourage and require property owners to obtain STR permits. Approximately 250 listings for a typical game weekend to over 450 listings of homeowners followed the city's request to support the economic boom.
All right, sir, your time has expired.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Any questions from council? All right, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Got one more?
Hello.
Yep, just state your name and address.
Hey, good evening. My name is Zoel Dominguez. Our address is 1114 Meacham Street. I am currently here in Austin, Texas, where we split time. Really great points tonight. Thank you so much, everybody, for the consideration to open up this conversation. A couple points I want to touch on really quickly. First and foremost, we made the investment in Green Bay because we love the community. Me and my wife have been going up there for 15 years, and we have plans of putting down some roots long term. However, we are just waiting for my stepson to finish high school right now. But we have made it a personal point to reach out to all of our neighbors to make sure that they feel comfortable, knowing that we are actual people, that we spend time in Green Bay. So I really want to reiterate that people come to Green Bay for all kinds of reasons, and it's a wonderful city. Second thing, earlier today, a gentleman brought up a case study in Austin, Texas. I want to respectfully disagree with that case because we also own property that is a short-term rental here in Austin. And it is like comparing apples to oranges. The housing market in Austin boomed as a result of the pandemic. Austin also has companies like Meta, Google, Facebook, big organizations that Green Bay does not have. People did not want to be in hotels during the pandemic, which is why there was such an increase in that. And when people realized that it was no longer profitable, they wanted to cash in. So that's why the houses went back on the market extremely quick. So comparing Austin to Green Bay is apples to oranges. On that, I just want to say that we're very grateful for the opportunity to invest in Green Bay. We take very much pride. We employ and we have done massive renovations and have great relationships with Titletown Basement, electricians in the area, cleaners in the area, Earlier today, our property management, Ben, spoke, and he's a wonderful gentleman. He's invited us to his family. We've had his family over. We had Thanksgiving in Green Bay. So I want to paint the picture that just because we currently live out of state does not mean that we don't have love for Green Bay or that we just treat it as a revenue stream, because the fact of the matter is it doesn't bring in a lot of revenue. And even if this were to pass, you have a ton of owners that are not necessarily in a position that they would even have to put their house back out on the market to be available. So I really just do not think this is a solution. You know, there's been plenty of stats. I wish I had prepared data, but you know, the fact of the matter is, even if there was 400 houses that went on the market tomorrow, there's no guarantee that those are up for sale, that people can afford those houses, that people are going to want to move in their area. And what's preventing other out-of-state people from just scooping up those properties and coming into Green Bay whenever they want, and those properties sit there vacant. So again, I appreciate it. Extremely nervous and anxious to present like this off the hip. So, you know, really thankful for everybody, and open to any questions if you have some.
Thanks for your testimony, sir. Any questions? All right, thanks again. Anyone else online? If anybody wants to speak, just raise your hand.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay, but my name is Richard Hochsprung. The address in which our short-term rental is at is 1934 West Telemark Circle in Green Bay, Wisconsin. First, I wanted to explain the reason that we purchased the home. I'm currently a resident of California. However, my sister and now brother-in-law returned to Green Bay after his 8 years in service in the Navy. Shortly after he finished his service, he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. We purchased a home in Green Bay to be closer to them and help them through any challenges that his diagnosis may cause. I have personally been an Airbnb host in California for over 6 years, and something that I think that is very important to this council that was mentioned by the man from Texas earlier is that even if there is a change to the short-term rentals in Green Bay, there will still be demand for the shorter stays for Packer games, and it's just Packer games, family gatherings, reunions, and stuff like that. And that will unfortunately lead to a different township or city gaining and those funds and being able to use them. Now, something that I would like to address in particular to our rental is we are over the 180-day cap. Since we have purchased the home in Green Bay, we spent 7 months in Green Bay, and we purchased the home in August or September of 2024. We did not anticipate this demand, but obviously there's high demand for short-term rentals. Something that was brought up in the STR Alliance that I can agree with is, as I'm located in the Coachella Valley, the city of Palm Springs, California, there was actually an Oxford study on this and how their regulations and impacts has affected the city. It actually led to a decrease in school funding. Let me pull it up right here. Lack of neighborhood improvements, and it actually directly caused the affording housing effort in the city of Palm Springs. I'll be happy to share that with you guys. But in return, what that did in the Coachella Valley is it led directly to investors or people who are in the industry going to townships over to fill the demand for tourism and all of that stuff along those lines. And lastly, I would like to say I am, I guess, in the anomaly. I have received, I have been notified actually of this last week that the property has received one complaint from the police department, and this was in July of this past year. One thing I would like to point out really quickly is we were never notified. There was no form, there was no communication of the complaint. And then also, lastly, to wrap it up, I did hear one of the council members talking about the 3-strike rule and you're out. And before we even started, just like Tyler from Wisconsin Getaways, we have security cameras on all door, noise monitors, etc. That's going to do a very good job at weeding out bad acting guests and things along that lines. However, some of our neighbors in the area where the property, they do not want to communicate with us. They do not want our phone numbers. They do not want to work with us to ensure a safe community. So I think that there could be some positive push here for a reform in the policies, not necessarily the nightly regulations, but whether that be fines for hosts to ensure a safe community for everyone like that. And yeah, so thank you for your time, and let me know if you have any questions.
All right, thanks for your testimony, sir. Any questions? All right, thanks again. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Fran Barassa.
Yep, just go ahead with your address.
1198 Shadow. So first of all, thank you for everyone's time. I mean, obviously this has been going on for quite some time here. I know that we've talked a lot about like kind of generalities, but I just want to drive home the point that, you know, for us, and I imagine a lot of the STR owners are in similar positions, like we rely very heavily on the local economy and local people to do a lot of work. I myself am local. I've lived here my whole life. But when you look at like the types of jobs that folks are getting, like when we look at like the cleaners as an example, we pay our cleaning staff $30 an hour, which relative to a lot of other jobs, it's incredible pay given the skill set and kind of education requirements. And it feels to me like we're talking about a lot of really general things, but that will have a huge and dramatic impact on people's lives. And even with the minimum stay requirements, if they're cleaning a property, say it takes 6 hours and they do it one time a week because they can only do it once every 7 days, or 3 times a week because, you know, you can turn it more frequently, like that will have a direct impact on whether or not they can, you know, afford to feed their family. Or I'm just concerned that we talk about a lot of really high level things here. It's just from an affordable standpoint, I think we're putting a lot of the folks that we rely on the community out of reach if, you know, people choose to put in ordinances that are going to restrict the operations of STRs.
All right, thanks for your testimony, sir. Any questions? Thank you. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Can we take care of this? No? Yeah. So I would entertain a motion.
Motion to receive and place on file.
Second.
A motion to approve made by Alder Presley. Yeah, is there a second for Alder Presley's? Seconded by Alder Prophet.
There's the motion.
To approve. So essentially to accept the advisory report. On that, Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as you pointed out earlier, this is a advisory report. What we're voting on right now is whether or not to accept that report. And accept doesn't bind us to any of the recommendations. It simply says, hey, the ERC did this report. We're going to take it into consideration. I think it's a little bit conflated because we also have a direct communication from Alder Hinkvist and I suggesting some of the regulations slightly edited from the ERC report. And that will be binding, but that is a different vote than this. So my motion is to accept it. Just to take it into consideration. I don't want to speak about the merits of any of the proposals because I don't think that's what this vote is about. I can talk about the process of it because there were some questions brought up. Alder Galvin asked, did we fact check? We fact checked within reason. I mean, it was testimony from people who own short-term rentals. We did cross-check to make sure they did own short-term rentals. So with that degree, we affected it, or we fact checked it. And in terms of people's lived experience, I don't really know how to fact check that. It does lack data, and that lack of data is somewhat purposeful, because we have the numbers of how many short-term rentals are, we have the raise in proliferation, we have the numbers of people who live in the city of Green Bay, we have a bunch of data on who these people are, and where the properties are. We don't have a lot of data on how this would affect prices. That data does exist, but it's not in this report, because this report was really looking at broadcasting out the state of the situation, what we can do in terms of the situation, via what the state statute allows, and what people feel about the situation. We listened, we reported out. It comes with recommendations, but those recommendations, again, are not binding. As for, what was the other question we had about this? If we talked to people, we had publicized meetings, so we published it. They were open to people coming to these meetings. We did have a fair number of people. It was mostly people who did represent short-term rentals. We also went into, I went into my district. I presented for the neighborhood association there. To some degree, I believe it's incumbent on the representatives for each district who were aware that this was happening, who this came before you to vote on, as an approval of what happened at the Equal Rights Commission. We had 3, I believe, different open sessions between December and January of last year into this year. I think Alder Ritterbusch is in a unique situation where, he wasn't around for that. But his predecessor certainly could have gone to the Lombardi Avenue Neighborhood Association. And I do agree we could have gotten it out a little bit more to those groups. We didn't know exactly who the stakeholders were when we began exploring this. But I will say this is the very, very beginning of a process. The first meeting on this, besides our informational hearings, was in October. The final decision will not be made until mid-December. So there's a lot of opportunity for people to speak. It's always funny to me when people say, we didn't hear about this, as they're standing in the meeting talking about it. Because you did hear about it at some level, and there's plenty of opportunity. I've spoken with short-term rental owners. So with the report, though, getting back to that, I want to vote to accept it, because why not?
Thanks, Alder. On that motion, Alder Galvin and Johnson.
This is for the city attorney. If we accept this and it's voted on by a majority, as opposed to receive and place on file, can anyone take this report down the road and use it in some way as evidence or documentation that A, B, or C happened, or could have happened, or did happen?
It's a broad question.
It is. It is.
It is. Let me just clarify the accept. So this is, again, just a report which the ERC is tasked with doing reports and submitting them to council and the mayor. So it doesn't require any action. I know there is a communication on another agenda item that will require an action. So usually if we receive and place on something something on file, it doesn't require an action. So this is an accept because it's a report of the commission. You can receive and place on file. I think that's the same process. The city is bringing it into its files. If you don't want to accept it, then that's a deny or to refuse its acceptance. But to your point about, I think that's probably more than I could direct you on what it could or couldn't be used for. It's just a report from the ERC. That's one of their duties as the Equal Rights Commission and the commissioners is to submit these reports. Could someone use it just like any other document the city has? It's a public record. That's probably the extent of I can provide you assurances, Alder Galvin, about what the use of
All right, then maybe this will, I've been thinking, narrow this down a little bit more. Say we do change our ordinance to affect STRs, and an STR owner uses this report to say that our decision was based in part on this report and that this report is false, or parts of it are false or questionable. Are those issues we could run into? And then we have to stand by this report, or we can say, well, no, it's just a report they put together, but it carries no weight.
Sure, I think you're asking about legal issues, right, Alder Galvin? If I know the questions you usually ask me are about legal issues. So I think whether the report would be used as some like inappropriate facts or they're not actual facts later, it's really more about the ordinance changes themselves. Either they're allowable under law or they're not. This other information that was used isn't really, I don't think from my perspective, would have any bearing on a legal action on an ordinance itself.
All right. Thank you very much.
Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Attorney Koshar, I just followed that up because, again, I think Alder Galvin was alluding at this, but when we oftentimes get other reports, it's obviously a very different type of category, thinking of like the comp plan or the housing study, where we might actually adopt that report. And at least the way that I interpret it is when you're adopting it, you're embracing it as a body. If there's an affirmative vote that says, yes, we agree with what's in here, and we are going to use this to implement policy. And this feels slightly different, right? Because it's not in that same level. That's why I made the motion to receive and place on file for what it's worth. I like the report. Alder Presley, I think you did a great job. I think it's missing some things. There's some things I don't agree with, but there's like a lot of really good stuff in there too, right? That I don't want to lose. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, if comp plan's a great example because it's the most recent one, where we went through and we made edits and changes. But it doesn't seem like that's the level of effort we want to put into this document, but though I don't want to presume for the body. So that's the part where I'm just trying to wrap my brain around the appropriate action on this. Because I don't know that I can stand behind it and say I adopt it per se, because that would mean I support everything that's in here, and I just don't. But there's a lot in here that I really do like. So I'm trying to figure out how to proceed.
I can distinguish the two things. So the comp plan, as an example, is required by state law. We have to have it in place, and then our future actions are supposed to be consistent with that plan. This plan, I mean, obviously you can make a policy decision whether to accept or deny, but there's no subsequent action that requires us to comply with a report submitted and received by the council, by the ERC. So that would be different from the comp plan, just as an example.
So from your legal perspective, whether we receive and place on file or we accept, it's synonymous, means the same thing?
Yes. And
Okay.
these are generally policy decisions.
Okay, so knowing that, I mean, I would support the motion then. The only thing that I would maybe ask Alder Presley, if the mayor would allow some latitude for him to answer, some of these recommendations here I would observe are more policy oriented or even internal things that we might implement and wouldn't necessarily impact like a zoning ordinance. Something that was going through my mind is, like a referral to protection policy, for implementation on that front. But I just didn't know if you were intending to submit separate communication on some of the more policy oriented things.
Alder?
Thank you, Alder Johnson. Yeah, I mean, we could do a referral, and I wouldn't be opposed to that for the policy elements. But yeah, I mean, the plan was to introduce those as separate things so we can have separate votes. Yeah, that's basically what we're looking at.
Okay, because I know obviously the two things that we're really kind of leaned in on today were the 180 day and the 7 day, and that to me would be, real ordinance type of information. Some of the other things that were put in here that I thought were more policy related would be like posting of the phone number or I'm trying to, the 3 strikes, right? To me, that felt more policy, although 3 strikes could potentially be ordinance driven, but sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the list of recommendations on the fly here.
It's very long, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. But I mean, you get what I'm saying though, right? Where you have to notify your residents where they need to park, right? That's more of a policy thing to me. So it's, I just didn't know what your plan was, I guess, to sort of have staff work on that.
Can I respond to
Anything else? Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, it's I think we could refer that portion of the report to staff. I don't think we necessarily need to, though, and some of those things, as I've talked to staff, they've already been working on independently. So I think it would take a little bit more time to kind of figure out what exactly we would want to look at as a potential policy change that would have to be approved by council. So yeah, I mean, if you want to refer it to staff right now, I'd be happy with that. If you don't, it'll come at a different time.
I think if they're already working on implementation, then I'm good. I just didn't want it to get lost. So
thank you.
Cool. Other comments on the motion, Alder Eck, and then Alder Grant. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm struggling because I did watch the ERC. I was on Zoom, And there were several people that came and spoke against the report, or what was in the report, some of the regulations. And I didn't, so if people were consulted outside of that, I didn't see that. But if that's considering being, consulting those people that own short-term rentals, I don't really I don't count it because it didn't change anything in the report. They spoke, and as soon as they were done, a motion was made to accept the report or to pass the report, whatever it was, approve the report. I'm sorry. And so I don't think that they were taken into consideration. I think there's a lot of just regulations in here that I don't agree with. And so it's hard for me to say I accept a report that I disagree with. So I would lean towards more of the either deny or to receive and place on file. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a clarification from Alder Presley. I know you mentioned this is formed off of feedback from residents, and I do see articles and things sourced on it. Is there anything of who you collected feedback from, how many people, just more information on it, who they are, where they live, helpful information as to where this came, who it came from?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, thank you, Alder Grant. For the testimony that was given at the Equal Rights Commission, our open sessions about it, that information is publicly available. People were asked to give their address and their name for that.
Okay, so it's just the equal rights sessions, not anything else outside of that.
Well, I mean, with the personal conversations with people in my district, the conversations with the neighborhood associations, that we don't have record keeping on that.
Okay, I apologize. I just know when the chair Ms. Yang spoke about hearing from, I didn't know if it was just your feedback or other people's feedback as a whole as a commission.
Wait, sorry, can you clarify?
When she spoke, she mentioned that you guys, as a commission, you get feedback. So this report is purely only what you have gotten as feedback.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Alder Johnson.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to point out especially for those that are here in the gallery on this particular issue, this item is really taking up just the Equal Rights Commission report. There is an item on the Planning Commission, a few items down, that will address the referral or request to change the ordinance. So I just kind of want to make sure that's clear for those that don't follow government and how these are two separate items. And I've contemplated this all day, Alder Presley, like what I wanted to do with this report and what the appropriate action would be. And the thing I think I'm going to lean in on again, as decision makers, we get information from all kinds of places, right? We talk to our constituents, we read our emails, we take phone calls, we do our own research. I listen to a lot of podcasts on STRs over the last couple of weeks. This to me is just one piece of information. And it's one piece of information that was created by the Equal Rights Commission, who was asked to put a lens on certain city issues for individuals that have been underrepresented in our community. So again, as long as I have the assurance from the city attorney that, it's not like we're embracing and saying, go implement all this stuff. Like I'm good with accepting us saying, hey, thank you to the Equal Rights Commission, Alder Presley in particular, for the work that you put into this to give us this information. But I'm still going to make my decision on Plan Commission based on everything else that I've soaked in through this process. So I would stand behind the motion.
Any other comments on the motion to accept? All right, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Sure. Board vote has been requested.
You may vote.
To accept. All right, that motion succeeds 10-2. We'll take a break, 10 minutes, and then we'll be back on the Plan Commission, where, to Alder Johnson's point, there is that item referring these proposed ordinances to staff. So we'll be back at 9:36.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
It is 9:36, so we are back. And we are on to the report of the Plan Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder Profit. Items here to be handled separately.
1 and 3.
1 and 3. Any others? 2 and 5. Oh my goodness. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and 5. Any others? One, 2, 3, and 5 will be taken up separately. Or 6. All right. All in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 1, 2, 3, and 5. So on item 1, what are your wishes? Motion on the floor made by Alder Profit, seconded by Alder Presley.
Real quick, Mayor.
Alder Johnson.
Yeah, I just wondering if staff could first give us maybe an overview of why this was required. The alley closure, just because the meeting documents are sort of lacking in that. I know we briefly brought it up, but I know there is a few people here that would probably want to speak to this, and I think it would help if we all had context on what was trying to be achieved here. I mean, I have an idea. I just want to make sure the whole rest of the council
Who wants to go
informed.
first? Clerk Jeffries.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alder Johnson. So, as you may be aware, when someone wants to extend their premise for a liquor license, the premise needs to be continuous or contiguous. And an example of that was a festival, a band concert that Richard Craniums had. They owned two parts of a property. They needed to create a sidewalk cafe, and then they got permission from the RDA in order to occupy that property. So there's one continuous or contiguous liquor license. And that is, and I haven't touched this from the clerk's perspective for a little while, but that's how this whole thing started. For the food truck park behind the Tarleton Theater, they needed to have one contiguous presence, which would include the alley and a vacation thereof.
Director Renier Wig.
I mean, I think that's it. The applicant needed that expanded liquor license to allow for the use. So began working with us to try to figure out how we could best do that.
And right now that site is operating under a temporary use permit?
I believe so. Yep.
Okay. And that temporary use permit, does that allow the sale of alcohol?
So my understanding of a temporary use permit is the use of the site. If it's included in the liquor license, and they can serve, sell, consume on that site that is included in the liquor license, if that answers your question.
Even if it's not contiguous?
It has to be contiguous in order for that to happen.
But the temporary use permit to extend that way?
Well, because the temporary use allows use of the public property in order to make the liquor license premise contiguous.
Okay.
So and the temporary use will lapse. So we're looking for a permanent change.
Right. So, and this is the precursor to what would be followed up then by a planned unit development, because the operation of that site zoning code does not allow either, right? So that this would just be sort of the first step of 2.
For maybe
whoever. Yep.
Right. Yeah, this would be the first, and I guess if I can expound upon that a little bit. So, when the petitioner came forward to talk about doing a use, to Clerk Jeffrey's statement that the use they wanted to do could not happen without a closure, not a vacation, but a closure of that alley. But when that came to staff, we reviewed the closure request, and really from a public safety standpoint is why staff is supporting that alley closure. Beyond that, the plan development still has to be applied for. We don't know the details of it at this time. But yeah, there would have to be a second action coming through.
Okay. Yeah, and again, obviously I know the answers. That's why I'm asking the questions, but just to make sure that all the alders are at sort of level playing field. So, okay.
Motion and a second has been made to open the floor. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
Came up to get a better view.
I think it's open to, if you'd like.
Wanted to make sure there was an opportunity for anyone else to speak before we came up. I have a couple of graphic aids. I'm wondering if I can bring these out to each of the alders. Is that acceptable? Hi, members of the Green Bay Common Council again. My name is Tarl Knight. I live at 711 South Broadway. Along with my business partner, Mark Mariucci, I own the Tarleton Theater, Green Bay's historic West Side cinema and performing arts venue in our downtown. We're currently celebrating 100 years since its construction in 1925. In our years in operation, the Tarleton has proudly presented over 1,000 free and affordable shows and performances in our venue, and recently next door in our new food truck park development, the Truck Yard. We've generated over $2 million in arts and cultural investment in our downtown. We're very proud of our continued investment in local arts and culture, local cuisine, and community building through placemaking and activating spaces outside of our venue throughout the city. I'm speaking with you in regards to the Tarleton Theater's recent application to close the portion of the alley on our 400 block of West Walnut Street between the Tarleton Theater and the Truck Yard. The purpose of closing the proposed portion of the alley is to include the Truck Yard under the Tarleton Theater's liquor license in order to offer craft beers, ciders, wines, and other craft beverages, which are not only at the request of our regular guests, but are vital to the project's income and the sponsor relationships which support our live music programming and include area breweries, cideries, and wineries. It's worth mentioning we have financing for our project contingent on approval for us to offer alcoholic beverage offerings in the Truck Yard. My business partner Mark and I have invested significant personal resources in the development of Green Bay's first permanent food truck park, a project which has been supported by and developed in close coordination with city staff since its inception several years ago, including collaborations with Community and Economic Development Department, the Law Department, the Clerk's Office, and Department of Public Works. It's also worth mentioning some time ago, city staff recommended the same portion of the alley be closed in order to prevent vehicle accidents with pedestrians walking on the sidewalk along West Walnut Street, as the corner of the Tarleton Theater creates a dangerous blind spot in the alley. The current conditions of our proposal include a maintenance closure agreement with the Department of Public Works, an ingress-egress easement required over the drive alley portion of our parking lot, which is parcel 3-99, which connects to the open portion of the alley, and the good faith intention to apply for a PUD or other planned device. In order to develop the full scope of our food truck park vision for 409 West Walnut Street. We understand deliveries are a vital part of operating a business in our downtown and specifically on our block. Current common practice for deliveries to the businesses on our block includes trucks regularly parking on South Broadway, on Howard Street, or in the Tarleton Theater's parking lot on South Chestnut Avenue and reversing back out to South Chestnut when they leave. I understand a concern has been raised by a business owner on our block about deliveries in the alley and whether our ingress-egress easement through the drive alley portion of the parking lot will accommodate large delivery trucks. My understanding is we will be forced to remove a whole lane of parking with a dozen vehicle stalls in order to accommodate the turn radius of larger delivery vehicles, which is problematic because our business regularly welcomes 100 to 200 guests at one time. It's important to the mission of the Tarleton Theater for us to accommodate our guests, a large number of whom are aging citizens with as much complimentary parking adjacent to our venue as possible, which is the purpose of the investment of the parking lot. In order to accommodate deliveries to businesses on our block, we propose a loading area be added along the west side of the 100 block of South Broadway, which is detailed on the provided map. City staff has recommended the area become a shared loading and parking area with approval through the Traffic, Bicycle, and Pedestrian Committee process. The loading parking zone on South Broadway will accommodate deliveries to our block, guest parking, and also resolve our turn radius problem. The proposed loading parking zone on South Broadway is supported by planning staff and the City of Green Bay's own 2023 parking study. DPW's traffic engineering staff also support the addition of a shared loading and parking area with specific time allocations, i.e. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for loading and 7 p.m. and later for parking or any combination. It's important to Mark, my business partner, and I. We're supportive of our neighboring businesses, a number of whom we regularly collaborate with. It's also important to us we advance new creative business ideas to support the development of our downtown. The loading parking zone on South Broadway accommodates both, and so we ask for your support of our proposal.
Great. Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Alder Johnson.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Just a couple questions, just for clarity's sake, on a few things. Tarleton has a liquor license, like the full. Forgive me, Celestine, I forget all the Class A, Class C, Class B.
Class B.
Okay, so is you had mentioned, you had talked about craft beverages and wines. Is it necessary for you to sell liquor within this site? And have you contemplated separate, like having a separate legal entity that would procure its own beer and wine license as opposed to a full liquor license?
Clerk Jeffries wants to chime in on that one.
Oh yeah, yep.
So most entities that have a Class B liquor are also selling wine. Class B beer means malted beverages, not wine. So you can have a Class C wine license, but Mr. Knight has a Class B liquor and Class B beer.
Currently.
Currently, that's right.
Right, and I'm suggesting
And he
that
would
if-
not need a Class C wine if he has a Class B liquor.
Right. What I'm suggesting or asking, I guess, if it's not necessary to sell liquor at the truck yard,
But wine would be liquor in this scenario.
but there's a separate wine permit, is there not?
True, there's a separate wine license.
Right.
But if you have a Class B liquor license, you don't need a wine license.
Correct. But I'm assuming that as an existing entity, right, to pull a separate beer license and separate wine license would not be possible. And then you're going to run into the whole contiguous issue again, right? So what I'm asking is
Right.
if the beer license and the wine license can be pulled under a separate legal entity, for the sake of discussion, we'll call it Truck Yard LLC, that a PUD would permit that use.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, because in order for the city to issue a liquor license B, C, or A, it has to be to a brick and mortar store. So there'd have to be a built building on the truck yard. The food truck truck yard. Thank you. In order for that entity to obtain its own license.
So can the PUD essentially identify the container that's on the site as
Container
that
would
brick
not
and
be
mortar?
built. It would not be built. I mean, and this is a new category for Chapter 125, which
Yep.
governs liquor licenses. So in many ways, I cannot fully answer your question whether or not a container classifies as a built structure in which to house liquor. I'm not sure.
Okay. And okay, just a few more questions, because I just didn't know if you guys had explored that, Mr. Knight, which is why I asked the question. That's obviously a much more detailed, complicated answer, as most Wisconsin liquor laws are. What is the timeline that you are looking to meet? Is it next spring, summer, to be operational for this?
Yeah, we've been operational for the last 2 years, but for the next phase of our development, we'd like to see that happen for summer.
For summer?
Of
Like
2026.
April, May, sometime in there, maybe? I'm just trying to reverse engineer my mind. of the
Ideally,
timeline.
but realistically, summer.
Okay. And then, obviously, one of the reasons that this was held is because I did have more than one business owner, several business owners that reached out with some concerns. I appreciate the proposal here to offer the loading parking zone, but in this scenario, would this require then that they roll their dumpsters and their grease traps out to that location for pickup? Because that's really the primary concern is delivery. It's partly delivery trucks, but it's also the dump trucks and the other service vehicles that need to service those things in the alley. So I'm just trying to, I guess, how would you remediate those concerns? And that's why the turn radius discussion came up, was because those were the vehicles that couldn't make that turn.
That's a good question, and I would invite for that to be part of the discussion at Trifocal Bicycle and Pedestrian Commission meeting. So I think there are good questions that you raise, but this is an introduction in this conversation, and in order to pursue that process, and all the concerns that might raise, I think that would be best at the Traffic Commission meeting.
So we should just assume that Traffic Commission is going to address those concerns?
I'm proposing that conversation happens with Traffic Commission.
Okay. I'll let the business owner speak to that. So, what other options did you guys consider, I guess, prior to the alley closure? Because, and I want to be clear, and I've said this to all the staff that I've worked with, I like what you're doing. I like the idea. I like the proposal. What I want to do is see if there's a way for us to achieve what you need to achieve, but also respect the concerns that the other business and property owners have raised, and leave the alley in a condition that would allow those vehicles to operate. So I'm just curious if there were other options that have been considered that might allow you to achieve your objective, other than an alley closure.
Absolutely. And we had pursued, all ends and had those discussions. I think we've been having them for nearly 2 years now with all of the departments that I listed. And, I really appreciate the time and the energy and the investment of all of the city staff, in finding out what alternatives are available to us. But, I have some communications and correspondence in front of me here with a number of different departments that communicate that there is no path forward without the alley closure in order to meet the goal that we have. Right now, there's discussion of code amendments to address food truck courts and different, proposed visioning for what this kind of development could look like in the future of Green Bay. But we're just pioneering this right now in a city that has no food truck, development parks. So I think that, as was discussed before, this is like one step of a multi-step process. If there was a possibility of us to make the investment in a permanent structure and invite a separate liquor license, then we would certainly make that. But part of the reason that we're exploring the activation of this parking lot on this corner or this grass lot in this manner, in a creative way, is because, we're small business owners and entrepreneurs, and there's almost no other lasting, permanent development investment that we can make. Mixed use development would have been an awesome choice for this corner as the entrance to our downtown. But realistically, we have a limited amount of investment potential. And so how do we get creatively from point A to point C? And that was a food truck park and, temporary food trucks, including a food truck or a food trailer that doubles as a bar, where we can serve these products and be able to supplement our income and have, great arts and cultural investment continue on that lot. So, long story short, Alder, we've tried to explore all of the options in order to make this a really vibrant corner in the city. This is, I think, the only path forward right now. But it's a proof of concept if we can get it across the line with this alley closure and showcase that there is possible success with more food truck parks throughout our community, in our downtown, in the Broadway district. And hopefully then there can be, code amendment in order to address accommodating more and more of these, so that we can maybe revisit the alley closure down the line.
Okay, and then so just one final question: is the alley closure request exclusively just to allow the liquor license to extend, or did you intend to use the alley in any capacity for programming, storage, anything like that?
Well, I appreciate the question. There are, I think, 3 different uses that we want to explore with the alley. The first one is, as we discussed, in order to create the contiguous extension of the liquor license. The second is for us to be able to beautify and activate that alley, which right now is, already a little bit of an extension of the experience of our guests as they walk up. We've been in contact with great leaders in our arts and cultural community who have envisioned, a running avenue of experience from our parking lot with us all the way to inside our auditorium. And every step of the way, how are we activating and creating a more vibrant experience as part of the arts and cultural investment that people are making by visiting the corridor. One of them is beautifying that alley, and that means maybe new and improved lighting that can beautify that corridor, and maybe new furniture or opportunities for us to explore, maybe painted murals on the ground, and that's been something that we had even discussed with On Broadway Inc. at some time. So there's some potential there. The third is that there's a real safety concern with this alley as it exits north onto West Walnut Street, and this is something that had been, addressed by city staff at some point. There is a sharp turn exiting that alley north onto Walnut Street. There's part of the construction of the historic West Theater, now the Tarleton, disallows for a lot of visibility, and there's a sharp sight line there that imposes a real danger to pedestrians as they walk along West Walnut Street on the sidewalk. And as we create this destination where we have this campus of venues and people we want, to invite them to walk outside of the Tarleton in the summertime or the spring or the autumn over to the truck yard and vice versa, we want that to be a safe corridor for people to be able to pass by. The last thing we want is for people to believe that they're safe walking back and forth on the sidewalk between the two venues and to be struck down by a vehicle passing. So as we kind of create this homogeneous campus on the north end of our block, because we've invested in that property, we want to make sure that that's the safest possible alley that we can have. And that's the third reason why the closure of this is so important. And because there are no other stakeholders bordering that section of the alley, and the proposed portion is purely between the property lines that we own on either side, our hope is that wouldn't affect anybody else on our block in a negative way, as long as we've addressed other avenues for people to make and receive those deliveries.
Okay. And you've currently been operating for 2 years, right, with the truck yard?
Yeah.
And is that like just during the summer months?
It's been in multiple seasons. We have a commitment in order to program throughout the year as part of the full development. It'll be a while before we get there. Like I said, hopefully summer of 2026. But we have been operating in spring, summer, and in fall, but most often in summertime.
And how many events per year have you hosted in there?
That's a good question. As part of the temporary liquor license that we exhibited there, the picnic license, I think we had a specific number that we had allocated for us to be able to run those events. It's got to be over 20, but less than 50. And there are a number of, of pop-up events that we've hosted as well. So I don't have the full number in front of me. The hope, though, and the full vision of this in the long term is for us not to operate only on an event basis. It's for there to be Wednesday through Sunday a food truck park that people can visit during lunch and during dinner and on the weekends all week round. Right now, there's a culture of food trucks in our community that you only visit a food truck when you're at an event. The purpose of the food truck development park is for there to be permanent food trucks living there as a destination in our downtown. And that would be a regional attraction that we could program from time to time, but that wouldn't be the only basis for it to be open.
Yep. So right now, though, it's been about 20 events a year, and then but you'd like it to be more full-time, like
correct,
whatever, Wednesday to Saturday, whatever that
correct, yeah,
equates to. Okay. And then, so you've been using picnic permits right now for the beverage sales?
Yes.
Okay. You have a nonprofit for that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Ulrich.
Thank you, Mayor. I have it buried, so I couldn't see my green light. Hi, Mr. Knight. I'm wondering, in order to block off that alley, and I believe I asked you about this before, I think I did, but would you be extending your fence over to the building, or what would be the way to block that off?
No, we don't have any intention in order to extend the fence into the alley. We're happy with the investment we made in the fence now. And like I mentioned, there are great ways in which we can activate that alley with some beautification, maybe some lighting techniques, and maybe some public art in order to extend it as an extension of the experience between the truck yard and the Tarleton Theater. But no permanent improvements that couldn't be removed if this was something that we retracted in order to pursue that code amendment down the road once we have a proof of concept. Or if we decided at some point not to continue on an annual basis to maintain the alley closure.
So maybe bollards would work that could be removed, something like that. I'm just saying that, I'm thinking of if you're trying to be more safe and you don't want people to turn on, there would be something to show that it's not open.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that it's been recommended to us by staff that we have that discussion with DPW. And there's a possibility of barriers that would help to, clarify that that's the end of the alley and it's time to turn. Obviously, there's signage and there's all kinds of conversations that need to happen with DPW in order to make sure that delivery trucks know, what is and what isn't acceptable in that alley, and that pedestrian and bicycle and vehicle traffic know to turn. So I think that that's part of a larger conversation with DPW about what's necessary.
Okay, and then also, I believe you said you had gone around and gotten signatures of approval. And we did receive several emails from businesses in that area that are not for this, and it seems to be that they're within that proximity. So are you aware of those businesses being against this idea?
I was made aware that there was some challenge to it at a recent city council meeting. However, there was a good faith effort made by my business partner Mark, who's here today and can provide some testimony on it. And he collected a majority of those signatures, other than my own signature, and our neighbor to the south on the west side of the block, who doesn't receive deliveries on a regular basis and doesn't operate a service industry business. I can tell you Mark is an incredibly forthcoming and honest man, and I hope that this doesn't reflect on his character, but I'm here to vouch for him having had lengthy conversations with every single neighbor of ours, probably ad nauseum, knowing Mark, and making sure that there is absolute clarity to the path that we wanted to take for this development. Our goal is ultimately to be responsible neighbors on that block and to elevate it together. And we do collaborate on a regular basis with a number of the businesses on our block. We rent parking spaces on a regular basis to a number of them, and I'd like to think we have a healthy relationship with most, if not all of them. One of the items that I want to address as well is that this was a larger promotional initiative that we went to the local press with. This was featured in half a dozen outlets and publications, our announcement of this development, and there was widespread coverage about the excitement of us, developing Green Bay's first food truck park. In that press coverage, it wasn't explicitly stated that we intended at some point to close the alley, but everyone should have in our community, or at least on our block, been made aware, and was by Mark, if they weren't by the press coverage, that this is the full scope development vision with renderings and a lot of description. And we've continued to update our neighbors on all of the the incoming information. I had made a number of calls over the last couple of weeks offering to business owners on our block in order to update them on a regular basis. So I had a number of conversations, but we've been moving forward in the interest of transparency and togetherness and neighborliness on our block. We're not here to blindside anybody, and we are looking out partially, for our business interests and to elevate the amount of business and attraction to our block as a whole responsibly, but also for the safety of people visiting our block and going into that alley and exiting out through it. And of course, as part of that, we're willing to utilize some of our own property in order to allow for a safer exit. So it's not a charitable mission by any means, but we have tried to be very transparent, communicative, and collaborative every step of the way.
And I've gone by there on Wednesday when there's the market going, and I noticed you had bands and things like that. It looked like it was definitely well attended. So thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Hinkvis.
Thanks, Tarl. Question for you. The last time I looked at this and it came through our packet, I don't remember this proposed on-street loading parking zone. Is this different?
It's new. It's something that I newly proposed today.
My question then is, originally we were talking about closing the alley and there wasn't going to be any disruptions to the businesses there. I'm looking at this loading here, and that alley is a long way away from the loading zone. I mean, how does that impact the businesses that are there? I mean,
can I show you an image?
Does that mean
on my computer here? Can I turn this around and show you something? I don't know if everyone can see this, but this is a picture on Google Maps of our street, South Broadway, the one in question, and something that's on the map that I provided to you, Alders. And this is a double long bush light delivery vehicle on South Broadway, parked exactly in front of the businesses that are marked on that map. And so I wanted to show you that there's a precedent whether it's communicated by the businesses or not. But this is on Google Maps, and this is not something I even procured. This is on an average surprise day. The alley is not utilized to the same effect that the street is, and so as you know, one of the proposals or an amendment or addition to our proposal, I wanted to make sure that there was also some conversation about how to facilitate a metropolitan environment of deliveries that is happening on our block in a manner that it already occurs in. And so I think that one of the best cases that we can make here is that there is ingress and egress through our parking lot and through the alley all the way up until our business. But there is also an opportunity here with this shared parking and loading zone on the street that's already being utilized this way. There's a precedent, and that would continue to be used that way, but in a formal legal capacity. And so that's what I'm asking for the Traffic, Bicycle, and Pedestrian Commission to deliberate on and continue to offer an opportunity for input. I really do believe that from my nearly 8 years on this block that here's an opportunity for us to do something that's already communicated in the 2023 parking study, and also be able to utilize some of the street parking that's already being utilized by delivery trucks.
So you're not removing any requirements for the business. If they want to continue to operate the way they are, and the trucks fit down there, they can still go down that alleyway. I mean, I understand a semi that big isn't going to get through there.
Yeah.
But we're not changing their operating models with this, correct?
No, we're trying to reduce the amount of impact. We don't want any negative impact from our project on any of our neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, we're part of the initiative here is in order to create more public safety. So if there's a way that we can exercise more, obviously open to having that dialogue with everyone here and city staff. But this is at the recommendation of city staff, this item that is being proposed today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Alder Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. So that picture that you showed us, that is not a marked off area specified for that. Potentially people could be parked there and a semi could not pull up there in this moment.
I believe that's correct. I believe those are just for customer downtown parking.
Okay. And your proposed loading dock would be a marked off area that people could not park because it should be readily available for deliveries, correct?
I think that's like a better question posed for DPW or maybe economic and community development.
I can wait.
I would imagine that there would be some signage or demarcation allowing for visibility that is a space that either is all day round or from some specific time to another for loading or parking.
Okay. And then the business on Chestnut, apologize, this one here,
Mm-hmm.
within the green area, well, I understand that's the alley.
Sure, on the southwest corner.
Yeah, are they aware of this loading? Would they access that, or where would they load if a semi couldn't get behind their business? Do they require loading, and are they okay with it being in the front of their business, or do they rely on that alley?
My understanding is that our friends to the southwest are not reliant on deliveries, and certainly not on food or liquor or beer deliveries.
At 117 South Chestnut?
Correct. That's a non-service industry business. It's Badgerland Badge and Sign.
Okay.
And so they're not involved in deliveries.
Okay. And so you said this amendment is new. Are the property owners aware of this proposed loading area?
A call was made to all of the businesses on the east side of the block in order to make them aware, and that was done in the last week.
Did you actually speak to them?
No, I left voicemails,
Okay.
In the interest of transparency, but I couldn't have a dialogue with all of them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll save the rest for staff.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Anyone else on this item?
I didn't steal all the thunder.
I will be very brief. So I'm Mark Mariucci, and I'm the co-owner of the Tarleton Theater and the business properties. We have two different LLCs. One is for the properties and one is for the operating business. And I want to just stress that when Tarla and I took over that property, it was blight. It had been abandoned. It was in foreclosure. We spent $35,000 fixing plumbing that had burst everywhere. We have spent 8 years doing repairs on the building, which is on the historic register, and we really cherish. But in addition to that, since the day we got it, along with the parking lot, we wondered, what can we do with the grass lot? Originally, I thought, oh, well, we could have more parking. The city does not want us to pay that. And I did not want it to stay an ugly, barren, green piece of grass. I have spent personally out of my own funds about $50,000 now on that part of the property. And if you drive by and you see the fence that we put in, we did not want to do anything Mickey Mouse. And it is in pieces. We're still working on it. And there's more to come. I know that we will end up with some parcels, food trucks that we actually own. So we have more control over what is being offered and everything. We want this to be the most unique destination in downtown Green Bay, that there would be nothing else like it. And yet not compete with the Wednesday market and offer another opportunity where people can go and find some unusual food options that are regularly scheduled in the same spot and are controlled and watched. We want a safe environment. We want it family friendly. We live in Green Bay, and I have to say that without alcohol sales, it will be impossible for us to break even. I would rather we not have to do alcohol, but it's the reality. People want to have a cocktail. And I think initially we really are only interested in beer and wine, but I think down the road we want to be able to offer hard liquor if that worked and it wasn't a liability for us. You know, our clientele is generally older, so I think it's pretty safe. We're not going to be doing rock concerts with 18 and 19-year-olds, and we do not want fights. And, those people who have been around for our Wednesday and Thursday will be able to see very easily the crowd that we are comfortable with. And our goal is to promote the arts in all of its forms. And the live music outside was only made possible through money that I put in and some grants from beer distributors and also from our nonprofit. A lot of community members put money in to the nonprofit, which we then used to pay for those bands, which were not inexpensive.
Question, Alder Prophet.
Thanks, Mark. I think your business partner kind of alluded to it, but I heard mention of some funds that were contingent on this alley closure. Could you maybe just speak to the potential for there being a next set? Or you're giving me eyebrows, so maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was talking about funds. There are steps that we have to take, and I'm sorry, but I have allowed Tarl to really. I have a full-time job, and he has really taken this on himself and has had all of these meetings. He has worked for 2 years with the city on this. I don't fully understand everything, so I apologize, but there's a PUD that has to happen, but we weren't going to go down that road if it wasn't going to be viable. So the alley closure was first.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, everybody. My name is Taiwan. Excuse me, is Taiwan Lee, and I guess with what I'm hearing, with what just heard here recently.
And just,
It
just your address, sir, as well.
I'm the owner of the 100 South Broadway right next to Tarleton, and my restaurant is the Egg Roll Food Truck Restaurant. Okay, and you hear the word Egg Roll Food Truck. So when I hear about this, it's kind of ridiculous that I'm hearing this. Like with what before when we're talking about the short-term rental there from with Mike, he's saying that's kind of nonsense. My business is right next to Tarleton, and people know me or call me as the Egg Roll Food Truck Restaurant or the Egg Roll Food Truck. And I was the one that started all these things way back ago with Jim Smith, the former mayor here. And I sat with Jim Smith there in the city council here, and I was like the third or fourth food truck here in Green Bay. We fought with the city of Green Bay here for about almost a year to get food truck out on the street. Okay, and that's how we got that city of Green Bay permit, so we can have the food truck out and selling on the street. And now hearing about this as in a food truck park, I started when we were doing this our restaurant during the COVID year 2020, that we were shut down as in a restaurant, and we were doing takeout for 2020 there, 2021 and 2022. I was the one that put the food truck along the South Broadway there, lined up from my restaurant all the way down to Old School there to attract people to come back to downtown. Okay, my parking lot, I own 100 South Broadway. I have a vacant lot of 116 there, a grass lot in a parking lot. And then also 124, where right now is Lone Star, or formerly that 70s bar owned by the 70s or the Sardine Can. Okay, I was trying to work with the city here back then, 2021 and 22, to put something there as I call myself as the food truck court back then. And I talked with the city of Green Bay here, not only David Buck at that time, about with what I want to do, and he turned me down. Okay, and then later I talked with Nate, I think just a few years ago, about having shipping container on my parking lot so we can do like an outdoor market outside there. And then Nate told me I could only have shipping container there only for about 3 months or so only. And if you look at with what Tarleton have on his grass lot, shipping container there for almost 2 years. So why am I not able to do that? And he is doing that. And today, just recently, I got a call from John Leroy with what I have. If you look at my parking lot and my grass lot, I currently have a red food trailer there on my parking lot and one on my grass lot. And he specifically told me I cannot have food truck there. I need to have moved those food truck by today or soon here. Okay, so why are we talking that I'm trying to do something as a food truck court? I have food truck on my lot, and if you've seen over the years, when you come to downtown for the farmers market there, food truck has been on my lot every Wednesday there, and also on the weekend. And for this past year, I have a red food truck called Curtis Barbecue, and he's been there since last June. And throughout the winter, and this year he just recently being mobile. So why are you shutting me down and then also offering this to somebody else next door to me?
I think city staff and I myself am happy to have meetings on this, but it's not
Right,
really-
but that's what
it's not-
but
it's
that's
not-
what
sir, it's not related to what we're talking about.
right,
no?
and that's why,
So if
like I
you could
said,
just make your
with
argument.
with what you are suggesting or Tarleton is suggesting to with what to have, as in like a loading dock, my side of the business here on the east side of what he is there on Broadway, that is where I park I have a customer there parking, or it's a street parking. And right currently, this past summer, I have a vehicle that was loading for the farmers market behind that sign, and I got ticketed for putting my flasher on and loading my stuff for the farmers market, and I get ticket for it. And that's why it's kind of ridiculous that with what you are trying to do is to do a food truck park, why I'm already having a food truck court already, and I have food truck currently at my lot right now, and I own 124. And according to what John Leroy told me this morning, he said that since my parcel is not as a commercial use, but my property right next to it, I own that building. It's connected. I don't need to close a alleyway to do with what I'm doing, but I am asked to be closed down for doing something that I'm currently doing for the past couple of years.
So I just want to make sure that, for the item that's in front of us today,
Mhm.
it's about the alley closure,
Right.
And I think,
And that's
you and I've had some
and that's gonna
conversations.
affect my business because basically on that loading dock that he's proposing, that is where my customers parking, where legally that 2 hour parking there, and before that there too, and then also in the alleyway closure, my dumpster and then also my grease trap is back there, and my those trucks coming through there, if they are making that sharp left turn into Tartan parking lot there. I already talked with them, and they say that's kind of difficult for them. Even they're going straight forward and just exited on Walnut there is already difficult to turn onto Walnut. And I can tell you that I'm right at the corner. Semi trucks making that right turn there. They took out my sign hanging at my side of the building there. Took out the sign and chipped a little bit of my brick building right there too. Okay.
So when it comes to the alley closure, right? So I'll
Mhm.
make sure that we follow up, and we'll bring in, to the mayor's point, we'll bring in some of the staff and we'll talk about those other things. But you had mentioned to me the challenge. You had spoken with your dumpster or your garbage truck driver
Right.
and the grease trap driver, and they said that they would no longer service you here.
Right. They say that if they're making that left turn because of that telephone pole right there, that they cannot be making those sharp 90-degree turn on the left hand side there. And if they do that, then they might discontinue my service of my dumpsters and then also my grease trap back there.
Okay, so that's the impact that the alley closure
Right.
has on you, notwithstanding all the other stuff, right?
Mhm.
I think we'll have a forum for that. But to the mayor's point on this one, we really probably should stay focused on the alleyway piece.
Right. And that's why, like I said, it will affect my business. And currently it is affecting all of this because basically, like I said, talking as in opening like a food truck park also there, which I already have a food truck court, and now closing an alleyway there is affecting my business. Either way, it's affecting my business because I'm on the east side of Tarleton right there. And I'm right on Broadway there, all the way down to almost Sardine Can down there. Okay.
And there's one other question for you, Taiwan. The petition that was included, you had signed that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did sign that a few years ago there with Tarleton there. And basically with us as being neighbor and business owner in that area, we are helping each other to see with what we can do to help each other. But as in my understanding, closure of that alleyway would be something just like a temporary also there when he's doing event or activity there. And then after that, then it would be opened back up to the public use again, just like with what they're doing on Broadway when they do that Wednesday market. But not as closing it totally for the usage of that, because I can tell you, I live at my property. I see every day to day with what's going on around there. Okay, so I understand with what this thing would impact us as a business owner ourselves, and then also the neighborhood also there too. So for my understanding is that we need to come up with a better situation also for this. And like I got a call with John Leroy this morning. If we need to, then Tarleton just have to build a building and do the liquor license if you want to do that, because basically that's what the city inspector is offering me, that take out my food truck from my lot and don't do it, just leave my lot vacant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? Mr. Ritterbusch, Alder Ritterbusch.
Why would you assign the paper allowing and agreeing to them to do that?
My understanding from the beginning was that closing temporary during the event or so only, because basically it is a public access alley there. So something like that as like a temporary closure, that'd be okay. But as something closing totally for the neighborhood, it would be something difficult.
So you're saying they didn't explain that whole situation?
No, because basically at that time, Tarleton and I, we talked about this, and then as being a neighbor, yes, we're helping each other out as a business. But now, like 2 or 3 years later, coming to this meeting here, is that it's going to be closing totally. It does affect business around there.
How many vehicles do you think go through that alley on a daily basis?
I can tell you, as in the daily basis, I've seen like a Badger wholesale. They come through there delivering food also for the like Jake Pizza also there, and then also some of the other smaller vehicle that deliver alcohol or beer, K distributor, or so I seen they come through there. They park at a Tarleton parking lot or they park on the street and deliver so there too. And then also numerous car that's going back and forth through there.
I know I've been to the event several times, and it's a safety hazard, that whole alley.
Right.
I'm afraid somebody's going to get hit or a car is going to get hit.
Yes, and I
would
do
not want
see.
to drive through that alley, so I'm in support of closing the alley and let the Tarleton be successful. And I mean,
Right.
I
Yeah,
I
because
think it's a
basically-
safety hazard myself, and I think it would be an asset to be able to have that alley, so that
Uh-huh.
people don't have to walk across there and walk into that alley or drive out of that alley.
Right.
So
Yeah,
thank
well,
you.
the alley is mainly I do see, like I said, I live there. I see people drive back and forth, as in cars or some of the delivery vehicle that they do use that alley quite often.
Any other questions? Alder DeLee.
Where are your dumpsters and grease traps located?
It's along the alleyway on my grass lot toward the back.
Is it in the drop-in? I see a drop-in on this map. Are they located in there or?
Do you mind if I come and take a look? I can show you.
Sure.
Okay. These are my dumpsters.
And your grease trap.
My grease trap is a little dot over here.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Alder DeLee?
Nope. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Any other questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Motion to close the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. You guys have it. The floor is closed. Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I forwarded 2 other emails to members of council that came to me. And it was really at the request of 2 alders who said, hey, after the last meeting, I mentioned that a couple business owners had reached out to me, but obviously they weren't here. You guys weren't aware of it. So I asked them to either be here, which Taiwan chose, or at least send me an email that I could forward to members of council. So that was something I forwarded to you earlier today. One came from Chris Hansen, who owns 128 South Broadway, which is the opposite corner. And he is also, well, he's the property owner there. He's the co-owner of Sardine Can and Lone Star. And then the other one was Bunkelman, Brian Bunkelman, who is partners with Chris on Sardine Can and Lone Star. And so you have that. Those are the folks that reached out to me. It's not like I went out and did a full audit on everybody, but because of the notice that went out around the alley closure, that's kind of what prompted some of those discussions, and they'd reached out to me. So knowing that we don't need this till next summer, and I would just maybe ask Attorney Kochart, because you and I had spoken yesterday and you were doing some research, but it sounds like you were still waiting maybe from response from DOR. I just curious, I guess, what you were able to discover, if there were alternative options or if you needed more time.
One specific point on the alcohol licensing, which I think the clerk alluded to, there's not an actual application before us or an amendment to, or an amendment that's been requested for the license premises. So this is just sort of, we assume these are the steps we're following and this is the process. So what I sought clarification on, just based on the situation, is if you had asked me about a sidewalk cafe permit, which I believe the answer is no, that doesn't make a contiguous connection. And then just some other questions about control. So we could follow up on those items, but I also want to note that when I discussed this with CD based on your questions, that was the premise that came up about closing this alley for safety reasons, regardless of what the Tarleton Theater decides to do with this parcel. But I would defer to them to say more about that and the parking study and some other things that came up. But specific to the alcohol, this is like 2-3 steps down the way. So we're just thinking about, as the clerk alluded, if it would meet the requirements for an outdoor area for the license or not. And we were working through that, but that's not really the decision today. But we certainly could get more clarification on that, but it's hard to say without certainty because we're not looking at a very, a specific amendment request.
Yeah, and I understand it's not a decision today, but it's certainly what's driving today's decision. And sort of the question that has really been posed by some of those businesses as well as myself is there a way to achieve both where they could get properly permitted to operate and do what they want to do while still maintaining alley access? So I appreciate the points that have been brought up by safety. At least I've not seen any type of accident data or anything that has suggested that there's a need to address that. And we have other alleys throughout downtown that have the same circumstance. So I don't know if the plan is to address every alley downtown that has this situation. I think it's pretty evident that this was initiated because we have an application to close the alley. So I think that's being driven by this. And I'm not begrudging that, but I just want to see if there's a way that we can solve both problems. And as one of the business owners said to me, they felt that it was a bit unfair to solve this problem, but create 9 more. And of course, some of them being the ones that have to now figure out how they're going to get their dumpsters picked up or their grease trap serviced or their delivery trucks through there. So that's the piece that ultimately I would love to find. And the reason I asked about the timing before, was PUD, if it comes forward, it takes 2 meetings, right? I mean, we've got plenty of time that if we held this for one more meeting, that to give the attorney and maybe even the opportunity to talk with the applicant a little bit about some of these alternatives, to see if there's a path forward to do that. If this goes forward with the vote tonight, I could not support it because my responsibility is to represent everybody. And I've got folks here that have unresolved issues. But I would rather have an opportunity to continue to try to solve that problem and get a positive outcome for everybody.
Other comments, Elder Prophet?
I appreciate you looking out for all the homeowners in that district. Just out of curiosity in your conversations.
Hold up. My responsibility is the business district too. This is what alders do. We represent the businesses in our district too.
Okay. Sorry if I hit a nerve. I was just going to ask. So when I'm talking holistically about all the business owners in that vicinity, in some of these concerns you've brought up, have you had conversations with either Mark or Tarl?
I understood what they were achieving because staff told me. Now, Mark and Tarl had mentioned they'd been working on this for years. They've never reached out to me once. Okay. And I think call it the elephant in the room, right? We know why that is, and that's okay. But it's not like anybody's been roadblocking. I didn't know that this was even a request until it was put on the agenda. That's the first I learned about it.
Okay. Sorry, there's clearly some feelings involved in this decision. I would just like to ask staff with Community and Economic Development, we're just talking about the alley closure. There's clearly some things downstream that will come up with this, but even Taiwan, who spoke tonight, talked about the difficulty his own truck drivers said coming out of the alley. There's been facade coming out of that alley that's been taken off the building because of the alley. So just question for Community and Economic Development, no matter what feelings are behind the decision that we're voting on tonight, is the alleyway closure the safe way forward for our community?
So I'll comment on the fact that when we looked at this as staff, you're right. The original request was to help assist a homeowner with a liquor license. But when we have the opportunity to look at an alley exit, much like I'm thinking the one we have at City Hall here, that blind exit coming out. If there's a way we can work to make that better, we should do that. And I wanted to say that there actually are a couple of options for that easement. One of them is not, I'm sure the owners aren't happy about it, but there's a way to do that easement so all the trucks can exit out there. But it would result in the loss of about 12 parking spaces to that owner. But it is possible to actually get all the trucks off of that exit. So, we're looking, if we look at the owner's request, the option would be to do the loading zone as the parking study said we should do in the front, and then the smaller trucks can go in the back, but which would close off the alley. But we'd also be in favor of closing off the alley if that meant 12 spaces would be leaving this owner as well. That meets the goal as well, and that would meet all the owner's requirements to have all those big trucks exit off of Chestnut, but it's just not the best option for the applicant. So.
And could you talk about you mentioned a parking study. So is the parking study recommending loading zones? Is that kind of why this is in front of us?
Well, I think I would defer that to the Public Works Director to talk about the parking study. But yes, that's what we found in the parking study, that the loading zones were recommended along Broadway.
It's been a few weeks since I looked at the parking study, but my recollection is there was a general comment about loading in zones in the downtown area, but maybe not necessarily that specific location from my recollection.
Okay. Yeah, and when I travel to bigger cities and we have a more denser downtown, the loading zone is just natural. So I think that's part of the progression of our downtown. I'm in favor. And when looking at the positioning of the dumpsters and just the alleyway and some of the comments via email that were shared, maybe both DPW and PD and fire could weigh in on the safety perspective and the ability to get trucks in and out of there with what is being discussed.
Chief Knott, any
No,
comments?
I would just comment on our apparatus moving back and forth, and again, we have no issues with this. It's difficult for us to make that turn, and it would be, it just doesn't suit our needs for that.
Okay. And I don't know if DPW picks up or has any things back there.
Well, we do have utilities in there that we would need access to. And, when we commented on this, we were assured we would get access. So when I'm hearing things about bollards, I think that would need further discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Alder Morgan, and then Alder Grant.
I would like to ask Chief Davis, first of all, I apologize if you didn't know this was going to come up. Do you have any data to show that there's an unusual amount of crashes or anything involved in this alley exiting onto Walnut?
I would have to get that and get back to you. I did not come prepared for that question today.
Thank you.
Alder Grant.
Thank you. So just to clarify with staff, the loading area would be permanently marked as a no parking available to those businesses at all times.
Some discussion about potentially allowing parking in the evenings. So maybe have a time,
Sure, and
like during the day, loading, unloading, and then maybe, after hours, allow parking.
Okay. And for economic development, this is a unique situation and a little off. With the closure of the alley, because, sorry, John, we've talked about this, with that parking lot or that vacant area being open, does that now become one parcel with the existing owner? Because, am I correct, it's two parcels right now?
Question for...
So with this change, would that become one? And I don't know if you know where I'm going with this.
No, I don't
so this
believe-
is a vacant lot now being utilized for
It's
business.
still two parcels. Yeah. The alley's still there, it's just closed. So it's two parcels, two tax parcels.
Okay, but we have restrictions on vacant lots in residential areas. Just to throw that out there. The 12 spots that we would lose, whose property are those 12 spots if they were to alter? Okay. So it's an alternative option. Has that option been discussed? What would staff's recommendation between these two options? What would you rather see?
I think the staff recommendation would be the loading zones. on Broadway, and then a smaller easement which would allow the smaller trucks to go in the back.
So this.
I haven't seen that, so
Okay.
yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
But we also know there's a second option.
Okay. All right.
So
Thank you.
thank you.
Alder Galvin.
So is that the second?
This is for reference to question from Alder Morgan. I worked down in that area for a lot of nights. We never had a situation with pedestrian issues in the alley itself, even though at that time or at one time there was a large building right up to the alley, so it was very narrow. And now with that building gone, I think that opens that up a little bit more. The only problem we ever had was intoxicated persons on the sidewalk stumbling into traffic. I can't recall ever working a traffic crash or a car pedestrian crash in that area over the years that I was there.
Other questions, comments, motions? Is there a motion? No.
I'd make a motion to hold until the next meeting to allow further discussion with legal to determine if there is a legal solution that maybe hasn't been explored yet to allow the extension of the liquor license onto that property without vacating or closing the alley.
Hold till the next meeting.
Correct. Yes.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to hold this till the next city council meeting. Seconded by Alder Stevens on the motion. The next non-budget
regular
meeting.
meeting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. On that motion. All right. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Use the board. All right, that is passed 7-5. So we're on to P2 to approve a request to amend multiple sections of Chapter 44 zoning and Chapter 36 subdivisions. Alderek.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to reconsider the agenda and switch and put switch 3 and 2. So I feel like we kind of had this break in between the big discussion about the short-term rentals, and we need to get back to it. And I just think it's appropriate to do that now.
Sure. Alder Prophet.
I would just say I pulled 2 because there are people who've been waiting to speak for 2 as well. So that's the only reason I pulled 2 is because we also have members of the public here for that. So I would be against changing it now.
Fair. Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd also be against changing it. Just the members who wanted to speak about short-term rentals have had an opportunity to speak, and there are people who have been waiting through that entire conversation to talk about these zoning changes. So I'd like to see that addressed first.
All right.
I just think that they're waiting for an answer. That's why I
Agreed,
suggested.
but if we can move expeditiously through 2, we can get to 3 quickly.
I don't think we're moving through it quickly.
Well, I mean, we have all the ordinances to deal with, right? Let's debate it and take a vote on it because we have all the ordinance behind us.
Yeah.
Later on in the agenda, so we don't need to exhaust all of our energy on the plan commission item when we have the ordinances to deal with.
Just take the
I just made a motion, so
Well, what was your motion?
to
Reconsider what?
reconsider the agenda and move 3 before 2.
All right. Alder makes a motion to reconsider the agenda. It was seconded by
Wasn't it you? Oh.
Alder Hinkvist. Alder Hinkvist. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay. Can we use the board?
The nays appear to have it. We will
Board.
use the board.
I think it's going to be a longer discussion than I think. I'm still angry.
Alder Galvin.
Yep, I'm there.
All right, that fails 5-7. We're on 2.
Motion to open the floor.
Motion on the floor made by Alder Prophet.
Second.
Seconded by Alder Presley. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. This is on zoning changes.
How we all doing? Like I said before, I'm Jesse Wellens. I live at 1084 Dowson Street, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the zoning changes here. A number of you were at the Plan Commission meeting where I spoke about this previously, but I'm going to not repeat myself too much, but a little bit. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Fisk Edition Neighborhood Association. I myself and we as a group are extremely concerned about housing affordability, and we wholeheartly support these zoning changes. I shared at the Plan Commission meeting that I myself have lived in a lot of these missing middle types of housing for most of my life throughout my childhood, and through much of my adulthood as well. I think duplexes and triplexes and ADUs are extremely important in the fight against these insane housing costs that we are all seeing. So I hope you all support these measures. I do want to respond to there's a lot of discussion about this this issue in the previous city council meeting. So I wanted to respond to some of that. There's a reading all of these the regulation changes and all the red lines. There's some comments on is this we got to be careful, we got to be cautious about making these large amount of changes. But I would encourage you to think about the fact that it's true that the modern iteration of the zoning code has been in place for about 20 years. But the city of Green Bay has been around for about 170 years, I believe. And the zoning code has changed a lot throughout that time. And the neighborhood that I live in, Fisk Edition, my house was built 100 years ago. And all of my neighbors' houses were built around that time. So you can imagine what the zoning code looked like in 1922, to the extent there was a zoning code. It probably didn't say very much about, setbacks and how many duplexes you're allowed to build and how big your lot has to be. A lot of those things became much more recently for, reasons that are noble and reasons that are not so noble. So if any of you have reservations about voting for this, I would encourage you to remember that, so much of Green Bay was built before a lot of these stringent zoning regulations were put into place, my neighborhood included. And I love my neighborhood. That's why I joined the neighborhood association to help make it better. And, we're all safe. We like our smaller lot sizes and our smaller houses, and we're functioning and we're doing great. So in case anyone is scared, in case any of your constituents are scared, I just wanted to provide that reassurance if that helps at all. So thank you so much for your testimony. And thank you to my amazing wife who I dragged here and ended up being much longer than we expected. I appreciate that very much. So.
Awesome. Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Then we've got Jennifer Sundstrom. We also had Pat Castor, who I think had to leave us.
Good evening. Jennifer Sundstrom with the Northeast Realtors Association. And I'm back because I wanted to clarify something from when I was here last time in support of the zoning and subdivision changes, and to apologize. I failed to recognize something very important when I was speaking to you, and that's part of, goes back to the process. So when all of this started a while back, the mayor and his staff brought in a number of stakeholders to the table: the Realtors Association, the Home Builders Association, Chamber, NeighborWorks, and Habitat. And I won't say that that's never been done before, but I've been doing this for a really long time, and it's rare to take that kind of proactive step. And when we all got in the room, I was really surprised that their approach was, they just said, we really need to address the housing crisis, and we're here to listen to all of the concerns and issues that you, as kind of the experts on this, have been experiencing, and want to hear what we can do as a city to try and make an improvement. And so, pleasantly surprised at that invitation. I think we all really seized the opportunity and we laid all our cards out on the table. There was a number of meetings and kind of no holds barred, and we talked about all the things. And essentially, at the end of the day, though, what I think we all said and recognized is that to get ourselves out of this housing crisis, the status quo just isn't going to work. And in fact, making tweaks isn't going to cut it. That in order to address the housing needs of today and the future, we are just going to have to substantially change how we do housing. Substantially change. And change is really hard. You're all here quite late because change is just really hard for people. But we're going to have to do it. And so we kind of gave all of our input, and then the cynicism I've had through the years, I wasn't quite sure what to expect. I'm like, are we going to really see anything that we talked about? Or maybe my experience sometimes in communities will get one small token thing, will be thrown a bone here and there. So when we were sent, the draft of the proposed changes to the zoning code, my jaw kind of hit the floor, and I'm like, wow, all of our conversations were captured here. They really listened to these recommendations. They're obviously very serious that they want to step up and make changes that we feel are necessary in order to get more housing, get more diversity of housing, get more affordable housing options. Every city can't solve the entire process, but of those levers that you have to pull to try and improve things, willing to do it. So yeah, you're looking at a lot of changes, because a lot of changes are ultimately just what is going to be required. And I promise, as much as you hear Chicken Little, the sky's falling and our community's just going to be ruined, it's not. Just kind of going back to the way we used to do development, like I said last time. So I wanted to say thank you. I didn't say that when I was here last time, and we are incredibly grateful for doing that, for bringing people to the table and really hearing people out and trying to work together to solve this. And it was a huge step of good faith, and we appreciate it.
Well, thanks so much for your testimony. Thanks for your input, more importantly, in the process. It's a big problem, and we are serious about solving it. So, Alderek.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so you mentioned the Brown County Home Builders?
Yes.
NeighborWorks Realtors Association. I was trying to write as fast as you were talking.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. So, and staff and mayor probably could speak to this better, but from those meetings, it was myself from the Realtors Association of Northeast Wisconsin, and so our board covers everything from Shawano and Paca all the way down to Fond du Lac. So Brown County is a very important market for ours, which is what brought me to the table. Brown County Home Builders Association, NeighborWorks, Habitat for Humanity, a member of the chamber was asked to the table. Trying to think if there was anybody else. That was kind of the core group that kept getting together and having those conversations.
Okay, thank you. And then that same group got together afterwards to discuss the suggested changes.
We all sent a draft, and as far as I could see, I think everybody kind of maybe had the same reaction I did, because it was kind of like, yeah, let us know what we can do now to help.
Okay, so they were all basically in favor.
I believe, yeah. You have a letter from the Home Builders Association. Mm-hmm. Noel was here last time I saw him again tonight. I don't know if he's still here. I don't know if you got anything from the chamber, but. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Other questions for our guest? All right.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Anyone else on the zoning changes?
It's been late, so I want to keep it short. I think this is a great idea. I had a much longer speech for it. You don't need it, but we desperately need to update our codes to meet the moment in the 21st century. This is a brilliant and smart way to do this. I think all the stakeholders who were involved. And honestly, housing policy can be very wonky and complicated. And we need to be able to do broad-based incentives to create the diverse type of housing we need, from rental units to single families that look like the moment that we're in. Those mean missing middle, that means duplexes and quadplexes, that means large homes and small homes, that means density and space. And this is incredibly thoughtful policy that you all should be proud of, and that it would put Green Bay in the lead in many places, including some cities that are twice and 3 times our size, to be this thoughtful and this comprehensive. I will not bore you with stats or anything that I came with. We're all tired. I really hope you pass this. I hope it is unanimous. It is something that will actually help us produce the housing that we need, and this council can be the answer and a model for solving the housing crisis. That's it. Oh, any questions?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Motion to close the floor, maybe Alder Prophet. Second by Alder Delee. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Floor is closed. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet and seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it, and that's approved. On to item 3. Refer to staff of communication on the request by Alder Hinkfist and Alder Presley to amend the ordinance for short-term rentals. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley. On that motion, Alder Eck.
Okay, so this is the refer back to staff. As people were speaking, I was keeping track, and the amount of emails that I've gotten, and I know we all have gotten, and comment forms and text messages and phone calls, and at our listening session, which ended up being mostly about the short-term rentals, just based on the timing. Out of all of the feedback that we've gotten, the percentages are very low of those that are for restrictions. And so I actually would prefer to not refer this back and just receive it and place it on file.
Is that a motion?
It's a motion to receive and place on file.
All right, is there a second? Seconded by Alder Stevens. On that motion, Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not in favor of the motion. And this is a complicated discussion. We obviously have a lot of players here, but this is a very easy decision for me. For one reason, we have advertised November 17th as the public hearing for this. That has been from the city's pages on Facebook. This has been shared. This is what I shared with my constituents, is that public hearing was going to take place on the 17th of November at the Plan Commission. I know that there have been people here. I know we've gotten emails. I know we've gotten calls. I know there were people at your budget listening session. But when we tell people, show up to this thing to have your voice heard, I don't want to make a decision before everybody gets to speak on it. So I don't want to receive and place on file. I'd love to refer this to staff.
Alder Prophet.
I'm just going to ditto that. I had numerous people reach out and I directed them to not come tonight. I directed them to come to the 1117 after I saw it posted on Facebook. I was like, okay, I must have. And then I got clarification from staff about what the process was. This is what I've been directing my constituents to turn their attention to the 1117. I just today, again, recommended for someone to come to 1117. There's 3 recommended changes. Let it hash out at committee. We haven't had that opportunity at committee yet. What was discussed at Equal Rights Commission is very different. There may have been some overlap, but this is an entirely separate communication that hasn't gone through the public hearing process. I am woefully not in favor of receiving and placing on file. Let it go through the process.
Johnson and Hinkfist.
What's the public hearing for? There's nothing to vote on. Why is there a public hearing published when we have nothing to vote on?
On a potential ordinance, I think. Mr. Buck.
Yeah, the communication came from both Alder Presley and Alder Hinkfist. So as that came through, it did go to the Plan Commission. They could not take action, so it's in your report tonight. But anticipation that it was going to be brought to the Plan Commission, we had to publish. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to get onto the agenda.
Okay. Second question, just because I think this is very vague, and I don't know if the Plan Commission had a more specific language around this, but just to refer to staff, was there a specific directive that was given, or was it just to have you draft whatever you want? Or was it meant to model after everything that's contained in the document that I think Alder Hinkfist created? I just looking for clarity around what the motion is.
Yep. Well, the motion from the Plan Commission was refer to staff and bring back on November 17th for discussion. Correct. We couldn't post, we couldn't have a public hearing, we couldn't take comment at the Plan Commission.
So is the intent that you would be coming to the Plan Commission with a draft ordinance?
Yes. Staff
Okay.
recommendation on the draft ordinance.
So it would just be, again, no specific direction was given to staff around what to draft. It was just draft an ordinance.
Well, if you look at the communication, it was very specific in the communication. It's a
Yep.
lot of times we'll get a one sentence. This was very detailed. And as you've heard in testimony before, there is limited things that the municipality can do as related to short-term rentals. So it's a big project, but there's not a lot of moving parts to it as far as code goes. So yeah, we'd be bringing that back for Plan Commission discussion and,
Okay,
and a public hearing as well.
Okay, so again, if I'm just reading this correctly, and I just want to understand that we all know what we're even voting on, but it's specifically to direct staff to draft an ordinance that will limit rentals to 180 days per year, to establish a minimum 6-night stay requirement, and that the effective date of both of those items would be July 1st, 2026.
Correct. That's the request. Staff will provide a recommendation to the Plan Commission. It may not match.
Oh, I see. Yep. Okay.
But and we have not finalized that at this point. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Who's next? Hinkfist, then Galvin.
I guess I'd like to clarify something. This communication that Joey and I put through was, from my perspective, was not a result of the ERC. Joey signed on to it, but we were doing parallel work. I support some of the information that's in the ERC, especially as it relates to neighborhoods. You got 10 houses in a neighborhood, 5 of them become short-term rentals. What do we need a planning department for? My big issue with this is the state says we can put a short-term rental anywhere we want in this city. Anywhere. Regardless of our planning. That's what I've got an issue with. So it went through as the 180 days, the 6 days. Listening to people, I'm okay with not doing the 6 days, but again, that's what's going to come through the planning. But this is about a resolution that will follow it, that you will all be also asked to vote on, to have the state give us back our rights to be able to manage our city. Because the young man that was speaking tonight regarding short-term rentals, that is out in my districts, there's 125 houses out there. There's not a duplex or a apartment to be found in these areas, and we're dropping 20 and 16 people short-term rentals. So that's where this came from. And I just want to remind everybody of that. So I'm trying to limit the amount of usage where we shouldn't have short-term rentals if we were utilizing our planning process and the state allowed it. So that's where that's coming from.
All right, Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Still not sure I can understand why we went through 2 hours and 40 minutes of testimony today to go through how many more hours on the 17th, and then again on our next city council meeting. The planning in this, I don't get it. And this, people here and us spending our time here going through this 3 times is, to me, makes no sense. Putting that aside, we have promised the people that we will listen to them. I haven't heard anything tonight that makes me think I would vote in favor of this. I think there needs to be a lot more thought put into things like grandfathering and coming up with some better ideas, because I haven't heard anything yet tonight that makes me think out of this big jigsaw puzzle that we have of a housing crisis, that instituting what's recommended here is going to really solve anything. I haven't heard anything that gives proof to that. There's no data, there's nothing else. And I think there's a lot of other things we're doing that are going to be more impactful and more promising. But I'm willing to listen and see what people come up with. So I'll support this.
Alder Hutchison, then Grant.
Okay, I made the motion in Plan Commission, and I was clear that I wanted it to be known there was going to be an open hearing on the 17th. And I made the motion to make sure people knew about it. And I have myself have been telling people you don't need to come to council because the open hearing is going to be on the 17th. So that's why I, made the motion, why are we doing this tonight? It should have been done on the 17th, but I learned a lot tonight. I mean, that was all good, but we're going to have to do it again, I believe, because I think the status of where we're at, it's hard to put this in perspective. I was in Canada, when the western part of Canada, my wife and I were actually staying in a B&B. And what happened in the months before we got there, a $500,000 house where we were staying in with probably 4 or 5 other couples, different rooms. This $500,000 house was now worth $2.5 million within months because of the investment that was coming in, and they had to do something. The owners didn't know what to do. I've never seen such a discussion. Wherever we went, people were discussing this thing. Now we're not there. That was something that was happening. And so they had to contain that issue. It was huge compared to this, but it's similar. The variance that went up for the draft, it went down. It may go up again. It's a way to make money. And especially if you're in it to make money, a lot of people aren't. But the bottom line is we should be talking about this. The discussion we had tonight was awesome, but it should be done in an open hearing with promulgated text that says what we're going to do. We have an estimated promulgated text here that I think if we move forward with this, I would offer an amendment to it so it would cover like the 3 strikes you're out, because I see that as a bigger thing than what's actually on here potentially. So I think we need the open hearing, especially since we've been saying, we're going to have an open hearing. It's coming. To just file this is not right. Then I misled people. The Plan Commission misled people, and we shouldn't. We should have that open hearing. So I'm going to vote no on the motion.
Alder Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm struggling with this because it was very clear over the last 2 weeks between communications through email, who all showed up tonight, that the 2 things in front of us, the 180 days and the 6-night minimum, are wildly not supported. So what I would like to see is this tabled, but as we spoke during this, Alder Presley coming up with things like phone numbers must be distributed, actual things, that different ideas that we can do. And I would like to see then a resolution sent to the state like it's talked about. But I think the issue is what's on the agenda in front of us and in our packet are these 2 things that, like Alder Galvin said, I'm struggling to see any correlation of imposing these recommendations will help the housing affordability right now. The reality is the housing market has been building over years. A lot of it even you have to think, remember when flipping houses were big and how many people were buying these homes, fixing them up because people hadn't put money in them for 50 to 60 years. And this became an investment for people. Well, guess what that did to houses? Brought the value up. Does everyone remember that development by Lambo called Titletown? That big development brought value. It brought properties surrounding that up. We build new properties, those homes sell, the houses around it get assessed off of those home sales. You guys, this isn't a black and white thing. This has been building. And I think as a city, we can do better with regulating. And some of the things I think we would like to see, like a cap of how many we have in the city, well, we legally can't do that right now. So I don't want to waste people's time and sit through this again. I have yet to have one person come to me and say, I support this. I truly haven't had one person. So I don't want to keep banging our head against a wall when we can do something that's actually going to impact, I think, our city and have more oversight like Alder Hinkfist wants. And I understand that. And I appreciate even our representative explaining, our state representative explaining how there is no oversight over this. I can appreciate that and I can understand that. But when asked what the purpose of imposing this would be was to make housing affordable. That I'm not correlating. So if regulation is the issue, then what are we doing a public hearing on? What are we having staff waste their time on? I would rather Alder Presley work with staff to come up with alternatives, and Alder Hinkfist, I apologize, of other measures, take some of the feedback, work with the people that came tonight, work behind the scenes so we're not wasting people's time over and over. The reality is these restrictions are going to affect our neighbors, whether they're homeowners, people looking for housing, people who work on these housing or on these homes or short-term rentals. At the end of the day, it's our residents. And I want us to also keep in mind that we are the city of Green Bay. These restrictions we put in, De Pere's not too far away, Ledgeview's not too far away, Hobart, Howard, they will go to surrounding areas. That's what I meant by we are not the only city in Wisconsin. If everybody isn't doing this, what are we accomplishing? We're just hurting our own people to help our own residents. And I just don't find value in that. And I think there's better that we can do. So I don't know if we can amend this. Otherwise, I would like to table this, have you two go back to the drawing board with staff, bring something else forward because it's very clear this is not supported.
Thanks,
Thank
Alder. Yeah, Alder Hinkfist, then Hutchison.
Thanks, Jen. The one thing that I will say is I did keep track of
Alder Grant.
Alder Grant. I'm
Not
sorry.
Jen.
What did I call her?
Jen.
Jen. Alder Grant. Most of the people, 75%, was related to the 6 days. That 180 did not seem to be as big of an issue. And what I'm trying to do is limit in my neighborhoods that have no duplexes, have no apartments, dropping a 20-person short-term rental in there is causing major problems in those neighborhoods. And that is not something that I think we as a city should support because it's having an impact on our neighborhoods, and our neighborhoods have to be our priority because that's what makes up our city. And if we aren't applying our planning rules, what good are they? And that's where the state needs to give it back. But in the meantime, I'm asking for some relief for my residents so that they only have to deal with it 180 days out of the year versus 365 with parties constantly. So
your goal with the 180 days is so that they have to deal with it for half of the year? Can I ask, deal with what?
Deal with car doors slamming all day,
Neighbors
screaming.
can do that. Homeowners can do that.
No, they can't. I mean, but we're talking 12 cars pull up, 11 cars pull up, 18 cars pull up. They're slamming them all day.
Do you have family over for Thanksgiving or
We
Christmas?
can't have a back and forth.
Right.
My
It's a
point is we can't
360
control our neighbors.
Right,
I don't know
but
what
it's
the 180 days is gonna
365. And I think that we owe it to those neighbors in our neighborhoods to at least protect them. So that's where I'm coming from.
You bet. Alder Hutchison.
Okay. Again, and I may agree with you in the end, but we have told people the 17th is when we are going to have an open hearing on this. Okay. Now, just last council meeting, you wanted to delay a vote so your constituents can learn more about things. What you're doing tonight is trying to close the door before maybe people who are against these rentals had a chance to speak. So you're inconsistent, okay? You're being very inconsistent.
Alder Hutchinson, just direct your comments to the chair.
I'm sorry, but I'm hearing inconsistency with people who want to close the door on this with this what do you call it? Motion. Thank you. Let me discuss this, but I can't conceive us shutting the door tonight on the 17th because we said it was going to be an open hearing. We could take what we've learned today, we can amend this wording to something closer that's more palatable, and then have a discussion on that at the open hearing and listen to the comments. To not have the open hearing on the 17th would be kind of a shot against our constituents who thought they knew what was going on. We thought we knew what was going on. I thought knew what was going on when I made the motion in Planning Commission, but apparently I didn't. So I'm still going to vote no.
Can I clarify?
Alder Johnson first, and then Alder Grant.
Yeah, and I'm just going to point out that I'm struggling with this because, much like what Alder Galvin said, I've heard nothing tonight that would persuade me that these big items are necessary. But where I'm struggling is because I have at least told everybody that I've talked to that council can take any action it wants tonight. It can accept this and move forward to the public hearing. It could amend the recommendation it's made. It could receive and place on file, and the issue's done. But where I'm struggling is not everybody has been giving that same message. And so I'll admit, initially I was in support of the receive and place on file, but hearing some of that feedback and knowing that there have been multiple alders that have been sharing that message, I have stomach turns over that, to deny that voice from our residents when I feel like I have consistently voted in support to listen to people, recognizing even the point that Alder Hutchinson made, which is he would want to see the item about the 3 strikes actually be in the ordinance. So there's the items that are here, but there's the potential for other items to be added. So I am going to err on that. But one question that I do want to ask staff, a lot of the data that had been referred to on this stuff was referring to the housing study that is now 5 years old. What is the status of the update on that housing study?
We've seen a draft of that. In fact, we're following up on that this week to find out where the final version of that is. But so it's very close to being completed.
Okay.
So we can push to try to get that as soon as we can.
I think it's pretty important because we're
data.
relying on 5-year-old data to, and who knows what it says now. I don't know. You don't. But
Correct. I mean, I agree. That would be helpful to us to see that. I'm not sure if there's a real rush on this because I think some of the changes we were looking to initiate in the summer of next year. But so
thank you,
Alder Grant.
And to clarify, I actually initially said if there a way we can amend it so that the conversation is more productive. I'm not looking, if we can't amend it, then I'm saying what's the point of spinning the wheel? I would rather have conversation and feedback from residents be productive and offer something else that they could maybe agree with and work with them in the meantime. So I am not trying to tabling anything. If I can we offer an amendment then? I would like to amend.
The motion is receive and place on file.
Oh, sorry.
So we should just
vote on it.
We should just vote on it. All in favor of receive and place on file signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Nays appear to have it. There's a motion to approve on the floor. All right. Amend to.
Do you want me to specifically? Okay, so motion to amend the removal of the 6-night requirement and an addition of a possible 3-strike policy. And if you want me to keep going, I would prefer to have some policies in there about sharing ownership information, contact information, have it sent out. So I would like to see those 3 changes.
I'll second that.
Okay, so the amendment would do what exactly?
Removal of 6-night requirement, addition of 3-strike policy, and policies regarding sharing information.
Yep, landlord information.
Okay, and that's seconded by Alder Hutchison. Alder Profit on that?
Or owner.
Yeah, just a question, I guess, for legal. We're looking at amending those portions, those 3 call outs are in a section of our existing ordinance. Are the 3 strikes and some of these other offerings really more policy shifts? Because I've had preliminary conversations with staff in which they had indicated those are policy shifts they could make internally without us directing them to do anything. I mean, that's my understanding. So is that something we typically put within an ordinance, that we would have a 3-strike rule?
So for clarification, this is a communication for staff to work on this ordinance, for the CD department to come back and tell you staff resources and what else whether they're for or against it. And I think we might be just like slightly ahead because there had been some work done in the background, right? This is very specific ordinance changes, which is unlike other ordinances, but you can refer this to staff with any direction you'd like. If it's this list of things, if you want to include those things, I would then say Director Bernier Wig and her staff will tell you this is really a policy decision. It doesn't need to be in the ordinance. Those are all things we'll do if a referral is made to staff.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Attorney. On that amendment, Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does that change anything with the public hearing part of it if we were to amend it right now? I don't know who that question is directed towards exactly.
Either Attorney Cochard or Mr. Buck, maybe?
It shouldn't make a difference. The notice that went out was pretty broad. It was looking at the regulations of short-term rentals, referenced the section of the code, and that was pretty much it.
Other comments on the amendment?
Can I offer one more amendment? Or do you want me? Do we break these down, or what's the best way?
I think we should just vote on this amendment as it stands, and then you can add others if you'd like. But on the amendment, Alder Jolie.
Wouldn't we refer this item to staff and then make amendments at the committee level?
I mean, that was an option that we had before us, but now we have an amendment to the communication.
Got it.
But that's certainly something that still could be done if the amendment fails. That's what the plan commission process would entail. Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd be fine adding to the referral to staff. I would not be okay with subtracting the 6-day minimum. And that's, again, some of us have expressed where we want to land on that in the final vote, but I don't want to cut off the options, again, before people have the chance to weigh in on them. I don't want to, adding more, that's fine. People can, add that into their considerations. But if somebody was coming to speak on a 6-day minimum, and now we're saying, nope, we've actually decided that before you have any input, that feels undemocratic to me. So I'm going to oppose this amendment. And if alders want to make an additional amendment, including but not excluding, I'd be in favor of that. But I don't want to change this amendment right now, so I'd vote against.
All right. On the Director Bernier Wig.
Yes, I guess I just wanted to state that when we get these communications, we're going to be comprehensive with our review. We're going to look at the ERC, the housing study, what the actual communication is. We're other communities. We're going to look at everything, right, and give a recommendation, at which point the Plan Commission can say yes, no, make the changes, and it comes to council. So I don't know if you want to get hung up in the weeds here on that, but we're expecting to do a comprehensive study on this for you guys, so you have all the information.
Did you have one yet? No? And then
I think where you're coming from has to do with kind of bringing down the heat. And some of the, the people that get up and chat with us. And part of that is listening. And the one thing that I will tell you that I've heard most is the whole 6-day. So being one of them that tried to put this through or is putting this through, I would be amenable to the motion for that.
Alder Eck.
Yeah, I wanted to reply to what Director Bernier Wig said, and yeah, that may be, but the referral has specific things that they're looking for, so that you may be comprehensive, and I appreciate that. but they're looking for something specific. And so I think it is appropriate to make amendments. And if we're listening to the constituents, this is what they're looking for, is to take out those restrictions. So I think that they would have more of it's a working document. And obviously there can be adjustments, there can be suggestions made, just going through the process. So the planning commission can they can make their suggestions, and then it comes back to us and we go through that process again. Thank you.
Thanks. Alder Presley.
I just want to really pin down the fact that constituents have not been able to weigh in on this yet. We will have time to make amendments to this. If we get it through, if Plan Commission passes it through and we have it on the December 2nd meeting, we can get rid of the 6th day, we can add whatever we want. Right now, we are referring to staff, so staff can come back with a recommendation, and a holistic recommendation based on the communication that Alder Hinkfist and I put forward. And I think it's beautiful that Alder Hinkfist and I have different opinions on this thing that we put forward together. And we're going to have different opinions on this going forward. But I really, really want to make sure that we are putting everything out there, letting people weigh in, and then we can go back and then we can make amendments. But let people weigh in. That's democratic. We've published this. I don't want to take away from it. And we may very well in the end take away from it. But why take away from it now before people have had the chance to weigh in? Because you feel like it's not going to pass? Because you've heard from people who came to this unrelated thing to talk about the ERC report who made that case? We need to listen to people. And we have a set day to listen to people. Let's make changes after. I'm not going with the amendment.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments on the amendment? All right, all in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Board?
You may vote. Alder Hinkfist? Yes. You vote yes? I'm sorry, you vote yes? Yes.
All right, and that amendment succeeds 7-5. So entertain a motion to refer as amended. Motion to refer as amended made by Alder Stevens. Seconded by Alder Hutchison. Discussion on that. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. On to item 5. Yeah?
I'm sorry.
Board vote has been requested on referral as amended.
You may vote.
I guess yes.
Alder Hinkfist? Alder Morgan? Read it.
That is passed 9-3. On to P5 to approve a request for a conditional use permit at 1806 Bond Street.
Motion to open the floor. There was a comment form filled out, I believe, for this.
Oh,
There was?
I don't think we.
I don't know if they're still here.
I don't think we had one.
This is Evergreen.
Yeah.
Oh, the Evergreen, yes.
Oh.
Miss, yes, she is. She is here. Ms. Ravinsky.
Let's give her a hand up.
Motion to open the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Morgan. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Floor is open. Oh, just here to answer questions.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Robolinski. You should see what the other guy looks like. So I am a volunteer with Evergreen Theater. We're a community-based theater organization.
And you're just here to answer questions? Or-
Sure.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Alder Galvin.
Just real quick, for everyone here, what are you proposing to do with the school?
So we have actually a multi-step process for the school. So Evergreen Theater, We'll be occupying about 40% of the building. We will be using it for our scene shop, our classrooms, our rehearsal space, and all of our storage. We'll also be using the gymnasium to set up basically kind of like a theater. I mean, it's a gymnasium, let's be honest. It's got a ways to go. But trying to be able to create a performing space so that then that space can be used for Evergreen Theater, can be used for other organizations. Maybe it's a piano recital that gets placed in there. We just had a baby grand piano donated to us. So we've got a lot of great opportunities there. We met with the neighborhood association. They're very much in favor of it. But the other 60% of the building, we're going to actually try to lease out to nonprofits. So we've been kind of putting the word out there quietly because we don't officially own the building yet, to have other nonprofits that would be interested come in and have office space there, be able to have meeting space there. Just really a great kind of collaborative effort to bring a lot of nonprofits that maybe can't afford their own space, to bring them into a space that gives them a real spot to be. And sometimes it's as simple as just having a place to have a phone, which I know that sounds silly, but it really is true sometimes, or just a place to meet people. So we're really looking to do that with the space and make it very much a collaborative effort. We want everybody that comes in there to feel like they own part of the building with us. They won't officially, but just that ownership process of saying, yep, I take pride in it.
And where's your current location?
We don't have a current location. Right now, we actually lease space. Evergreen started 40 years ago. This is our 40th anniversary this Christmas. So we have never owned a space. We have only leased spaces. So we currently lease a space over on Morrow Street, right across from TNT Pizza. That's where our shop is at. That's where our rehearsal space is at. We have performed at St. Norbert College for about 25 years. We made the decision about 2 years ago, the beginning of last season, not to go back there just because of some of the different things that were happening there. So in the meantime, we've been performing at Cedar Creek Event Center in De Pere. So this is a real win for Evergreen to have a real space with everything together that we actually can set our own schedule on, because we've always been subject to someone else's schedule. So we could do 4 shows for our adults and then 4 shows for our young actors because that's what time we were given. So now it's like, okay, we can do 20 shows. So maybe not quite, but
I just want to thank you for your investment in our community, what you're doing for the other nonprofits, and for the stamina you show in sitting through all this time.
well, thank you. We're very excited about it. And the neighborhood association is very much in favor of it. It was a really great meeting with them. So thanks to John too.
Fantastic. Any other questions? All right. Well, yeah, thanks so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Motion to close the floor. Made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Motion to approve made by Alder Atkins, seconded by Alder Prophet. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved. Report of the Finance Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Galvin. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Park Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Personnel Committee. Motion to approve by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Galvin. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Public Arts. Motion to approve by Alder Prophet and seconded by Alder Galvin. Discussion. Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Sustainability. Motion to approve by Alder Prophet and seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Next, informational items, building report and municipal court report in the packet. Resolutions. Motion to suspend the rules, take up these items with one roll call vote made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Motion to adopt by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Hinkfist, and we will use the board.
You may vote.
All right, the resolutions are adopted unanimously. With this next section, I think staff, correct me if I'm wrong, are all of these ordinances related to all but one? Yes. Yeah, I mean, we could. I was just hoping that we could have a little bit of a discussion before we got to that, so that we could sort of flag any ordinances that need to be treated separately. Otherwise, lump those that don't have any debate or discussion into one roll call vote. So I know Alder Johnson has a couple comments. I don't know if you just wanted to state what those.
Could we maybe just take up one and then we'll
Yes.
do the others?
Yep.
Yeah, so for one, I would make a motion to hold until the December 2nd, was it?
Yes. Alder Johnson makes a
December
motion
2nd
to
meeting.
hold X1 until December 2nd. Seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed nay. The ayes appear to have it. That item is held over until December 2nd.
And if it would be permissible, I would just make a motion to suspend the rules and take up items 2 through 10. And the reason I say permissible is, can we talk about them all then at the same time?
Well, I was just hoping to, we're on the ordinances, right? And so if you could just, if whoever has concerns with any elements of what we're trying to do, I think just lay them out, and then staff will be able to hopefully identify which ordinance those concerns connect to.
Sorry, I didn't want to speak if I didn't have the floor. I know John and I spoke earlier today. Thank you, John, for your time to walk me through some of this. There, were some other things, that I've got on my list. And Mayor, you and I spoke about this yesterday, sort of acknowledging that the ordinances require 2 readings. Like, I would be comfortable just proceeding, and then John, any specific language that we'd want to modify, would just propose as amendment at the next meeting. It's only a couple things, but Mayor, you had mentioned suspending the rules and doing first and second reading with 1 vote. That would kind of prohibit that process.
Well, I think just on what I was suggesting, because a number of alders were interested in doing first and final, is we just identify the non-controversial ordinances, right? So if people can just identify what they have concerns with, then we can do, theoretically, you could do first and final on those where we have consensus.
Yeah, and I guess my concern is my running list of items. I don't have it correlated directly to.
No, I get that, but
these
I was
things,
just
yeah.
hoping that you could articulate what
Oh,
they
that
are,
John
and
would-
then hopefully,
bring it up?
fingers crossed, you'd be able to identify.
You ready for that, John? And that's just, things I've got. I don't know if anybody else has anything.
Yeah.
Actually, can I defer for a second if somebody else has something?
Sure. Alder Grant.
All right. And I did talk to John about this. So having to do with section 44-1580, which would be number 2. The problem is I honestly don't have an amendment to necessarily put forward, but I will say I'm struggling with the 25% amount of duplexes allowed in a 1 block area, because 1 block's measurements vary. 1 block in my neighborhood is different than 1 block in Astor Park. So by putting 25%, it's hard to really determine how packed in that would be, because lot sizes vary too. I think 25% is high. That's ultimately 1 in every 4 houses in an R1. So I want to make sure we're focusing that this is having to do with an R1. I guess, I was playing with numbers. If there were 50 homes on a block, so 25 on each street, 15% duplexes would allow 7 duplexes to be on that block. If people think that's fair, then I would offer an amendment of 15%. But I do worry by having open 25%, that's a little high. I could, I apologize, the 15% without needing a conditional use permit. So they could seek extra, but it would require council vote.
Got it. So concerns with item 2. Other concerns, Alder Presley?
Yeah, I would have a proposed amendment to item 7, but with that amendment, I'd be comfortable doing a first and final on that.
Okay. Others? Alder Eck?
And actually I talked to John. And by the way, thank you, all of our staff for all their work put into this. I know it was a lot, and they've just done an outstanding job. And I appreciate that the stakeholders were brought in and asked, because that is something that I would want. But this one is specifically under number 9. And it was the whole having the first floor be residential. John, help me out. I talked to you about this. Not having it be commercial on the first level and then residential up above in certain areas. So I am a little bit concerned about that.
So that's number 9, you said?
Yeah.
Others? Alder Johnson?
John, you ready? You still look. Yep. You good? Okay. So that item 2 that Alder Grant was referring to, that encompasses duplexes and multifamily in R1s, right? Totally talks about that item, or was it only that percentage?
Just to verify this, they're separated between, say, bulk requirements and then land use development standards. So I want to verify the area that you're talking about here. When we in 2, that's related back to residential uses, land use standards, but the bulk requirements would be a different part of the code.
Yeah, specifically, I guess I'm referring to the code that, because right now, correct me if I'm wrong, but a CUP is required in R1 to do a duplex or multifamily.
Correct.
And so I'm looking for whichever one of these items removes that.
7.
Okay. And then the item that you and I talked about, D1, allowing 50% of first floor space for residential.
Yes.
Is that the one that Alder Eck was just referring to?
Oh, was it? Okay. Which item was that? Sorry.
9.
I was reading while you were talking. My apologies, Alder Eck.
Alder, I think there may have been a confusion on that. Commercial is related to just commercial districts. You're talking about mixed use in downtowns. Is that what
Correct.
you're? Yeah, that is a different section. 617. That's number 8.
Okay, and then one of the things that we didn't talk about today, but I brought up at Plan Commission was staff right now would have discretion over making decisions about design standards, and if they meet, and there's really no recourse if somebody wants to appeal staff's decision on that. So if we wanted to add something, I'm trying to. I mean, you have to create the language on the fly today, which is probably not the way to do this, but which item is it?
Standards in general.
While we're awaiting that reply, we don't have too many items left here. If senior staff do not need to be here for remaining items, feel free to get out of here.
Oh, that's number 2.
Okay, and then landscape buffers. Landscape
Yeah,
buffers.
so there, with that one, we're looking at this here tonight. I do not know why, but that was not in this packet here in the ordinances. It's in your plan commission, but it's not in one of the drafted ordinances. I don't know if it got confused into one of these or put into it, but I'm not seeing it when we was looking through it during our meeting tonight. So,
Okay, so that'll come back for a first reading at the next
Yes.
meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the one before that, Alder Johnson? Before the landscape one?
The design standards, I think that was 2, right?
2.
there may be other points that's referred somewhere else in the code, but it is definitely referred to in 2 a few times.
Okay.
And that's where we discuss the actual standards and where something that would be a qualitative item would come more into play in that part of the.
Yeah, and I think the point, correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, is if we can identify the ones that don't have any objections.
Right.
Because that type of language, I mean, it could always just reintroduce, you know what I mean, as a separate communication. If that's the only thing that would hold up an item, like I'd be happy to do that. I just think we need to create some type of relief valve there, and I want to give you time to contemplate what that would look like.
Others? Alder Grant.
Just for verification, lot size, is that part of 7? No, he's behind you. Sorry, Joe. You're
Yes, lot size is part of 7.
7.
I was looking at you.
Thank
'cause I think it's under the same section you're talking about.
Is anybody marking all these? What's that? Is anybody marking all these?
I was marking. Okay. Yeah. Any others?
What do you have, sir? What do
So the ones that I have for further discussion would be 2, 7, 8, and 9.
Being commercial.
Alder Prophet makes a motion to suspend the rules and take up items 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10 with one roll call vote. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Alder Hutchison. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. So we suspended the rules to take them all up with one roll call vote. Now I think we need another suspension to do a first and final. So Alder Prophet makes a request to suspend the rules, or a motion to suspend the rules, and advance these on a first and final reading. Adopt them on a first and final. Seconded by Alder Presley. Any discussion on that? Yes. Seeing none, we will use the board, and that is on 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10.
You may vote. Alder Hinkfist? Yes or no?
All right, those are adopted unanimously. So we have 2 in front of us. Motion to advance made by Alder Prophet. Seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. Discussion on that. Grant had this one.
So yeah, I guess I kind of already explained my thought process behind it. So I guess I'll motion to amend to 15% with the option of a CUP for anything over 15%.
Seconded by Alder Johnson. Either John or Dave, do you want to explain the impact of this change?
Okay. Let's say we have 10 houses on a block. So I should say not on a block total. The block might have 40 houses, but you go from Jefferson to Monroe, one block. You have 10 houses on that from Jefferson to Monroe. With the way the ordinance has been proposed to you, once a quarter of the houses have become duplexes, you can't go anymore. So in that case, 2 of them would be, you couldn't go anymore. That'd be 20%. You go to 3, you're at 30%. With this change, in that situation, it become 1 because you go from 10 to 20%. So however many houses are facing back out towards that street, that will be your block face. And I get that can be wildly different throughout the city. There can be some blocks where you have 2 homes, and others where you have 22.
Got it. Here. Alder Johnson on that.
Just to clarify, though, it's not saying that you can't put any more. It's just saying that you would have to get a CUP after that, which is what the current code requires right now. Is that correct? So 15% could happen without a request.
Feel free to. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so currently the way it's drafted, it's 25%. The amendment would change it to 15%. So anything under 15% would be a permitted use. Just pull a building permit. Anything over that, to John's example before, you'd have to go through the Plan Commission and Council for a conditional use permit. Now keep in mind those conditions, with the way conditional uses work, if they can meet the conditions that are in the code, it would assumed it's going to be a permitted use. The statutes don't allow you to arbitrarily deny a conditional use permit just based on, you have to base it on something, facts.
Do we keep track of property uses, right? So that we would know when you've exceeded a threshold?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless they were illegally converted, then we would discover it at some point.
Right. And I appreciate your point, David, about it's assumed it would pass. So then what's the point of the 25% threshold?
I'll take that one. So with conditional uses, there still are provisions in our that essentially states would it affect the character of the neighborhood, and so at some point there would be a call on that saying, yeah, you go past that with a block. Now I think there can be different stories for say a 22 parcel block compared to a 4 parcel block. What does that mean for going over that threshold? And you have to look at when talking with what it means with say other districts to where there are less 2-family homes compared to other districts, it might be different for characteristics in varying parts of the city.
Thank you.
Question.
Alder Gallant.
The block I live in has 11 homes on one side, 10 on the other. The side with 10 has, one of them is a duplex. The side with 11, 3 of them are. So that adds up to, between the two adds up to, am I doing the math right here, 15%? Roughly? So I mean, would they be, are you limited to just 15% on one side, 15 on the other, or between the two sides? Or?
It would be on for the north side of the block. That's one measurement. For the south side of the block,
there's another
separate measurement. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Alder Grant.
I just want to state too, what the current, without any amendments, it's every 300 feet. So there is a restriction actually right now, just to kind of compare what we've been doing.
On that.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Oh, I was just stating currently in an R1, you can have a duplex every 300 or within 300 feet of each other. That's what we talked about today, right?
Yep. So right now, the way the code goes is within an R1, what's to distinguish between upper lower and a side by side. If you are a side by side duplex and you're looking to establish a new residence, if there happens to be another duplex or multifamily on that block itself, you can't proceed. If we're talking upper lower and there happens to be one within 300 feet, you proceed through a CUP.
Understand this is difficult, like on the spot, but curious how you two respond to the amendment that Alder Grant is making.
I mean, I guess my reaction on the spot would be You know, 15% is a pretty small number. And most, I think Alder Galvin just mentioned, his block is already over probably the 25 on both sides of the street. And I don't necessarily see that as a detriment to the neighborhood.
I grew up on that block. Nice block.
Right. A lot of it is design, and there are some controls put in here on design. You know, I don't know if everybody heard of a form-based code. It's very popular in the country. That's, you don't regulate land use at all. It's just the form of the building. There's not a lot of those in the country, but that's the concept, and it's kind of what we're going through here. Also, when you look at the makeup of a majority of the city, it's a lot of mixed density uses. It's really the areas developed in the 80s, 90s that really start segregating the uses. So a vast majority of the, I don't see a problem with the 25, but that's a decision for legislator.
Yeah, Alder Galvin.
I guess because of my job, I got around a lot. I got into every neighborhood there was, literally. Daylight, dark, doesn't matter. And I think Astor is a perfect example of building duplexes that fit the neighborhood. Because I also have the experience of seeing a lot of duplexes. They're always on the corner. They're the least expensive building put. There's poor maintenance, poor management, and it reflects poorly on duplex dwellers. But I think you can come into my neighborhood and you will see some magnificent looking homes that you wouldn't know were duplexes. And I don't know how we can put that into our ordinances to make something like that happen. But I think we have to not get stuck in this rut of not in my neighborhood, because I get what you're talking about. It's kind of like Imperial Lane, which is why we're doing the JBS project that we're doing, to show that you can have affordable housing that looks decent and is well cared for. And Imperial Lane is an exact opposite of that. And that was poor planning on this council's part and the city's part and the builders that put up those terrible homes that people are forced to live in. So I urge you, as we're going through this, to think about the possibilities of what can be done, and not, let's try and put things in place that prevent the bad buildings that reflect poorly on rental property. And I don't know how you word that, but that's something I would like to see happen if we can get ourselves there. Thank you.
Just a quick editorial. I mean, this goes back to what Mr. Wellens was saying, which is, you know, Fisk Addition or Astor, you know, those neighborhoods were developed before zoning even existed, right? And then to your point, zoning and planning created Imperial Lane. So just some irony in history. But, yeah, Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to return to the purpose of these changes is to increase affordable housing by limiting the regulation. You know, if it is 25 and they have to go for a CUP, that's another hurdle for a developer. That's another step that they have to take that would discourage development. So if staff thinks that 25 is a good number, I want to stick with 25.
Any other comments on that? Alder Grant.
So the thought behind that is, like I've talked before, so our economy and our market needs shift. They're cyclical. In this moment, we need affordable housing, but 10 years from now, we may not. And there's also a need for single family homes. Duplexes typically have one side rented out. I think as a city, we are very much focusing on rental units. And there are a lot of people that want to buy a home. You can't buy a home unless you produce them. We will continue to see high market prices if we don't pick up the supply. So when we talk about mixed housing, I want to make sure we are still encouraging developers to have a mix, and it's not all rental. So again, I'm not saying you can't build more than 15% of duplexes, but in that moment, it'll give the current council the option to look at the current environment that we're in, the current needs, and make a decision at that point. Once you have an ordinance and the floodgates are open, they're open. So I just want to make sure we're still putting checkpoints in, because an ordinance goes in for how long? Until someone changes it, and it could be years. And I mean, I bought my first home in 2012, and boy, did the market look much different then than it does now. And that was 13 years ago. So I just want us to remember how quick things can shift in the housing market.
Thanks. Alder Gallo.
And I understand what you're saying, Alder Grant. I do. But I think limiting it to 15% gives you basically, well, in my neighborhood, it'd be one duplex on either side. And actually, there were 2 more duplexes, but they were turned into single family homes. And again, you wouldn't know the difference by if you drove down the street and looked at them. In fact, it wasn't until I moved in, I didn't do a very good job of checking out that neighborhood. But it wasn't until I moved in that I realized all these duplexes. I was like, well, what the heck? But, and again, there's been no problem there. I mean, you know, they're kept up. They're owner occupied, most of them. So I don't know, staff. Is there a way of doing something with what we're trying to do here that would make sure the duplexes are put in? It's not, you know, taking all the dregs of your building supplies and slapping something together at the last second. And I don't know if that's something that you can look at for further consideration down the road. I don't know if that's been tried before.
I mean, we have some very basic design standards. Basically, they need to match the general style, architectural style, roof pitch, so on and so forth, of the neighborhood they're in. As a staff judgment call, they can appeal that to the Board of Appeals if they disagree with us. You know, I don't know if that's enough, or if you wanted some other kind of design standard placed on there.
Yeah, I mean, I know nothing about building, and I don't know if a guy could come in and pull one over on us and say, well, look, I met all the standards you have in black and white, and it still looks like junk, right? And beauty's in the eye of the beholder too. Right. I get that. So, I just think that limiting us to 15% is too small, and like I said, at one time we had six duplexes in my neighborhood, and I didn't have an issue with it. It comes down to management, it comes down to ownership, and it comes down to our own city employees doing their job and holding people to task. So I mean, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with 15%.
So this has to come back for a second. Would you be comfortable if you gave John and I a shot at
Sure.
maybe beefing up this design standards section a little bit?
Yeah.
See if we can make it.
I mean,
feel better?
you guys would know if this is going to have an impact, what you're proposing here. So yeah, I'm willing to wait.
Okay, so the amendment before us is the 15%, the change from 25 to 15%. Additional questions or comments on that? Yeah.
I guess so. Why a percentage? Are we better off looking at feet? Like I said, it's currently 300 feet. If we did every 200 feet, a percent is I guess what I'm questioning is the percentage what's hard? Or if we say every 200 feet, is that just easier to gauge and we're allowing more, but a percentage, I guess what's the advantage of doing a percentage and deviating away from what we currently have of 300 feet, or maybe reducing that to 200 feet?
The percentage is going to remove the lot width factor. So if you're in a block that has 100-foot lots and you're at, that percentage, and you're saying 200 feet, that's the one. If it's a percentage, it's going to kind of take care of that.
But we're also
that make sense?
reducing lot sizes. So are we really going to see 100-foot lots? I mean, those are all developed. How often are we seeing homes come down in duplexes going up in established neighborhoods? So realistically, this is kind of a lot geared towards new developments, and we're reducing lot sizes. We're reducing that. So 25% can be a lot when your lot sizes are 50 feet wide.
Our block, actually, the lots are 53 feet.
Mm-hmm.
But again, there were no restrictions. So at one time, 2 families on either side bought 3 lots and split one between each of their homes. So they have like 75 feet. But if our block was 15%, we'd still only have 1.5 duplexes on my street on either side if it was 15%.
There's really only 10 homes?
Yeah.
I think a thing to remember as well is that 50 foot is a minimum That doesn't mean every developer is going to come in and put in a 50-foot wide lot. And most that we find currently don't do that. They'll do 60s, 70s. We have some that do 50s, but the majority of our lots in the city are 50s or less. Because that was a very common practice up until the 1960s.
So I guess to answer my question, you are thinking a percentage makes more sense than feet.
That's why we chose percentage over footage, linear footage.
All right, we've got the amendment before us. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Board, please.
Board vote has been requested.
We're gonna put it all the lights.
What's that?
Yes or no? Alder Hinkfist, you can just confirm with a voice vote, yes or no? I'm trying to read the question. What
25% to 15%. And that fails 5-7. So we have an underlying motion to advance.
Motion to amend to 20%.
Second.
All right, motion to amend to 20% made by Johnson, seconded by Grant.
Hold on.
Any discussion?
So Alder Grant's motion included an other person with anything over 20%. Is that what Alder Johnson intends? Or just a simple 20%?
Well, that's the
with a CUP for anything over.
I'm just saying that's what
Yeah.
Alder Grant had in the motion. If this is upping the ante to 20.
Currently, it's 25%.
Say that, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought Alder Grant's motion was 15% would be permitted, so no review by anybody, and then anything over 15% to 25 would be conditional.
Correct. Revote?
And
That was defeated.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah,
So
no,
the question is whether or not it's the
whether
same.
or not Alder Johnson is upping the ante, in a parallel way, but just from 15% to 20%.
No, it's splitting the difference. And
So just
I
20%?
wanted to see if people would be amenable to 20 and meet
Without the
halfway.
CUP.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And there's a second by
me.
Grant? No. Yeah. All right. Motion by, or amendment by Johnson, seconded by Grant. Discussion on that? All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Oh,
Opposed, nay.
board, please. Might as well just do board.
Alder Hinkfist. I did vote. Okay, thank you.
Just checking.
I know.
That fails 6-6. Any other motions? Motion to advance has been made. Any other discussion? All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. That ordinance has been advanced to a second and final reading. On to item 7.
I'm sorry, 2 seconds.
Motion to advance made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder DeLee. Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an amendment to propose. I think is it. I sent Clerk Jeffries the text. Are you able to put that up? Or
Sure.
Sure. Yeah.
Or do you want to read it?
I can read it. I can read it. Sure. I just want to. It's last time I just started reading. So this would be to section 44, 559, maximum impervious surface coverage, amended to impervious surface, including all buildings, drives, and other paved areas shall not cover more than 40% of any zoning lot located in the RR district, 50% of any zoning lot located in the R1, 60% of any zoning lot in the R2 districts, or 70% of any zoning lot in the R3 district. See the following graphic. For lots developed or created prior to December 3, 2015, which contain 7,500 square feet or less in area, the impervious surface, including all buildings, driveways, and other paved areas, shall not contain more than 40% of any zoning lot located in the RR district, 60% of any zoning lot located in the R1, 70% of any zoning lot in the R2 districts, or 80% of any zoning lot in the R3 district. So, a lot of words. The explanation for this is that the hope with this amendment is that we're really zeroing in where we want to have less impervious surfaces, or greater percent impervious surfaces in the lots, the small lots specifically under 7,500 square feet, and the lots developed or created prior to December 3rd, 2015. Rationale being that the newer construction in these lots should be able to follow what we have right now is our impervious surface guidelines. The older ones may have more difficulty complying with that, so giving more leeway for development with the older lots, and then keeping the same stringent guidelines that we have for right now with new development. And I think John can probably speak to this better than I can, but
So that was pretty succinct on what was being proposed here. There was a discussion that happened at the last meeting of the council to where the addition that's happening here is adding in that essentially if it's a brand new lot that's being created, say out in the fringe, those folks can design it properly to keep the impervious surfaces down. The challenge that comes into play is when you have an existing lot that has built infrastructure like a garage, a building, a driveway, and it is hard to make that number work with a smaller lot to get the impervious surfaces. But if you're a brand new build, you should be able to design that to make it work, or use different construction methods such as pervious papers, things of that sort.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Is there a second for the amendment? Seconded by Alder Prophet. Discussion on that or questions? Alder Johnson.
You had mentioned a couple of examples of surfaces, concrete. What were they? Did you have that language?
right now, no.
Yeah, that you just read.
Types of surfaces I did not mention.
Just impervious or
impervious versus pervious.
Here's why I'm asking. At least the current code right now, if somebody has like a deck where water runs through the deck and into dirt underneath, that's considered impervious. And that really stinks when you're on small urban lots. So can that be added to the definition? Just depending on what you have underneath, or is there a logical reason why that's excluded?
Yeah, it could be, but when we look at decks, generally speaking, the water, as far as what it would do for a typical pervious surface, does not meet. The water is still not infiltrating the ground like it would with an open surface. So,
right, but it hits the deck, it falls through, right, and then it hits the dirt underneath, and then
it sheet drains to the side. The majority of it.
Okay, it's not a fight I'm going to fight now. Okay.
It doesn't really.
Forget
It's
it.
like compacted gravel. It's gravel. It's not pavement, but it doesn't go through the gravel. It just sheets off.
All right.
Unless you had really big gaps, Brian. Maybe.
All right. So we have an amendment before us. Discussion on that. Questions? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Motion to advance as amended, made by Alder Prophet. Seconded by Alder Stevens. Discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that ordinance has been advanced to a second and final reading. Now we're on 8. That's the one that we did.
I apologize. The
Um,
I did have, when I asked earlier if lot sizes was part of 7, I thought we were making amendments one at a time.
yeah, we were, but you didn't make one.
Apologize. I'm just clarifying your question.
Yeah, yeah. We could reconsider.
If we could.
I mean, theoretically. Second. Alder Grant makes a motion to reconsider item 7, seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It's back before us.
Okay. So with lot sizes, I think, one thing that I learned over the last year with the developments that came forward, that the developer mentioned, was that skinnier lots were more affordable with utilities and deeper, versus wide and short. So when we are making these changes with affordable housing in mind, I can understand reducing the lot width. Personally, I would like to see the width at 60 feet instead of 50, because we are also reducing the square footage of the lot down to 5,000 square feet. With the recent development that I had, the HOA with Apple Tree, they did 60-foot wide, but they did not lose the depth. And when we talk about Astor Park area that do have skinnier lots, 50 feet wide, they also have a very deep backyard. So what I worry is when we compromise width and depth, we ultimately compromise the lot as a whole. And, I talked to John about this today. A lot of times people own homes for a certain reason, and some of it is having yard space, room to enjoy the outside area. And people enjoy having backyards to do landscaping, gardening, all those things. Some people don't want those responsibilities and upkeep, so they look at townhomes, things where, home HOAs, things like that. So my point is, with single family homes, I want to make sure that we're helping the developers. So I'm okay with skinnier lots, but I don't want to necessarily lose that depth on top of it. Because the reality is, when we're talking about affordability, if they can accomplish that by skinnier lots, but we can make up for it in depth, I would like to see that. So that's my explanation. My amendment then would be, without a PUD, they could do 60-foot wide lots. Anything smaller would require PUD. And the square footage would be 6,000 instead of 5,000. So ultimately that would be 60 feet by 100. Again, I don't want to lose the value of those yards and people allowing to do the things that they want to do in them.
Is there a second for that? Second by Alder Eck. Staff, want to chime in on those suggestions?
Sure. Noting back to what many of the lot sizes are in the pre-World War II neighborhoods, there are many 50 and 53-foot wide lots that exist out there. And looking at our T&D, traditional neighborhood design standards, where 50 foot is a minimum, that was our basis for, mind you, a minimum lot size. Nobody's compelled to have a 50-foot lot, but it's given the options to folks on this. And then just for a point of clarification, there wouldn't be a need to, if somebody wanted to have a 60-foot lot to go to a PUD, somebody could in theory ask for a PUD if they wanted to do something that went beyond the scope of bulk requirements in general. So be a bit redundant on that part.
Okay. On the amendment, Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question for staff. Would the impervious surface requirements kind of fit what Alder Grant was suggesting in terms of wanting to maintain the yard aspect of these houses?
So, for instance, if you look at, say, a built environment with our existing 50 and 53-foot wide lots, if you were to take those existing forms and try to also make impervious surface work, it'd be exceptionally challenging. So there's a lot of balancing acts that happen here to where we didn't want to see impervious get so far up that you could essentially just cram on in a small lot a building, a driveway, a garage, accessory structure. So we do feel that the proposals that were put forth to this body have merit as far as still trying to keep form and function in smaller lots, but balancing and maintaining green space on those lots as well.
Alderac.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify that you're concerned about impervious, but the lawn could be, or there would be more lawn. Is that not considered impervious?
Yeah. Lawn's pervious.
I meant pervious. Now I'm switching it around. I'm sorry. Gosh, it's late, so I apologize. But it would be pervious, the lawn. So what was your concern, Presley? Forgive me.
I should clarify. I was not clear. What I'm saying is, because we already have regulations in place with pervious and impervious surfaces, there's already something governing having green space associated with lots. And so Alder Grant's concerns come from the lack of a yard with these smaller lots. I'm saying that a yard is still going to be a part of it because a different part of the code. So I would feel comfortable not amending to have the larger lots, like keeping it with the 50, because that concern is covered by other parts of the code. So yeah, I realize that is confusing, bringing that up right after I had another amendment related to that, but that's my case here.
Got it. Alder Galvin.
Again, being the inner city guy, on the 53-foot wide lot, 800 square feet on the first floor and another 800 on the top. So it's not a huge house. But if my lot was 3 feet shorter, one side would be on my neighbor's lot line and I wouldn't be able to drive in my driveway because it wouldn't be wide enough. And I have an unattached garage. So I'm blessed with a very deep, beautiful yard. But if it was only 100 feet, I'd be hard pressed to have any yard really with a garage, an unattached 2-stall garage. I'm sure there's some architect out there that could come up with some big way of making it fit in there and actually make it look nice. But you're talking about, you're talking about small homes, and I'm not seeing where you're going to put your car or your garage. To be honest with you. So, I mean, you can have it there for that person that really wants just that and he's going to bike to work every day or something like that. I mean, I guess it can work, but, that's small. That's really small.
Yeah, probably a few examples literally right around the corner from you.
Yeah,
on Roosevelt.
On Roosevelt
and
yeah.
Irwin.
Where
I mean, you get the long lots on Emily's and Eliza's and
right.
Colliers, but
I don't know who designed it, who set it up, but if your house is facing north or south, you got a deep yard. If you're on like the east-west, if you ran real hard out your back door, you'd hit the back fence before you knew it. So I mean, it's just not like
sometime. Bill, mine's 40.
Yeah. So,
Alder Grant.
Thank you. And when I speak to yard space, it's not just, I understand gardening is part of your yard. Sheds are not, decks are not, patios are not. And those are all things that people like to enjoy and have in their yard that would take away with smaller lot sizes. So, and like Alder Galvin spoke to. Thank you.
I mean, I think it's just important to note, like, I think John's already made this point multiple times, but we're not prescribing anything, right? These are options and providing more options for developers. So if they can make it work with a small lot and they can sell it and it's, popular, then it'll work. Alder Profit.
Yeah, I was just going to add, this is one that I did have a constituent reach out that does have a tiny lot that they've just been waiting to develop. They were going to approach staff and have some conversations about a PUD or what their options are. And then this came forward. So this is one of the areas in the zoning that I did have constituent input, and there was significant conversation about their desire to see this as written. So I'm not in favor of this amendment.
Other comments? Alderac.
Thank you, Mayor. But it's, great to point out, or I think important to point out that they do have that option of the PUD. So I support Alder Grant's motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any others? All right. All in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Board has been requested.
Did it come up?
All right, that fails 4-8. So we still need to advance as amended with the previous amendment. Yes, but we reconsidered. Motion to advance is amended made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that's advanced. Number 8.
I should have said nay because I didn't.
Motion to advance made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley.
Gosh.
Johnson, I think. Yeah, this was downtown.
Yes, this is just to verify, John. This is related to residential on the first floor and mixed use, right? And so currently it's written to allow up to 50%. So I would move to amend to strike that. Reason being, I mean, as you guys know, I work in the downtown industry. I go to national conferences. I meet with downtowns everywhere, and they are all fighting to not have this be a thing. Because what happens is residential development comes in, it occupies your first floor in a downtown area. And I said it at Planning Commission, I'll say it again, they're downtown killers. When you think about activation and, and creating walkable districts, when you're dominated by residential uses, it disrupts that commercial experience. Now, there are instances where it can work. And I'm not saying that, no, we're not going to allow any residential downtown. I think New Land is a good example, right? When you do something that's half of a block, I still maintain that New Land would have been a better development if it would have been commercial on Adams and Cherry. And to their credit, they cranked out the numbers and tried to make it work. But I think when you're doing that type of development, to fill out a conditional use permit or a PUD is not a real tall order. When you're talking that scale of development, I'm more concerned about the people that come in and just kind of slap up something really quickly because they can, because the code lets them, but doesn't have any of these other stopgaps to allow for that conversation. So I would prefer to just see this entirely removed. That's it, and I think it made that amendment, right?
Yeah, you made the motion. Is there a second for the amendment?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Eck. Staff?
When reviewing this, we can see different points of view on this. The reason for the changes in our mind was because of what's happened here with recent developments, to where it's been requested to be this way. So in a practical matter, that's why we brought it forth. But the arguments that you presented are fair on this. We're trying to keep the downtown on the arterials to remain as a non-residential space on the ground floor.
And to reinforce again, it's not to say that we can't do it. It just has a process, right? There's a step to do it.
Correct, and that kind of is what drove this. So the current code right now says residential use shall not be permitted on the ground floor fronting the primary public street. So it is saying you can have residential uses on the secondary streets, just not the primary. And the real reason for this change is when we analyzed our planned developments over the last 5-6 years, the council consistently has approved residential on the first floor. So we're just trying to make it easier for people so they don't have to drag through the process. But we do understand I mean, in the long run, losing your commercial on a first floor in a downtown is rough. It's hard to get it back. And we did, I don't know if it was this council or just didn't make it through staff. One of the Washington buildings wanted to convert their first floor to residential, and
I mean, that would
didn't
have
go
been
forward.
a disaster, right? And again, there are certainly properties, the one that you're talking about. I'm not going to say it, but we agree. Yeah, and again, it's there are examples where it does make sense, right? I think Flats in the Fox, not my favorite, but it's not awful either. It's New Land made sense, so it's just kind of without. I just fear not having, again, a tool or a mechanism that would allow us to have some discretion over when it makes sense and not, because we don't have design standards, which does exist in other communities.
All right. Any comments on that? Alder Prophet.
Yeah, I'll just say this is another one that I had a couple folks that are in the downtown area that did reach out in favor of leaving this as is. So I'm just going to put that on the record that I did have individuals reach out in support of this.
Any other comments? All right. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it.
Board.
Board vote has been requested.
Quiet. You may vote.
Passes 9-3. Motion.
Motion to advance.
Motion to advance as amended, made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that has been advanced on to 9. Commercial.
No, that one was not in the packet.
Oh, that's right. The half mile.
Yes.
Or the quarter mile.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is after the table. In that section is the 3-star note on here. So residential uses are permitted when located above the ground floor. Full residential development with residential uses on the ground floor must be a minimum of 1/4 mile from any right-of-way intersection of an arterial street, freeway, or highway, as well as being separated a minimum of 1/2 mile from any other full residential development along the same street, frontage, or corridor. Where this is going is in commercial districts, so think of commercial corridors. It would allow some full multifamily residential from first floor and above to be created so long as there's that separation distance between other apartment complexes, either that 1/4 mile distance from the right away when intersection of the arterial or a 1/2 mile from any other full residential development on that street itself. I'll give a for instance on this because we can probably remember as a group here, the proposal over at the former Shopko parking lot where that was residential on the first floor. In that case, that would be permitted right there. If somebody else wanted to put up an apartment complex in a 1/2 mile along Military, it would not be permitted. Let's say they went 3/4 mile and there was no other ones within a 1/2 mile, you could do that then. The thought process behind this was to still keep our commercial corridors remaining as commercial corridors, but we understand the market is trying to introduce this along commercial corridors, and you get more density along those corridors to support those businesses inside of those corridors, but not overwhelm that corridor to keep it interspersed throughout those areas.
Alder Eck on that.
I'll note, so you can still, if anybody's looking to do a mixed use development where the first floor, the ground floor was commercial and they did apartments above, still allowed and permitted, still encouraged by this department.
So changing it so that it would be
So it would be changed, right? It would be changing it to allow in certain situations that you could have a full-on multifamily residential within a commercial district on that corridor.
So like Bay City Lofts, would that be? I mean, you referenced Shopko, but where it ended up.
Yeah, that's a pretty good example. Yes, it happens to not be commercial, but yes,
that
that was exactly. Used to be, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, okay, so what, thank you, Mayor. What sparked this for me was during the Planning Commission meeting, they were referring to the Shopko building and saying if this were enacted, then that would mean that it would have been permissible use without going through planning commission. So that was my concern, that they would still need to come through planning commission. So I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out how to word that.
Are you looking to make this into a conditional use? Because if it's conditional, we'll go
Yeah.
through to the plan commission and this council.
Right. That's what I would like it to be, a conditional use.
So just adding the requirement that this kind of multifamily residential development would need a CUP.
Correct.
Right, we would just drop it from a P to a C on the table. And it would still have that quarter mile reference. It would just have to go through Plan Commission Council. But easier than a planned development. A CUP is only one reading, a lot less work for the developer. So it's still making it a little better.
Okay. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Alder Grant. Further discussion? CUP. Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Do we want a board vote? Seems like we always want a board vote. All right, seems like the ayes have it. Entertain a motion to advance.
As amended.
As amended.
So moved.
Motion to advance as amended, made by Alder Johnson. Seconded by Alder Hinkfist. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That's been advanced to a second and final reading. We took care of 10, so we're on to Committee of the Whole. For consideration, possible action on a request from One Astra Holdings LLC to consent to the collateral assignment of development agreement 2025-03 to Johnson Bank. Attorney Cochard.
Thank you. This is a common request we receive from developers. So you've already approved the development agreement some months ago. This developer now is seeking a loan from Johnson Bank, and as part of that process, they often request our approval to assign any TIF payments, as an example, to the lender as part of the process for issuing that loan. It's just there in case they assume the development agreement. It still requires all of the terms and conditions of the development agreement to be met. Again, the common practice, it's on Committee of the Whole because the developer is on a short timeline to get that loan distributed this week.
Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved. Next, quasi-judicial hearing for revocation of liquor licenses to revoke the 2025-26 Class B and Class B liquor licenses at 114 South Broadway, Taste of the South.
Thank you. Again, quasi-judicial hearing, and I appreciate that the licensee is here, so thank you for being patient. You have all the information in your packet. We'll start just if any alders have any need to state any reason why they can't be impartial, any communications, we can go forward with that. All the information that you have in your packet was also served to the licensee, and in the interest of efficiency, we do not the law department doesn't have any additional statements to make. I can answer any questions, but the complaint specifically for two reasons under 4-9B, B9 and 4-9 B10, which is this license has been inoperable for more than 60 days, and the license holder doesn't have the property interest. I can answer any questions, but we're not going to have any further testimony or witnesses. Again, just on the record submitted. And then obviously the licensee will have an opportunity to speak, so I can answer questions now or later if you have them.
Any questions? All right. Invite the licensee. Yeah. Free to approach the podium. Do we need to swear?
I am Sarai Bowie. My address is 1311 Liberty Street in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Great. I think we just need to swear you in.
1311, I'm sorry, which street? Liberty Street.
And then, Ms. Bowie, would you raise your right hand? And will you affirm that the testimony evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I was just coming because I did not know, for one, that if I wasn't in use of the license, that it would expire in 60 days. I didn't know that. So I was actively looking for another place, but I still haven't found one. But that's just where it stands.
So we can ask questions, correct? Any questions for our licensee? Alder Eck?
Okay, just want to clarify. So you're saying you're no longer at 114 South Broadway?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Alder Hutchison?
Are there any potential prospects that you might get involved with so you do have property?
It is a couple that I've been speaking with on Broadway. Hopefully, if I don't get to take over the spot myself, I'll do a partnership with somebody. So,
All right. Anyone else? Alder Stevens?
So,
Mike.
oh, sorry. So the license is actually granted to the duress. I mean, she's looking for a different location, so that license would not follow her, correct?
So one can transfer a license from one place to another under the same owner, or surrender a license to another owner, or surrender a license to the city. I would also just look to Attorney Cochart. Because there's a revocation today, I'm not sure that enables Ms. Bowie to then transfer the license from one business to another under the same owner, from one location to another under the same owner. If you revoke today,
Sure. So she was evicted from that location.
she was
So she was a tenant, not the owner of the property.
correct.
So she would have to relieve that license to the property owner?
No, never. The person, so you can rent a space and be the liquor license holder, and the landlord does not have the license. I mean, some landlords do have that arrangement where they actually hold a license, and the person rents, the business owner rents the space. But more often than not, we don't see it that way. We see it where the business owner owns the business, has the liquor license, and rents from someone.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments, questions for the licensee? All right. Thank you.
thank you.
All right. Any questions for Attorney Kochar? Motion to approve the revocation made by Alder Prophet and seconded by Alder Galvin. Discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it, and the license is revoked. Petitions and communications. Motion to adjourn made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. We're adjourned. Thanks everyone.
Recording stopped.